What's up, Titan? Why you so early? Because I have. Oh crap! I need to fix these. Or about it some other time. But yeah, cause I got time, so I'm like, hey, why not stream? You know? All right, sounds like it's going good. Let's turn this off. Okay. But yeah, how's it going, my guy? How's it going out there in life and stuff? With the doctor, I don't know. She just, she just be doing stuff too big, too small. Too big or too small? I mean, I think that's pretty good in size. Is that Alchemy again? Yeah, but this is like her official fit. So I wanted to do like a little thing of her and her official fit. Her official fit. Official fit. Yeah. So. It's a strange question to ask you about your world. What's this question? What's the question, man? This must be a strange question because you had to warn me. What's the question, man? Oh snap! Okay. Um, sorta, kinda, sorta. Like you're talking about like 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 Israel. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, let's say if your world has hot dogs. Okay. All right. Does it have hot dogs in it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought yeah, it has hot dogs in it. Is that what I was expecting? No, it wasn't. It does. Well, yeah. Well, wait, are you talking about the hot dogs? I mean, like, cause like, okay, so, okay, cause it's like in my story. Wait, cause when you said my world, you're talking about the world that like they are in. Then no, because like I have, cause I was thinking about um, like Crescent and them and their world and stuff. They got hot dogs. All right, but the other question, yeah, kinda. There is kind of a. Let me go and see what Alchemy's hair looks like exactly. Yeah, so it goes up and then it comes down, and obviously behind the beads, it goes out and like this, and then wraps around here, up like this, and it goes up and then down, up, down. But these gotta be sharper because she's a sharp lady. You got sure. Let's say multiverse. So in the multiverse part of the world, yeah, there's hot dogs somewhere. But like Alkmini, she don't got hot dogs. Uh, like there's no hot dog stands near her castle. I really like this pose kind of. When I was working out this pose, hold on, let me see if I can show the time lapse. I'm pretty sure the time lapse should be pretty safe. But when I was working out this pose, I found because I remember back in the TikTok days, I used to do my sketches like this, but I stopped recently or more recently because of like the whole understanding of the boxes. But this method of sketching is like the greatest thing of all time, and I'm so mad that I stopped doing it because it's like it really just helps you block out everything before you start getting everything done. So then you can break it down and then start getting the shapes in and understanding how they connect to each other and stuff. It's so cool. So cool. There are different realms. I don't want to go too much into it, but kinda, yeah, Titan. There are sort of kind of different realms. Like in the beginning of the creation of my story, that's what it was going to be like. But then I decided that would be a little bit much. So it's kind of that, but not exactly. Wait, what the heck? What the heck happened to the chat? It's not like on the screen. Hold up, maybe if I do this. What the heck? Hello, where's you at? Can you like open up? I wonder if wait. First of all, let's go back to chat. Wait, chat, chat. Yeah, I wonder if I off it and on it. No. I don't understand. But yeah, this is like her everyday fit. I mean, like when she's being really like when she's yeah, cuz she also wears like pants sometimes in certain times, but when she's out, and there's like royal gatherings and stuff, yeah, this is what she usually has on. Understand these? No, okay. All right, Titan. Okay, man. Okay. I wanted to add like because I was thinking no, I have one for everybody else but her family. I feel like no, I have it for the giants. Each giant has their own different thing. I have it for the Naharans. I have it for the other people, but I don't have a crest for her. Yeah, I have it for the Draconis as well. I have it for the Thorn. I don't have a crest for her. So wild, because I'm thinking like a nice little pattern or something could be here. Maybe. Like if there was like a pattern for her house or something. Titan, what time is it for you, man? Just want to know. Oh, there's the chat. Chat is on the thing now. We're in the same time zone? Oh, I did not know. Okay, okay. So I can see that, like, why you see it as early. I was thinking of because we have to. I have to do the beach ball thing for the challenge of this month. I mean week for the weekly challenge. And I was thinking because Bri's birthday is like on Sunday, right? I was thinking of and tomorrow is my birthday. That is Thursday. So Friday is right after that. So I should do a drawing of probably Athene, a drawing of Athene, um, um, a drawing of Athene with a beach ball, maybe, maybe. Wait, it's on a different layer. Yeah. It's getting like some stuff. Like I mean, this is pretty fine. And then like this, and then like this. Let's do something kind of like that. Yeah, it's such a nice way because it's like I can see the form of the body already when I paint like this. Yo, Unbreakable, how's it going? How's your day today? Right now I'm drawing some like sheets of my characters. This is Alchemy. If you've been around, you've seen her here and there. You know, her. This is her in like her actual fit, like the actual outfit that she wears. Cause I like to draw my characters in different things, you know. But like what she will actually like what she wears most of the time, like around like royalty and stuff. I should draw her in her battle armor also. She doesn't really fight much anymore. That was like young her, but let's give her really big shoulders. It's been okay. That's good. That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah. I should be grateful that we have an okay day. Like I'll take an okay day over a bad day any day. I like this type of thing. And obviously once I have like a good base for this, I can actually start refining the anatomy. Let's say I think that's okay. I just go above it and then I can actually start getting the rib cage to look more like a rib cage and the center and the hip bones and stuff and right here coming over here rounding this area down, coming down this shape, and then this muscle in this leg coming down, and this part going over here to school mean, but that's every day. So yeah, kids do be like that. But you gotta understand, it really isn't that important at the end of the day. Because you'll meet mean people every day. Like, I mean, probably every day, but everywhere in the real world, you'll meet mean people. But you gotta realize they probably got things going on in their lives. Does that excuse them being mean to people? No, but that's how people are anyway. So you just gotta have to be able to look at that and be like, man, it's life, man. There's gonna be good people out there and bad people out there, but we have to keep moving. You know, that's what we can do. The only thing we can do. It's okay, I guess. It's okay, I guess. It's okay, I guess. I'm in high school, so you just have 3 more years to go. Yeah, you got 3 more years with these hooligans, and then I can guarantee you right now, even if you still live in the same area, you're not going to see these people. Most of these people, you won't see them again. So all of these things end up happening because I know it feels like at times when you're in school that this is everything, but right after it, nothing is going to matter. It might sound shocking. Everything that your teachers teach you, maybe not everything, but most of the things that they teach you are going to be meaningless. Most of the things you learn, most of the people you see, these relationships, meaningless. I know it sounds crazy because you see them every day. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? Because you see them every day, but it's going to be like, wow. And then like a year or two after, you're not even going to think about them at all. And then randomly you're opening up like Instagram or something and be like, oh, shoot. Oh, looks like she got some more kids. So everybody just having kids and just those people who peaked in high school, they're just, you can see it and you're just like, wow, interesting. When I was there, I really thought this was everything. Now I realize it really didn't matter. And then you'll have like people from your high school who kind of, not like were mean to you or anything, but like who didn't really talk to you, just reaching out to you and wanting to catch up. And then it's just like, huh, this is interesting. You never talked to me before. Why do you want to talk to me now? Cause I'm up now. I'm playing. Yeah, she's barking. She probably just heard a car. But and then people just start reaching out to you, and then you're just like, huh, okay, this is interesting. 10 more days into school's over, so. Oh yeah, cause of summer. That means I can be in your streams when they take. Oh. Is the way I can watch your streams. Hey, I understand. I understand. You gotta do what you gotta do. And we'll be here when you're back. We'll be here when you're back. Hopefully, God's willing, of course. Um, but yeah, hope you have a great summer. And you're outside, just seeing the world, even if it's just the world around your house. Hanging out with family, doing all that stuff. Let's do like right here and then wrap it around here. Like other kids, I do enjoy the outside. Yep, outside world is so good, especially in those ages. The outside world is the best. And if you can find some other kids who like to be outside, like when we were younger, I sound like a unk when I say that. But when we were younger, I don't even like saying unk for real. We played every single sport. We did everything. I remember baseball season. We played baseball. We played football. We played basketball. We played everything. We played soccer. Whatever was hot at the time, that's what we did. And it was just such a good and fun time, you know? And it was like wherever we were, we just had a good time. Just out with our friends and family. And I still remember those days more than anything, really. Those days when we played outside in the snow. I remember it was like it was like 11 at night, but like when it's snowing, I don't know if you guys have seen snow before, like in person, but when it's nighttime and it's snowing, it doesn't even seem like nighttime because of like the white snow and it's being reflected everywhere, so it just seems like it's really lit outside. So we were just playing tackle football in the street. it was just it was really fun. Those days were really fun. But I can't tell you what I learned that year in school. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you at all. But I remember playing football in the street with my friends at the time, or my acquaintances, really, because I don't really know. Why are you so quiet? Oh, I'm just really far from the mic. That's my fault. That is my fault. May, how's it going? How's it going? But yeah, those were the good old days. The days where we were out having fun, playing in the street. You know, obviously safe, of course. Obviously safe, of course. You know, we're not just going anywhere. Oh, I'm doing this the same layer. You see, I be dumb sometimes. It's fine. Appreciate it. I be dumb sometimes. I am drawing this on the same layer. Does it really matter? I guess not because I do have the proportions of the thing that I wanted, but I gotta remember. Oh, I definitely want to watch some more Rotten Mango today. I don't know what video though. Hopefully something not as wild as that last video we saw. Let's put it right there. Parents just got Mr. Sticky. What the heck is that? I don't think I know what that is. I'm okay trying to find out how to make a classroom scene interesting. Like you mean you're writing? You're writing right now, May? A classroom scene. I mean, what's the okay, so there's something I mean, if you're talking about writing, there's I know you probably know what the Dan Harmon story circle is. And what I found is that the Dan Harmon story circle is the best thing to use when writing scenes. It is the greatest. Like when I'm writing a scene, and because the Dan Harmon story circle is you find no, you want, find, go, adapt. No. I can't remember what it is, but it's like the way you structure the story with that is so like like good for like scenes. Like once you have like your main character or the main character of the scene, and you use all those questions, it really helps construct the story in a, I mean the scene in like a really good way. So if you don't really know about it, you should look it up. It's really helpful when writing scenes. Rib cage down right here. Bro, how's your day today, Bri? And May, how's your day today? Wait, I asked you how your day was, May. Did I ask Bri? I don't know if I asked Bri. I don't know if I asked Bri. But how's your day today, Bri? If I didn't ask. It's like a cinnamon roll, but has a lot of sugar. I should try it. Um, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. Mr. Sticky is what it's called. Yeah, I don't think I ever heard of that. Is it like a new thing? Hold up, let me actually fix it. Cause it's like, if I were, ooh, okay, I see the mistake that I made. You see, this is why we love the fact that we got these proportions here. Cause the simple mistake that I made, let's erase this. Simple mistake that I made is that I neglected to remember that this section right here should be the size of the rib cage. So this whole thing is the rib cage, and right here is where um the fat goes, and then it can wrap around here and then do its thing, or the fluff, as Bri likes to say, goes, and then we can add the rest of the stuff. You don't know if it's a new thing? Oh, yeah, because I don't know what I never, or I don't remember. Let me actually see what it looks like. I might just not remember the name, but I remember it looks like yeah, I I never seen this before. But yeah, cinnamon rolls. A whole lot of sugar. I haven't had a cinnamon roll in a minute. But like homemade cinnamon rolls, whoo, that's a whole nother like ball game, to be honest. Like fresh homemade cinnamon rolls. Like my aunt loves baking, and man, like when I visit, like she always has something new. Always something new. It's really good. I believe you. Cinnamon rolls are. I mean, I've never had a bad cinnamon roll. I can say that. I never had a bad one. Have you ever drawn the Dragon Girl? Yes, I have. I've drawn. I've drawn a. I've drawn almost every. No, no. I have drawn a monkey girl. I've drawn a giraffe girl. I've drawn a dragon. I've drawn a cow. I've drawn a everything. I think lizard. No, no, I've never drawn a lizard. You've eaten bad cinnamon rolls before? Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a bad cinnamon roll before. What about? Oh, never mind. I didn't draw all of them then. I've never drawn a unicorn girl. A unicorn girl, like a girl with a unicorn horn? No. Or like a centaur, because unicorns are like horses, right? With like horns. So like a centaur, girl, a girl who's a centaur. Yeah, I've never, I've never drawn a unicorn girl. Every single time I mention and or draw a centaur, Titan always reminds me that I've never finished one. And I always am like, oh, this is my first time. It's pretty simple. All you have to do is eat one that's either burnt or bland. Yeah. I mean, I guess I just never had one was burnt or bland. Yeah. Do you want a challenge? I mean, we already have a challenge for this week. We have, and I'm trying to finish it. I think I'm gonna try to finish it tomorrow. But it's my birthday tomorrow. I was wondering, am I going to stream on my birthday? But I got to probably. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. It might be a bit later. It might be a little bit later. This is a bad centaur. Erase. Burnt oatmeal is the worst. Hmm. I actually really like oatmeal, but I'm trying to think if I had it burnt. I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, with some honey though, honey saves the day. Burnt oatmeal with some honey. Have you ever tried that before, Titan? If no, hey, you gotta correct that, man. I mean, obviously you don't like need to purposely burn it, but like oatmeal with honey in general is just really good. Do you still want to hear it? Sure, let me hear it. How do you burn oatmeal? I mean, it's possible. Are you insane? Burnt oatmeal does not taste. Okay, how burnt is this oatmeal? I guess I never had like really burnt oatmeal then, because I've had oatmeal that is kind of burnt, but that still tastes like oatmeal. Like how burnt is this oatmeal? I feel like this has to be like on there forever, for like some hours. Like Titan put it on the stove, forgot about it, and it was like, or in the microwave. I don't know how you make your oatmeal. I usually do it on the stove. And then you were like, oops, and then went back in and was like, oh, this is not edible. Give me 1 second. Okay. Um, I guess if I was to follow Save the Cat structure, the main character is doing cool stuff with his powers. I mean, yeah, I've never really done Save the Cat one. May I've never tried that one. You just get a bad burnt flavor. Part is, and it still looks like regular oatmeal despite being burnt. So Titan's like, man, it's like deceiving me. Like it looks like normal oatmeal, right? So it's like, oh, everything's all fine and dandy until you take a bite and you're like, oh wait, this not oatmeal no more. The challenge is to draw all of the warriors' books of what? Cats as girls or boys. What is that? What is warrior books of cats? Warrior Warriors book of cats. What is that? Is that like a oh, that's actual like thing. I've never read this. I didn't even know this existed until now. Beats me. And it's a the writer is Aaron Hunter. Is the writer Aaron Hunter on this? Yes, it is Aaron Hunter. Like, is it just a story about cats as warriors? I remember seeing like something like that before. I mean, it wasn't cats; it was owls. They were like warriors. I never watched it, but I know it existed. You sure it's a really good book? Like, can you give me like a little summary? Like, what is it about? Exactly. Mm, turn. I will not spoil it for you. Oh, so I gotta like do it. Live Cat is like the hero's journey stories. Yeah, I mean I've heard of it before, but I've never used it. Save the cat. One of these days, I'm gonna make my own story structure. I'm gonna call it. I don't know. I don't know. See, like this. You see, I knew it was too short. Has to be that down here. And that is too long. This is why the proportion thing is so helpful. I can make her hips thinner though. How was your day? My day was pretty good. Yeah, I got no complaints. Got good health. I was able to. Oh wait, I didn't get a workout in today. Wait, yeah, I did. Yeah, I got a workout in today, so that was good. Um, ate some food. I did eat, Bri. Yeah, I had a pretty chill day today. Did I have to go? No, yeah, had a pretty chill day today. No complaints. Thank God every day for those days, you know. Chill days. I feel, yeah, I'm gonna lower her hips again. Let's bring them in. Yeah, boom, boom. Wait, boom, boom. Okay, so I was a little high. I don't even know why I did it that way. Right there is fine. Boom, boom. Yeah, perfect, perfect. Gotta go. Be in your next live. Yeah, hope you can too also. Have a great rest of your day. Or night. I don't know what time it is for you, but yeah. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Um, Unbreakable. Peace. Oyasumi, if it's nighttime for you. But yeah, I really want to see a Mingo video, but I don't know which one. A lot of these are like, cause there was one yesterday that I really wanted to see, but you know it was too late, obviously. But who became? Ooh, I kind of want to see this one. This is interesting.
Bada bing, bada boom.
We're talking about
It's
a
five.
very
Oh,
novel
okay.
case
So around the
today.
same
This has
time
been
frame.
highly
All right, have a good night.
requested, and it's honestly quite controversial considering the fact that it's just a lot. I mean, some people actually debate if the supposed charged killer is a killer, maybe they're not. It's a whole ordeal. And at the center of this case is a woman by the name of Courtney Taylor. Her real name is actually Courtney Clenny, and she is prior to this, she was most well known as an OnlyFans model. She has over 2 million followers on Instagram. She was featured in G-Eazy's music video, Me, Myself, and I, with BB Rexa. Yeah, she was on
Oh,
Playboy.
G
Was she like
Easy.
a main person? Or?
Yeah, one of the main ones.
Really?
She has now with OF, she's made over $3 million in just 2
Oh my
years.
goodness,
That's like
guys, come on.
$1.5 million a year.
Wow.
on just OF. That's not including Instagram brand deals, other revenue. And there's a whole controversy surrounding the money that she's made. And it's not because people are out here thinking, oh my god, what are we teaching these young girls out here?
Yeah,
Oh
what
my
are we
God,
teaching these
girls
young girls
shouldn't be in
out?
charge of, doing what they want with their bodies and then profiting off of it. None of these overplayed arguments. But the main controversy has been that from April 2022, very recent last year, to August of 2022, Courtney made about $40,000 on OnlyFans in just 4 months. So like about $10,000 a month, right? The only problem is Courtney made all of this money on OnlyFans after she was accused of stabbing her boyfriend to death in April of 2022. So she kept posting 4 months after her boyfriend died because he had a knife in his chest. He was literally stabbed to death.
Does she only do like videos like this? Does she only do videos like this?
She was actually running around town in Hawaii doing a lot, going to bars. So let's talk about the viral case of Courtney Taylor. She is often known as the OF model that has been arrested and charged with murder.
Oh wait. That song actually copyrighted me, so I'm gonna have to mute this section. Probably yes. She used to do. Yeah, I've seen a mukbang before. Froppy sent me a video of her doing like a mukbang. Does she like not do them anymore?
Full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. This case is currently unfolding as we speak. Nobody
She's
has
a true
been
crime
convicted
girl.
of crime, but there has been an arrest, and a lot of damaging information has come out since the arrest. And I mean, it's damaging in my personal opinion. So, as with all cases where the defendant has yet to be convicted of the crime, and the trial hasn't even happened yet, so we really don't know what's going to come out during the trial. If there's something that will magically explain away or disprove all of the evidence that we've seen so far, which personally, everything that's been released so far is not looking good. So I don't know if there's going to be a magical solution where I'm going to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But I will say the defendant is adamant that they did not murder anyone. Okay, keep this in mind. And there's some Julia Fox drama in this one that gets kind of bizarre. Do you guys know who Julia Fox? Do you know who Julia Fox is? She was the one that allegedly dated Kanye West after his split with Kim Kardashian. She's a model.
Oh, she's that girl that was
now podcast host. She's actually very well beloved, but I do think that she made a mistake with commenting on this case because it was kind of a very opinionated one. But with that being said, I guess there's just two things
What's up, Zara? How's it going,
into
man?
this case. One, it is still developing and we don't have all the information yet. I mean, maybe we do, and nothing really comes out during trial. Again, we just don't know. And second, regardless of any information that may or may not come out, someone has died. Like, they bled to death before they could even turn 30. They passed away before they could even really start living. And I think that in and of itself is just so devastating for their family and friends. There's a lot of audio clips of the victim before they passed away, and just listening to it all, it's really hard to not sympathize so much with this person and with their family, and you can't help but get kind of angry for them, kind of riled up. So I'm going to include the victim's family's GoFundMe linked in the description, because once you hear the full extent of what this family has gone through, not just with the case itself, but with law enforcement, it's ridiculous. So with that being said, let me tell you what's going on. That day was supposed to be a very normal day. I mean, I guess that's how it all starts. Courtney, the OF model, she was watching some true crime YouTube videos while doing laundry
She was watching
in
you.
her apartment. And then she went on an Instagram Live and she was answering all these questions. People kept asking her, where do you see yourself in 5 years? Courtney allegedly responded something along the lines of,
Allegedly.
I hope to have a kid by then. At least one kid. With the series of events that take place after she ends this Instagram Live, they're going to change her life forever. Meanwhile, Courtney's boyfriend, Christian, he is looking at all the missed calls on his phone from Courtney. He had already told her that he was going to go downstairs, walk to Subway, and grab subs for the both of them. And now he's standing in the elevator that's taking him to their 22nd floor Miami skyrise apartment. And, he's thinking to himself, This is crazy. Like, I know Courtney's subway order by heart, yet she still doubts my love for her. The elevator opens directly into their unit, which is kind of crazy, but it's one of those high-end
That's
apartments.
like
So the
iCarly.
elevator doors, they open up, and he hears Courtney screaming bloody murder. He wasn't even surprised. I mean, not even shocked at all. This was a normal occurrence for him. But within an hour, he would be dead in the skyrise, with a knife sticking out of his chest inches above his tattoo. The tattoo on his chest read, Courtney.
Wow.
So let's go all the way to the beginning. Courtney has a pretty intense online footprint. She was, like I said, featured on
Give me a
Playboy
second.
in a
Okay. Okay. Hopefully. Okay. So she can't be a streamer, VTuber, podcaster, WWE superstar, IRL streamer. Yeah. Oh my. No, I don't either.
G-Eazy music video, but she was most well known for being an OF model. She's also kind of slightly controversial even prior to all of this. You know, people either hated her or they loved her. The red pill men of the world, they probably hated her because she was so open about her sexuality and the fact that she was profiting off of her own body.
It's always so
She
weird
made
what
millions of
words
dollars,
she
and
like
she
blurs.
was very happy about it, very proud of it. And she famously said in a podcast,
I mean, is all money good money though?
I only like black guys. Let me clarify. I only date rich black guys.
Okay.
Let me clarify. I only date rich.
Okay, rich black guy. There we go.
Okay.
Which I'm sure was triggering to a lot of people.
Yeah, and by the way, Zura, let's add on to that list. She can't go on these podcasts.
Only date rich.
Okay, rich black guy. There we go.
Which I'm sure was triggering to a lot of people. Some people were triggered by the fact that she only dates rich men. Some people were triggered by the fact that she, as a white woman, was fetishizing black men, or they were triggered by both. But on the same podcast called We the Miami, Courtney talks about how she likes to be submissive. She likes to be submissive intimately, but doesn't like it when men tell her what to do outside of the bedroom. She also briefly touches on the fact that she makes a lot of money on OF. Again, $3 million in 2 years just on subscriptions, not including other things. So people either loved her for being this girl boss that was taking charge of her
Okay.
own body and being transparent.
Snowbody,
Or
gold
they
digger.
hated
Yep.
her for being what they deemed
Golly.
a vapid
Of
LA
course you do,
model
Zura.
who
You see, this is
only
why. You
cares
see,
about money.
Zura
But
said
what's
you only like you want his girl to be boring. No, I don't want her to be crazy, right? And in the population, a lot of those ones are pretty crazy. So hey, I'm just being realistic.
interesting is when I saw these clips of her on this podcast, which was relatively recent, literally like weeks before the death of her boyfriend, the change in her personality throughout the years was kind of intense.
Like from that podcast forward to today.
From her G-Eazy music video and Playboy days to that podcast today. And even her transformation after getting arrested has been a hot topic, but it's just really intense. So back before all of this takes place, back before OF, and before even LA, Courtney was just a small town Texas girl. She
You
was
see, it's
born
always one of
April
them.
21st, 1996. Courtney would find herself like the epitome of a Texas girl. Growing up, she freaking loved Southern festivities, like mudding. Okay, so I grew up in the South, and this isn't something that I was that familiar with until maybe after my childhood. But it's when you get into a truck. Some people do it in ATVs, and you drive through this really muddy, wet terrain. Hence, it's called mudding. You go through these muddy areas and you start spinning your tires really, really quickly, so you fling mud everywhere and it just splatters all over you, all over the trucks behind you. Courtney freaking
Oh, let me
loved
see.
that.
I
That
gotta
was
check it
like
out.
her jam. That's her pastime.
May. Let's
She
see.
also really loved Southern food. She would constantly say Southern food is the best
Alright.
food of all time. And her weakness was
Save the cat. Strong opening for the characters within the story. States the theme of the story, the MC by doing something. You see, that's yeah, okay. Show the MC. Yeah. Okay. What? I didn't know the Save the Cat was so. 6X, the MC adventure. Oh wow, Save the Cat is a lot more than I thought it was. Okay.
Whataburger. It's like a popular Texan fast food chain. That's like her guilt. So Courtney was originally born in Midland area. Her family ends up moving to Austin, which is where she grows up most of her life. And it's a pretty small family unit. The Clenny family was mom, dad, Courtney, and little sister Morgan. That's it. It's just the four of them. But they're really close. So Courtney's dad, Kim, finance guy. He's been in finance for over 15 years. He's a financial advisor. Later, he would be the financial advisor of Courtney's assets and her personal finances. So she really, really trusts her parents. She depends on her parents a lot, not just financially, not just for advice, but for everything. Courtney's mom, Deborah, was like her therapist on speed dial. If Courtney ever felt conflicted, sad, upset, you better believe Deborah was on speakerphone giving her advice or calming her down. It was kind of to the point where if Courtney got into a fight with her boyfriends, her mom would be on speakerphone in the middle of the fight with her boyfriend, which is kind of odd, okay? Just keep that in mind. So in Austin, Courtney really finds herself, I guess. She just has this strong interest in sports. That's like most of her childhood. I don't know how to describe it other than she kind of has this obsession with sports. She dips her toes in the water as being a Girl Scout, but eventually she tries literally everything.
Alright, my fault. Okay.
Soccer, volleyball, gymnastics, diving, horseback riding. Side note, I feel like her parents had to be pretty good financially. Because that's a lot of sports, and those are a lot of
I
expensive
feel like this is a
sports.
lot.
Unless they just spent all of their money.
Like I don't know
on
if her
Courtney.
parents
I mean,
really
he's
care
a
about her.
financial advisor. It sounds like
I
they're doing
know,
really
I know.
well for themselves. Now, Courtney would later joke as an adult, the reason she was blessed with such a big butt was because she played a lot of sports at a young age, particularly horseback riding. So one day, Courtney tells her parents, Mom, Dad, I'm gonna grow up and I'm gonna be an Olympic diver one day. That's her dream. She wanted them to support her, and everyone took it so freaking seriously. They went to every single diving practice. They went to all of them, all the swim meets. She's gonna grow up to be an Olympian one day, they said. And then out of nowhere, Courtney was like, I'm not doing it anymore.
I wanna
Why?
sell
I'm
myself
scared of
online.
sharks.
Oh my god.
She said she was too scared of sharks in the pool.
What the
Some
in
of
the
my family
pool?
thought that I was going to be an Olympic diver, and that's
Uh how does one start writing where the horses doing all the work?
kind of what I had in my head. And then I quit when I was pretty young because I was
Okay,
scared of
she was really young.
sharks in the pool.
How they said it was like I
Even
thought she
Courtney
was
herself
older.
acknowledges the reason that she was scared to dive because of sharks in the pool was a silly reason. But it seems like a trend with Courtney, and I don't know because I don't know her personally, but from all the research that we've done, it just seems like Courtney is the type of person, if I can guess or speculate, that once she has something in her mind, like a fear of sharks in the pool, or like she's gonna move out to LA and do this, once she has something in her mind, I feel like she's a bit stubborn and nobody can convince her otherwise. If she thinks that there's some damn sharks in the pool, there's some damn sharks in the pool. Once Courtney gets to high school, she's miserable. Just everything starts falling apart in high school, and I'm not
So
sure
before
why.
high school,
She just starts feeling like
she
a
was
social
scared of the
outcast.
sharks in the
She
pool.
has a hard time making friends, and it resulted in her feeling lonely just all the freaking time.
So she
She said high
decided.
school was torturous, and she could not wait to get out.
So she
She hinted
decided.
at being bullied. Later in a YouTube video where she was doing this Q&A about high school, she says, and I quote, "My hit list is very long. Let's just say that." She's got a lot of problems with a lot of people in high school. She just wants to be an adult. She has all of these things she wants to do. She wants to be a model, a sports personality, a businesswoman, a YouTuber. She doesn't really know exactly what, but she just wants to get the fork out of high school, get out of Austin, and do something with her life. So in high school,
Like
she becomes
sell her-
obsessed with fitness. And she said it was a result of her just being so angry all the time. She needed an outlet for all of these things that were going on in her life. So she kind of becomes a gym rat.
Then
I
she
mean, she was
sells
already
her.
very athletic, but now she's getting into like
I don't like
fitness
this
group
pose.
territory. I'm not just talking sports. I'm talking counting macros, micros, like all of that. She said the gym helped her find her peace, and
And then
it
she
saved her
sold her.
life as a result.
And then
I
she.
should also mention, since we're talking about it, Courtney has always been a very beautiful girl growing up. She's had long blonde hair. She's 5'8". She's also
Pretty tall for a
developed
girl.
quite young, which might be pertinent to the story later. And with her conventionally attractive looks and her passion for working out and sports, Courtney felt like she could do something. She
Like
started
sell
taking
her.
small roles in movies as a teenager. She was like an extra. Like she didn't even have a name. So in a lot of the credits, she would be like sorority girl 1, and then there's like 5 sorority girl 2, right? She didn't have any lines really, but she would always play some sort of cute sorority girl, barista, all of these things. And she was in some big ones, like Everybody Wants Some, that's what I'm talking about, American Psycho. In 2013, she was even an extra in a Pepsi commercial. Very interesting. After graduating in 2014, she packs up all of her bags and she's like, look, I'm so sick of being an extra. I want to be something, okay? She moves to LA.
And then.
She's 18, moves to LA with
Yeah.
not that much money. I mean, she's clearly chasing something at this point. Nobody at that age just moves to LA to pay $1 million in rent and eat at Erewhon. You're trying to do something with your life, okay? She really wanted to be famous. So she just starts kind of doing
For
a
some
little bit
reason.
of everything. Social media, modeling, YouTube, college, and her big break, if you will, was the G-Eazy music video, Me, Myself, and I. She didn't even audition. G-Eazy's photographer saw her on Instagram, reached out through a mutual friend, and was like, hey, do you want to quickly be in a music video? We're filming like soon. She was so freaking over the moon, okay? Yes, it's a music video, it's huge production, but more than that, Courtney was such a big fan of G-Eazy. And I'm not just talking like, oh my god, I'm such a fan of your stuff. She actually went to his concert before he was even G-Eazy.
What
He
the?
just went by his real name, Gerald. She had
Oh,
gone
yeah.
to his concert
That is
when
his
she
name,
was
isn't
16.
it?
And on YouTube, she said, I was able to go backstage and I asked him to, quote, sign my tent. And he did. So she's very excited, but she's not getting her hopes up. She doesn't think it's going to be this crazy role. She assumes she's going to be maybe one of the millions of girls in the music video at like a house party, like House Party Girl 5, right? When she gets to the shoot, towards the end, all the extras are asked to leave, and she's told to stay. She ends up playing a slightly bigger role in the music video, and she's handing G-Eazy a cake and then standing next to him up against a wall while he's like feeling himself. It's like a whole thing. It wasn't even the longest I've ever seen someone in a music video, but it kind of helps propel her career forward. This is G-Eazy's 4th most popular music video in his entire career to this day. I think right now it's sitting at nearly 600 million views. And ever since then, Courtney is flooded with questions if she slept with G-Eazy. To which she responds, "I've met a lot of famous people and I don't smash them." Either way, the music video, Courtney's Instagram, social media accounts, they start taking off, and she's like, okay, wait a damn minute. Maybe I should be a bit more serious about this. She starts posting daily on Instagram. She started following a bunch of these models online, and she's studying, what do they all do? How are they all making, big money? She realized they post every single day, and they post a bit more photos. So that's what she started doing. And her big career moment was a little bit awkward.
And then she started
Her
saying,
dad calls her. It's like, "Hey, why is Playboy posting you?"
"Ooh,
What?
She's like, "What?"
beautiful,
She opens
beautiful."
up an article by Playboy,
Uh-huh.
and sure enough,
And then
the
her
title is
her
Courtney
dad
Taylor
says
is
what
your
after this?
typical girl next door. She literally looks like a girl next door.
Wait, how is the dad like?
I know, right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. I had that thought too. I'm like, either this guy's got his Google searches on, or I guess he's doing what he wants to do, right? So there's a whole article
I mean,
talking
he's
about her
Googling his
Instagram
daughter,
account,
obviously,
and it's
yeah.
including pictures of her.
Best case
She
scenario.
really does fit the girl next door vibe, and this is when the girl next door vibe was America's obsession. I mean, it still is, but this is like Kate Upton times, I'm talking American flag bikinis, blonde hair, like that type of vibe everyone was obsessed with it, and really gave me a lot to think about, okay? Anyways, she fit that. So between 2015 and 2016, Courtney and Playboy, they would interact with each other here and there online. Playboy would constantly include her in these like big articles of top 10 influencers to follow, top 10 Instagram like girl next doors, and every single time she would get like 5,000 more followers at just even the mention of her name in an article. So Playboy, they really want to book her for a nude photo shoot. They keep asking, and she keeps declining.
Good on her.
Said, "I'm just
I
not
mean, I know
comfortable."
she ends up doing
but a
later,
few months
so.
later, Playboy told her, "Okay, fine, not nude. Let's just do a feature." Her career blows up. She starts her YouTube channel at that moment because this is great. This is good momentum. And most of her channel is focused on healthy habits, exercise routines, fitness and lifestyle content. She loved doing Q&A sessions on YouTube, but I don't think it was her ultimate dream to be a YouTuber. She was just using it as a way to dip her toes into the industry. But you can definitely feel this girl next door vibe just radiating through YouTube. She feels relatable. She's like this blonde bombshell, but she would share these little snippets of her life where she was waving at a guy and walked into a fire hydrant, and she's so clumsy and cute, She seems very nice. But maybe there's a lot more to Courtney than her online persona. So let's dive into some of her relationships, or at least some of her semi-public relationships. And this is like a whole new chapter of her social media career. I feel like she had the G-Eazy girl next door phase, and this is the chapter where she kind of goes full on into the bodybuilding phase, the fitness guru phase, semi-public relationship. She seems very nice, but maybe there's a lot more to Courtney than her online persona. So let's dive into some of her relationships, or at least some of her semi-public relationships. And this is like a whole new chapter of her social media career. I feel like she had the G-Eazy girl next door phase, and this is the chapter where she kind of goes full on into the bodybuilding phase, the fitness guru phase.
Mhm.
She starts hanging
Oh,
out
Zura.
a lot with bodybuilders that
She can't be a fitness influencer. Listen, she gotta work out, yeah. But she can't be a fitness influencer.
Mr. Olympia, professional men's bodybuilding competition. She starts competing in several regional bikini competitions herself. By 2017, she's a certified personal trainer. Like, this woman is kind of a businesswoman. The minute she gets that certification, she's like, "I'm open for online coaching on YouTube." She thought about one day launching.
Why does she throw that all
her
away,
brand,
though?
And she said her biggest aspirations in life were Lori and Barbara from Shark Tank. So they're both business moguls with 9-figure net worths, and Oprah Winfrey, a billionaire. She said these were her inspirations in life. She wanted to start her own business, sell products, be a mogul like these women.
Interesting.
Interestingly, Courtney does mention that she feels an extra special connection with Oprah, and it's not because she's the billionaire of the group. She said that she admired Oprah because Oprah had been through so much, but was able to persevere, build a better life through her struggles.
Yeah, but what did she have?
Courtney adds
What did
that
Courtney
she
go
too
through?
went through these similar struggles.
What?
Side note, it is a very well-known part of Oprah's story that she was molested by her cousin,
Yeah.
uncle,
Uh-huh.
and a family friend when she
So
was just 9
that
years
happened to
old.
Courtney too?
So leaving a lot of Courtney's viewers wondering if she had maybe endured some trauma at a young age. Some were even connecting the dots of like, oh, maybe that's what caused her to be sexualized to an extent when she was just a teenager. Maybe she endured some sort of trauma. Around this time, Courtney's love life is like a huge topic of conversation amongst her viewers. They just want to know, are you dating anyone? And she always gets asked, like, what's your ideal type? Who do you like the most? She said, I like someone built. I like someone tall. But you know what? I prioritize honesty in a relationship and a sense of humor. She says, and I quote, I like a man with confidence, without the cockiness. So a lot changes, because this is what she says in the beginning of her career, and later, like right before the death of her boyfriend, she's like, I only date rich black guys. So it's like a lot of different shifts in her online persona, or
Yeah,
maybe
it's
her
the money.
personality.
It's the
Or maybe
money,
she
you know.
grew old and grew up. I don't
No,
know.
I think it's the money
But
and the
she
clout.
was kind of a hopeless romantic at this stage, or at least she portrayed herself to be. She always talked about having kids, how she personally would never feel fulfilled unless she was a mom one day. She said she wanted a big house with a big yard and a dog, and just like a funny, kind partner just to take on life with.
So these are all like her, like YouTube videos,
Mhm.
like personal telling.
YouTube videos. She did a lot of Q&As.
Oh.
There were a lot to come through. And towards the end of 2016, Courtney starts hinting at a boyfriend. She never really shows him too much in her videos. Like, you'll see random snaps of him in videos or like in the corner of the frame. He would be in the passenger seat of the car while she's driving and vlogging. But it was enough for people in the fitness community to ID the guy as Sean Roden,
What?
winner of the coveted
What? This is definitely not what I expected. Oh, this is the dude.
ID the guy as Sean Roden.
I mean, it's not funny because to hear what happened to him, but I didn't know. I did not expect this at all.
Olympia
I know she
contest,
said that, but
which is this
No way.
huge. Yes.
He's the Mr. Olympia.
Yeah, I think there's like a every year.
Yeah.
But he was the Mr. Olympia
Wow.
for a year, which is a huge deal, right?
Yeah.
But Sean, he never even really talked much in her videos. Maybe he was shy.
Mhm.
Courtney would always say that he's very sweet and chivalrous towards her. Come to find out, their relationship was far from perfect. There might be a reason that Sean wasn't in a lot of Courtney's videos. Sure, he might be camera shy, but it turns out that he was already in a very serious relationship with another woman at the time. He had just had his first child with her, and this is where things get weird.
What?
Maybe Courtney knew this,
maybe she
Maybe
knew this.
she
She
didn't.
knew this. Come on.
but people were stitching together timelines, and this is completely alleged and purely speculation. But around the time that they allegedly broke up, Courtney allegedly found out about the other girlfriend, and Sean, at the same time, sustained a broken jaw injury. It's speculatory, but a lot of people speculate that Courtney had been the one to break his jaw because she found out about the other woman. We don't know if this is true, but if it is, I could see why Sean wouldn't report her to the police. The fitness community is small. He probably doesn't want his dirty laundry out there. But additionally, I imagine with the culture of bodybuilding, there might be some victim shaming. If he were ever to come out as a victim of domestic violence, I do think that people would question, why didn't you stand up for yourself? So we're not really sure. Years later, Sean would have trouble of his own. He was charged with banned from ever taking part in another Mr. Olympia contest ever again. He also passed away in 2021 from a heart attack. Now, for Courtney,
Wait,
she
what?
continues on with her life. And
I thought she was the
more
one who
she
took him
spends
out.
on social media, the more
Oh, so this is a whole different
about
person.
her and experiences. And this part, I don't think anything's wrong with it. I know some people bring it up. I think it's fine. I think the fact that she was an OF model, like, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I do think it's weird that she kept posting after the death of her boyfriend, but other than that, up until this point, there's nothing wrong. She was very open. She talked about what she went through, how even though she was athletic and a tomboy, she didn't want to look like that. She said that she always wanted to feel. She even started wearing a Victoria's Secret bombshell bra when she was just 10. She said she always
10.
liked the curvier look. She admitted to having a at the young age of 19.
Oh my
She said the other
gosh.
participants were in their mid-20s.
Oh my
She shared a
gosh.
lot of intense hookup stories about hooking up with other girls and making them bleed on accident because she had long acrylic nails on.
Oh my
She also
goodness.
states, and I quote, "I'm not a lesbian, but I have crushes on certain types of girls." So there's that. You kind of see Courtney go from being this southern girl in LA,
I mean, that-
spending most
I
of
mean,
her
I
time
guess
talking
she's-
about fitness and her
She's the
diet,
bee, right?
to later embracing more and more of her. She starts adopting a bit more of that bad girl persona, whether it's true or marketing for OF, or maybe she just grew up a bit. I'm not sure which one. But now that we have a good overview of who Courtney is, her come up story, and now she's on OF, she starts her next romantic relationship in the midst of the pandemic. She meets a
You know what?
Christian Obamseli.
So she do like black guys. This is number 2. Oh, Bri, you remember? You know about this story?
He was often lovingly referred to as Toby from his friends and family. That's his middle name. And Christian was also a native Texan, born in Dallas in 1994, so he's about 2 years older than Courtney. His dad is a technician, his mom was a nurse, and there's just a lot of similarities between the two. Similar to Courtney's family, his family is super tight-knit, and Christian was like this all-American guy growing up. He was
No?
the youngest in his family. The whole family had this big, vibrant energy about them. Christian was a football player for his high school team, and his coach said, "I had the privilege of working with Toby while he was at Plato East. His talent was evident the minute that he stepped onto the field. His work ethic was off the charts. His goal was to play beyond high school, and the kid always just had a smile on his face. He was willing to help the younger players every chance that he had. So everyone that knew Christian, they really only had good things to say about him. I guess if you had to pick one bad trait, if it could even be a bad trait, people said he really liked to help people, perhaps to his own detriment. He just wanted to be in college football, though. That's his goal. He works hard, eventually earns himself a football scholarship, transfers to Texas Tech where he starts studying engineering, and he's just one of those students that had a ton of interests and a ton of passions. He likes engineering, he's interested in business, he's driven, he's still playing football, he wants to graduate, start his own business one day. And then, May of 2020, he meets Courtney. They both meet in Mexico while they're on vacation. A lot of people said it's like love at first sight. The minute that they laid eyes on each other, they're attached at the hip from the get-go. For the first time, Christian would run home to tell his family about this new girl that he'd been seeing. And his family, they were kind of shook. He had never really brought home a girl or even came home to gush about a relationship or a girl before. So you could literally feel the love that he had for Courtney every time he talked about her. They're kind of happy
Okay,
for him,
sir.
kind of shocked because they've never seen this side of him. He would whip out his phone and show them pictures, asking his family, "Isn't she so cute? Isn't she so cute?" Now, a lot of guys might have been embarrassed or thrown off by Courtney's career that she was an OF model.
I mean,
or maybe
embarrassed.
they would have not been embarrassed, but
Okay.
from
it's like, listen, I'm asking anyway. I'm asking Zura, I'm asking Bri, I'm asking Titan. You know, I'm just gonna leave it up to the air. Would you, with an OF model, would you be in a relationship with one? And in this scenario, you know up front, right? So you meet, like it's not hidden. They're like, oh, like on the first date, they're like, oh yes, I am on OF, and they show you their content. They push their phone over, and they're like, yep, there it is, straight out the gate. Yes or no? Nah. Okay, Bri. Okay, next. No. Okay. Okay. Next. Zara. I need your response. Oh, Zara's probably at work right now. But okay, that's what I thought. Now let's continue.
their parents, Christian did not. I believe his family were pretty traditional Nigerians, so it
Oh,
was
that's even worse.
especially
He went to his
especially
mom's.
difficult for him to bring up the topic, but he respected Courtney. He expected his family to do the same.
That
He
no,
didn't find
definitely
that
not.
there was anything wrong with her career.
First of all, I can't bring
He
that to
even
my
told
mom's.
Courtney, if there's anything I can do to help you with work if you ever need it, like
To
I'll
help you with
out.
work.
So he tells his family very proudly what Courtney does for a living, which is crazy because
That
remember
is
how Courtney is
insane.
so close with her family? They don't
Yo,
even know that she's
this is like some Get Out stuff, bro. And I'm mainly saying that because she's white. But like, this man lives in a traditional Nigerian family and thought not only he can bring this girl to his family, but tell them what she does. Oh, there's like she did something to him. She did something to him.
They think that she's making all of this money from modeling. So he tells them repeatedly he's very, very serious about Courtney, and they accept her with open arms. In 2021, Christian and Courtney move in together, and they decide to move in
This is
Austin,
why you don't move in with
Texas.
people, guys.
So she's back
Especially
from
if
LA.
they're not.
And it seems
You know.
like they're moving kind of fast, right? They met in 2020, they're moving in 2021, and it's kind of
Obviously, last stream, he didn't move in with her, but he stayed at her house, bro. And you remember what happened? Same thing. Yo, this is why you don't stay at people's houses.
kind of interesting. This is a side note, completely unrelated to the case, but I've heard a lot of relationships that started during the pandemic tended to move faster. I don't know why.
Oh,
I feel like that's like
It
a trend
started
in
around
all
the
the
pandemic,
cases
huh?
that I've been researching, but also just in personal life. Everyone that I know that started dating in the pandemic, they're like getting engaged. I'm like, what happened? Literally, what happened? I guess something about the pandemic makes people spend more time with their partner, and they're like, let's just move in together. So they move into Texas, and their relationship starts spiraling. So at first, they're inseparable, they're in love, they're so well connected.
Honeymoon
I mean,
phase.
people were actually worried about them. They're like, you guys need to go outside more. You cannot just be the only person in each other's life. You guys are turning into hermits. This is not okay. I don't think this is. You can't be each other's world. But it doesn't last long. People who knew them said they were that couple. You know that couple. No matter where you go, doesn't matter how fun, exciting, happy the energy is, the smallest little comment, the smallest body language hint, boom, one of them just gets set off and they fight all day, all night, in front of a group of friends, in public, in front of you. They don't even try to hide it. They literally don't care if you feel uncomfortable that they're fighting. And you're just like, what is going on? They might even get you involved, like, da-da-da. This person did this. Whose side are you on? What do you think? So it was a lot. Now let's talk about some of their most notable fights. The Vegas trip. July of 2021, Christian and Courtney go on a trip to Las Vegas. While they were there, they get into this explosive fight where police are called to their room.
Oh my
They're staying at
gosh.
the Cosmopolitan Casino, and the first few days are spent soaking up the desert sun, having a few drinks, lounging
Somebody
by
mind
the pool.
control. Exactly.
And a few of out-of-town friends, they even fly into Vegas to join the couple. And the couple, they get matching tattoos on this trip. To me, it sounds like they're having fun. So a few days into their trip, Courtney's feeling a midday slump. They just had lunch. They were in the sun. She's drunk. She's tired. She's asking Christian, can we go back to our room and take a nap before we got dinner plans with our friends? So while they're laying in bed, I guess they start arguing just about the little things. They had kind of gotten into a small argument the night before, and maybe Courtney felt like they weren't over it. So she lays in bed and she asks him, babe, do you hate me? Now, Christian is honest. He says, no, of course not. I'm just a bit disappointed with the trip, that's all. I think
Nah,
this
listen,
is a completely
listen.
normal, healthy
Nah. The reason why is because this man is getting DMs of people talking about his girl. Sending him tweets like, hey. They be doing that. People do that. People do that. And they're like, oh, well, you're really into what? Oh, nah. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. She heard me. That's why she's screaming. We are not doing that. We ain't doing that.
conversation, if not even a relatable conversation for a lot of couples. He's reassuring her, no, I love you, but also I'm going to be honest that I'm feeling a bit down about the way that this Vegas trip is going. Like, I had a completely different idea. Christian would later tell the police that he was just hoping the Vegas trip would be a bit more fun, a bit more exciting, more action. He felt like all they did was sleep, drink, lay at the pool, sleep, drink, eat, lay at the pool, and it was just all of the days that they had spent in Vegas so far had just meshed into one. Courtney confirmed this. She said the night before they actually had a whole argument about it. But she added that this fight was not because Christian was upset with her because the Vegas trip wasn't good, but she claims the fight started because he called her a bitch. This fight over something seemingly so minor, not the part, but just this whole Vegas trip part, detonates. They're both screaming at each other, full force. I mean, to get noise complaints in Vegas, I'm assuming is pretty hard.
Why do
They're
people go to
throwing
Vegas?
things at each other. They're
To gamble?
trashing
I feel like that's the
entire
only reason
hotel
why
room.
people go to
Courtney decides
Vegas.
to call the security
Gambling.
herself. She said that she just wanted help de-escalating the fight. She told them that she's not scared for her life or anything like that. She just needs help de-escalating. Police get called out to the scene, and we see body cam footage of the room, and it's
Probably
destroyed. Chairs are upside
Exactly.
down. It's messy. Food is thrown about. Clothes are thrown about.
How's our girl? Oh,
Interrogated. Courtney admits.
right, right there and then, Bri, it's over. It's over, Bri. I'm about to go to the FBI, the CIA, and I'm be like, hey yo, find this person right here for me. Just find him. Listen, just find him. Listen, whoever tweeted this, tell me where they at now. Ain't no way you gonna say, how's our girl doing? That is insane. And it's crazy because I don't understand. I always remember this one clip, bro. This lady, this grandma. Yeah, that's true, I guess. But it's just like partying and that. Like, what else do you really go there for? But, I always remember this clip, bro. There's this older lady. She was talking to, one of these young girls, like nowadays, like these people like to say modern girls, right? And she told her, would you give your husband or your boyfriend all your money? And then she said, no, what the heck would I do that for? And then she said to her, so you will sleep with him, but you will trust him with your body, but you won't trust him with your money. And she said, and she sat there and then she was like, yeah, right? And I always remember that because it really paints a picture showing how much they care more about money than that, because they'll sit there right in your face and say, well, yes, I can do all this stuff online, but who cares? You don't have to worry about that. It's not even much of a big deal. You should still date her anyways. That's interesting. That's an interesting perspective.
She threw a glass at Christian out of pure anger. She said that she was upset that he didn't want to sleep in the same bed as her after the fight. The glass just barely missed his head. The police then asked Christian if Courtney ever attempted to kill him, and he slowly shook his head no. But because Courtney admits to throwing a glass at his head, she was going to be charged automatically with domestic battery. Courtney starts panicking while she's being arrested and said, I just don't feel like I should be getting arrested right now. Is this an overnight ordeal? And they said, it's a 12-hour hold. A 12-hour hold? She starts panicking and almost pointing the finger at this point. She says, okay, there's just a lot of things I didn't say because I didn't want to get Christian in trouble.
You
At
see?
this point,
You
can I
see?
just get a hug from my boyfriend? There's just a lot that happened that I didn't want to bring up.
You see? You see?
She wanted a hug from him right now?
You see? Hey, she's playing the card. She's playing the card, a nice little white, blue-eyed, chick. She's just like, oh, listen. She called the cops and she said, listen, he's not doing anything to me. I just want people to de-escalate. And now she going to jail and she's like, wait, hold on, listen. Okay, listen, I didn't want to put his business out like that. I'm like, hold up, what the heck are you doing? You just said he wasn't doing nothing, but now he's doing something because you get in trouble? Ah, I see. Interesting.
Yes, she's trying to show them we can make up, and maybe if he indicates to you that he's not scared of me, then you don't need to arrest me. I think she's trying to say this was a mutual argument where both parties were heated. I think that's what she's trying to insinuate.
Oh, okay.
But the police didn't care. She did not accuse Christian of doing anything violent towards her. Christian did not admit to doing anything violent towards her. All we have is her admitting to throwing a glass at him, so she's gonna get charged. She realizes this, and she starts whipping out all these random things. She's like, I have a UTI. I'm on my period. She starts randomly asking for things that I don't even know if it's considered making excuses, but she starts asking to speak with her mom. She asks for her vape. She even says that she's got to go take a poo. It's a lot. So in the end, she's arrested, put on a 12-hour hold, but she just keeps repeating, okay, seriously, there is so much I didn't say because I didn't want my boyfriend to get in trouble.
Yeah, you
This
see?
is important. She was released 12 hours later and no charges were pressed. Now, there are a lot of
You see,
ways
she
that
keeps saying
parents
that. I'm
are
telling
reading
you.
this incident. The main consensus being that, see, she's abusive. She's been abusive. This is proof of that. But her defense attorney is trying to argue, no, this proves how far she's willing to go to protect her abuser, Christian. So her defense attorney is literally digging his feet in the sand, saying that Christian is the abuser. So I'm going to let you come up with your own theories. The defense attorney is insinuating that he was far more abusive than her than she was in this Vegas incident. Not a lot of people are buying it. But one thing is very clear from this incident. Their relationship is not headed in the right direction. Courtney was also often seen on social media with bruises on her body. Nobody in her comments was really saying anything about it. I don't know about her DMs, but it seems like nobody was making a big fuss about it. There weren't people creating videos of like, is Courtney okay? There weren't people commenting and stirring up conspiracy theories, but she would very quickly address the bruises by posting on social media, is it just me, or do women always have random unexplained bruises on their legs? Maybe I'm just clumsy, or I'm a peach. Some people say this was her leaving evidence that she was being abused. Some people would argue it seems like she's trying to draw attention to the bruises when people have very mixed reviews about it. But after Vegas, the two are pretty miserable. They're nonstop fighting, making up, repeating the vicious toxic cycle. And this is really sad, but it always seems like Courtney is the one getting mad at Christian, and he's always trying to make things up to her. Allegedly, he would write these handwritten letters, and some of them were found in the condo torn up, but they were really sweet and very sad in hindsight. So they read, "You are honestly the sweetest and most annoying person ever, but I would never trade you for anything. I'm guilty of not loving you like the beginning, and over time,
the
I'm
heck?
guilty of making you not love yourself.
You see, I'm telling you, bro,
guilty
that
of
that
gaslighting you to
mind
any
control
level
thing
and mentally
has to
abusing
be hit.
you. I turned my pain and hurt into something. I turned it into a habit here, and I couldn't control it and acknowledge it because of the pain and hurt, which was never of hurting you on purpose to the point of rage where you throw things and say things and even call your mom as a lifeline. I'm holding myself 100% accountable for everything I am. I want you to know that it will never happen again, and regardless of how I was treated, I should always love, respect, and cherish you."
What?
Now, we don't know what happened behind closed doors, and I don't know if we'll ever know the truth because only one party is still alive to tell their truth. But you know how
Their
Christian
truth.
refers to treating her badly and gaslighting her in the letters? A lot of people don't actually think that he gaslit her. They speculate that maybe Christian was gaslighted into thinking he was gaslighting her.
I'm telling you that
If
mind
that makes
control
sense.
is going crazy.
Again, I don't know. These are just speculations. Some people think that he was led to believe that he was the one ruining the relationship, and I'm sure that he did some toxic things too. I don't think that there is ever an innocent person in a relationship, but that is just
What?
speculation.
You never think there's
Because
ever
let
innocent.
me tell you what happens next.
I mean, I guess okay. That's okay. I'm okay with her saying that. You don't think there's ever an innocent person in a relationship? So some like you must have did something that one day. That's what she's saying. Like you must have did something. Listen, he ain't just
October 9th to October 11th of 2021, Courtney and Christian get into yet another explosive fight. Courtney speculated that Christian was cheating on her. She sends him numerous text messages just yelling at him, being upset with him, and she would say things like, "Hey, you're pissing me off," and it was a lot. It got to the point where the fight escalated. Courtney beat Christian with a phone to his head and stabbed him in the leg.
What the heck is
Stabbed
this?
him in the leg. And
Using
I don't know, a knife or scissors, but we know he was stabbed in the leg because there's evidence. Christian texted her after this incident and said, "The crazy thing about all of this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg and you saw how bad it was hurting me, and I couldn't even walk, I couldn't do and you were telling me, I wish I could take your pain away. I wish it was me and not you. The next morning,
Yo.
I still woke up happy and I still gave you a good day, even though my leg was hurting because you
This
stabbed
guy, listen, there is something like does she cook for him too? I feel like there's something in the wall. Like there's something. Like she doing something to him, or she did something to him because he's sadly, but like she did something because ain't no way she go hit you over the head with the phone, and stab you in the leg, and then you wake up in the morning, kiss her on the cheek, and say good morning. What? You see, she even barking because she like this man is crazy. You hear that? He's crazy. That's what she's saying. Oh my gosh.
Up to me. So you're telling me you can't do the same thing the next day for me and say, whatever happened last night is last night. Today's a new day? Because that's what I do for you. I woke up happy. I took you to Vegas to get your redacted. I don't know if it was drugs, but it's redacted. Drove right back, helped you with your shoot, drank with you, did blow, aka cocaine. Did
Oh my
blow
god.
with you
Okay, you
just so
see he's
could
on
have a
coke too?
great day,
Yeah.
and I'm doing all of this while my leg hurts so f***ing bad.
Yeah, he's
Did I make you feel like for stabbing me?
And she put him
No,
on that
I
too,
just
probably.
sucked it up, and I hope tomorrow would be better. She does not deny stabbing him in the leg after these text messages. Now, the two do not part ways after this, but instead, Christian gets a tattoo of Courtney's
I guess
name on his
she's
chest.
that good.
And this is not me blaming Christian.
No, there is no such thing. There is no such thing of that good that she can stab you and you can be like, I mean, hey, I mean, listen, it hurt, but it ain't it. Nah. Love sometimes happen. No. Listen. I mean, bro. Nah. I'm not gonna give you that one, bro.
And for staying, I think this whole thing is just very toxic. I think add into the element that Christian seems to be a male partner that is a victim of domestic violence. It just adds another layer of complexity. I think for women,
She
it's
tried
already
to say,
so hard to identify yourself as a domestic violence victim. You just feel like this is your relationship and things aren't going well and you can do better. We can all do better. But I think it's even harder for men to ID themselves as a victim of domestic violence. But we do know that Courtney seems to be embracing it. She posted a TikTok that was captioned, him showing me 100 red flags and me, and it's her dancing with her tongue out. So either she's enjoying the toxicity of their relationship, or at least she's aware of it enough to make a joke out of it. So you're like, okay, wow, can it get worse from here?
Bride's right. I mean, in certain
So in
cases, I can,
2022,
yeah.
they moved to
That's why I
Miami
was like,
together.
but I'm
They'd
still not
gone
gonna give it that.
Miami for a
I'm not gonna give that to
vacation
him.
once, and they're like, Texas
Because he
sucks.
met her.
This is the place to be.
He met her, right? And then went to his house and said, I'm in love with this girl, right? And you can say love at first sight thing, but like, do you believe in love at first sight? Do you guys believe in that? I can fix her love. I can fix her love is
Florida is
something else.
amazing. The sun, the weather. I think, speculation, they put a lot of hope into this Miami move. Their relationship was rocky. It wasn't going well. And I think on this vacation...
Like, how does that even... I guess, like, you can just say I've never been in that level of quote-unquote love for somebody. Because I truly don't even believe, like, people in my family, I'll give that leeway. You know what I mean? And obviously, like, well, a relationship with a female is obviously different. And a relationship is different than your family. And I understand that, true, but that is just insane to me. Is crush at first sight? Or bad at
realize
first
they're
sight?
getting along. It's so sunny. The sunny and the palm trees are putting them in a great mood. They're like, Miami is the place for us. So they pack their bags. They decide to start in Miami. Their ultimate dream was to move to London eventually, but they really liked Miami. They got this beautiful apartment in the 22nd floor of this skyrise apartment in Miami that had unobstructed views of the bay. Like, from the outside, their lives are perfect. They're living in a $10,000 a month luxury high-rise building. To give you an idea, this unit, the elevator opens up directly into their apartment. Into like an elevator room is what they call it. It's like a little foyer, and then you have another door, but it's not like a thick door. This is literally their own elevator. They had their own private balcony with unobstructed views of the water. And Courtney explained, she works from home, so having a home with a view is very important to her. This is the dream. They can work from anywhere, they can travel, they can afford life's greatest luxuries, they're in love, or at least they should be. And I don't know, I imagine moving to this new environment should be the most exciting part, right? At least a period of bliss. But it wasn't. Text messages from that month that they moved to Miami show completely otherwise. Their fights have gotten worse. The texts indicate that most of the fights ended up with Courtney getting physically abusive with Christian. He would send her messages after the fights with extensive lists of his injuries and wounds, and in response, Courtney would acknowledge her actions, but she doesn't even seem to be that sympathetic. For example, Christian would text her, "Now I have a lump and I'm bleeding. I'm throwing up. I got a mild concussion and I have anxiety. I slept in the restroom and I think I got a mild concussion and I'm lost beyond words." She responds, "I'm sorry for hitting you in the face and the back of your head and spitting on you. Is that right? No,
Is that right?
you piss me the f*** off, but I still love you." Other fights resulted in neighbors or bystanders getting involved. February 1st, 2022, Courtney and Christian were planning on buying clothing that day. It's presumed by the end of the day Courtney was both drunk and high. Christian was downstairs in one of the public amenities of the apartment building. He's sitting and watching some football in like the lounge area. Courtney's texting him and he responds, "Yes, Courtney?" So whether she was like, "Hello," right? She says, "Yes, Courtney." That's unnecessary. The two get into this explosive fight in the common area. He eventually gets sliced in the face by her, but I don't know if this is when they get back to their unit. I don't know. But neighbors start to take notice. One of the neighbors even pulled out his phone and recorded the fight that was taking place. He said it was shocking. A lot of couples argue. They get into it, but not physically like that. We just started hearing them arguing. She was being very aggressive towards him. And there's even been a video that's been released of a neighbor who was watching them fighting and walking through the amenity area, and he could see straight down. So it's like an overview shot of them. And he said that you could hear them from 12 floors up, fighting and yelling. And he said it looked like Courtney was threatening to jump in the water at one point.
Oh my gosh.
Christian was injured during the fight. He ends up going to the hospital that night, and Courtney texts him, "Hopefully this will give you time to think about your actions. Enjoy your time at the hospital." We don't really know what caused this fight, but it clearly escalates. And she's telling him at the hospital that he's a gaslighter, and she even says, "I have to continue explaining to you how to act." In the hospital, he's getting medical attention for 2 slashes on his face. He's completely ignoring her. And I guess this is when she kind of freaks out. She texts him again to ensure that he doesn't say anything to the doctors. She says, "Tell them your side and I'll tell them what happened, Christian." He responds, "I'm not saying anything. I'm going to say it's a football accident." He was discharged from the hospital, but I guess Courtney wasn't around when he got back because he texted her, "I was in the hospital looking forward to seeing you, and you go drink and leave with someone else? When your boyfriend is passed out on the bed getting stitched up because I lost so much blood?" Through text messages after this incident, we do see Courtney feeling a little bit more apologetic. She is nonstop apologizing for this event. She's texting him, "I love you so much. I should have been at the hospital with you. I should have slept with you. I have always loved you."
See what happens?
Sadness.
This is why, Brian, she can't be a gym influencer. I mean, she does a whole bunch of stuff after that, but it started at gym influencer.
Regret, humiliation, and I'm just so sorry for hurting you. Again, maybe this is why Christian couldn't leave. Abusers typically love bomb you and apologize to the moon and back after hurting you. They just want you back in their arms. The couple mutually agreed to continue working on their relationship, and they're going to move on from this fight. But if you look through Christian's phone, you'll notice that after this incident, something changed. I think he realized that his life was in actual danger. He starts making hidden recordings of their fights. He would film it with his phone in his pocket. He would leave text messages that would voice his concerns for how violent their relationship was getting, and leaving what prosecutors would probably deem a trail of evidence behind to show the court how things were escalating. February 2022, Christian and Courtney get into another
If he
physical
really
fight.
thought it was going to be that
Christian
bad, how can you
ends
beat?
up recording the audio from the inside of his pocket. Through context, this is what we gather. They're spending time with their friends, and on their way out, well, while they're with their friends, Courtney gets into a little fight with one of their mutual friends, like an argument, a disagreement. I don't know how bad the fight was, but Christian ends up siding with the other party. Now, again, I don't know if it was like, no, Courtney, you're wrong, I agree with this person, or if it was like hey, Courtney, like, maybe there's two sides to the story. I don't know how he sided with the other party, but this feels like a real fight that any couple could have. But the way that it escalates is not
Why is she
normal.
built like that?
There's a million ways that Courtney could
I mean,
have
she be in the
expressed her
gym.
anger
What do you?
for not feeling like
I
she's
mean,
being
how else would you
supported
get
by
built like this?
Christian. But instead,
I mean, obviously, like
we have
naturally,
this.
I don't think it would.
So I imagine this audio clip is when they're on the way to their car. They get into the car, heading back home after meeting their friends.
Dude, please, I'm sorry for calling you stupid. You will never hear me doing that. It was not right for you to do that. Please, baby, don't. You will never protect me. I will. Somebody was being horrible to me. Okay, you just said this. Okay, just tell.
I see. So as I suspected, this girl has a little of that MH that we be talking about a lot lately, right? Let's continue. Like a brick house. Yeah.
Hard. Get away from stay here. You're gonna your dogs are here. I promise you I won't do anything.
She sounds like a chain smoker.
Not anymore.
Just to give you context, it's a bit longer. On their way back home to the Miami condo, after the bizarre situation with the friends, they stop the car and they start fighting. They're fighting so loudly, so aggressively, that multiple bystanders felt the need to get involved. The audio itself is really alarming. If you guys are just listening to the audio version of this podcast, the best way I could describe it is unhinged. We see Courtney go through multiple different emotions back to back to back, and it's alarming. The whole time, Christian is heard being patient and calm. He's not instigating a fight. He's not trying to egg her on. He's not trying to have like a no, but you did this conversation. In the beginning of the audio, Courtney could be heard almost whispering, threatening to end her own life. Yeah, so she's saying things like, I'm gonna kill myself. And he keeps pleading with her, babe, please get in the car, please. I'm sorry for calling you stupid. It wasn't right for me to do it. And she says, I'm actually gonna kill myself. Baby, don't kill yourself. Then she starts full on screaming at him, you would never protect me. Someone was being horrible to me. You defend everyone but me. And he's saying, get in the car, please. And she's screaming, get away from me. Your dogs are in the car. So we hear throughout the audio, Christian tries to get Courtney's love for her dogs, who are waiting for her in the car, to get her back into the car because she's just out in public right now causing a huge scene. But she keeps arguing with him. See, you just stay there. And she's screaming, every time I ask you for help. A bystander approaches them and can be heard in the audio clip saying, you guys in a relationship? Christian responds, yes. Courtney says, not anymore. She starts talking to the bystander and then eventually thanks him for being concerned about her and apologizes. And the bystander is trying to diffuse the situation and is like, no, you don't need to apologize. I also have problems in my relationship too, bro. Like, it happens.
Nah.
Courtney says, he just broke up with me.
Nah.
The fact that
I would have sat there and be like, hey. Yeah, more like, yeah, exactly. But I would have been like, hey, you don't understand what I'm going through, my boy. He could be like, what? I'm be like, get in the car. And she'll be like, okay, because now she sees I'm serious. She go get in the car. And I'll be like, this girl stabbed me in the leg, hit me against the head with a phone, cut me in the face. You don't understand what I'm going through. you don't understand what I'm going through, my boy. And he'll be like, oh, dang, yeah, my girl ain't do that, man, yeah. So get moving, man. You don't want to be involved with this. He'll be like, yeah, I don't want to be involved. He'll be like, yeah. All right, man. Stay safe out there. He'll be like, you too. I'm like, all right. Get back in the car and drive away. That's all I can do. That's all I can do.
he's bending down now. That is how he makes friends with everyone. So I'm assuming maybe Christian was hands on his knees, like kind of slouched over, like stressed about the situation. She's upset with him for acting like a victim in this situation is kind of the vibe that I get. And the bystander is like, no, 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 it's not about that. And she's screaming, yes, it is. She then turns to Christian, because I guess he said something, and she screams, shut up. She mumbles something before saying Christian literally got into her car. Then she keeps apologizing to the bystander, and it's just, if it feels very abrupt, I do think that she was going through a lot of emotions. She keeps screaming, and both Christian and the
I mean, she used
bystander
it on
are
coke.
trying to get her to calm down. Christian says, Cece, just stop, please, okay? I'm sorry. Please. And she's screaming, no, you always make yourself look good to other people. No, I'm not. It's my fault. The bystander is like, ma'am, he said it's his fault. Courtney, just come on. Courtney, please, your dogs are in the car. Courtney ends up taking off, just running off. And the bystander sticks around to give one last warning of sorts to Christian. He says to him, because Courtney's not around, that shit ain't normal, bro. Complete
W Mans! W Mans! You heard what he said?
not around. That shit ain't normal. To Christian, or sticks around to give one last
Why you whispering in my ear?
warning of sorts to Christian. He says to him, because Courtney's not around, that shit ain't normal, bro.
Exactly.
So the complete bystander is telling Christian, like, couples fight, but that's not normal.
Yeah, she crazy. She crazy. That's what he
Christian
said.
doesn't really
She
respond.
crazy.
He just runs after Courtney, and you can hear her wailing
You
in
see?
the distance.
He runs after her because he is brainwashed, right? And she's still in the in the range, right? Of she still has control, right? So she wasn't far enough yet. That's why he ran after her. Because if she was a little bit farther when he said that, he would have locked back in and be like, oh shoot, what the heck am I doing? You know? But because she was still too close, that's why he ran after her, by the way. If you guys wanted to know about the psychology and stuff with the mind control and stuff, yeah, get through. Oh, that sounds like, never mind.
He just said he broke up with me. So the fact that he's bending down, this is how he makes friends with everybody. No, it's not about that. Yes, it is. I'm not. Shut up. He literally just said, got in my car. You're upset. I'm sorry. I like bending down.
He needs you. Exactly. He don't got no friends.
She's like angry, and then she starts apologizing for her emotions, maybe.
Yeah, she sound like she be smoking, bro.
Cece, just stop. Please. No. Okay, I'm sorry. No, you will make yourself look good. No, I'm not. No, it's my fault. He said it's his fault. Courtney, just come on, bro. Courtney, please, your dogs are in the car. That shit ain't nothing to do, my bro.
So she's wailing in the distance after she runs off. He chases after her, and he keeps apologizing. He's saying, Cece, I'm so sorry. And she's like, you are not sorry, like, f you. He's like, just look at me. I'm sorry. I should have never made you feel this way. I'm sorry.
Listen, what I would do in this situation is I would take her home, right? Because if I took a female to a location, right, I would feel obligated to take them home, regardless, right? I'd take them home. If we were in a different, like, let's say we went on vacation, I would take them to the hotel, right? I'll take them to a place where I'm like, okay, she is here, she is safe. I'm gonna make a video recording showing, yo, look, I dropped her off here, okay? And then I'm going my way. She's never seen me again. This is truly insane. Because you cannot act like this and then turn around the next day and say, oh, sorry, sometimes I'm a little crazy. No, we done. Nah, yeah, we done. Yeah, we're done. And you see, listen. You can say, well, no, there's a lot of girls who do what she does and they're not like crazy. Listen, a lot of these things play a part. That's all I'm saying, right? Because before she was a fitness influencer. Once she dabbled into that field, now she doing coke. Now she out here doing a whole bunch of other hard stuff. Drugs, I mean. Right? So, it kind of sounds like that place kind of took her down a different path. And now she's crazy. And now this guy is dead. Once again, she allegedly did it. We don't know who did it exactly, but he was with her last, and now he's gone. Very interesting.
She starts screaming, "You're supposed to protect me!" Now, another bystander
You're
approaches
supposed to
them
protect me.
and asks, "Is everything okay?" Courtney responds, "No," and she tells them, I guess, a small snippet of her version of events, and they ask, "Do you want me to call the cops?" Christian says there's no need for that, and Courtney runs off again. This time she's running back to her car when Christian catches up with her. She can be heard threatening him almost. "My dogs better be in there." So
My dog.
maybe they
Where?
left a window or a car door open in their fight. I'm not sure.
Oh.
But he's reassuring her, like, "They're right there, Courtney. They're right there." And we hear a slap.
You're not sorry. I swear to God, I'm sorry. Just look at me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I never told you. I told you to apologize, and that's my fault. No shit. I should have never made you. Never made you that way. Okay. Fine. I'm gonna need to call. Where's my? Where's the? I'll come back to you. Okay? No, I'll go get it, and then you. You're supposed to protect me.
Oh my gosh, she's crazy.
Ow! Both my dogs better be in that. Right there. You are so lucky about my dog. Stop hitting me. You are so good. You let my dog. I'm doing that for you. My dog. My bad. My dogs are more important. My bad.
She's just yelling about
Oh my
her dogs.
gosh.
And she's
How hasn't the mind control wore off yet? I don't understand.
slapping him, and he's asking her to stop slapping him. She's upset about her dogs being left alone in the car. He's trying to argue with her. "I had to leave them in the car because I was chasing after you," and she's still upset. There is no reasoning with her. We do hear what sounds like her hitting him again, and he keeps apologizing, like, "Okay, I'm sorry, but stop hitting me." So from the recording, you can tell that Christian is getting frustrated, but it does seem like he's trying to help Courtney. There is no point where he's trying to instigate her, egg her on, make the situation worse, but she's just getting so angry, she's really just not open to seeing any reasoning. He tries to calm her down, he tries to tell her about the dogs. Her behavior seems completely erratic and completely unexplainable. Now, I did see a question circulating online, which is, what if Christian is acting this way because he's recording and he's out in public? Maybe he's just better and smarter at hiding his true emotions in public. So maybe Courtney is reacting this way because she feels crazy that he's just playing the victim now. And I can kind of see that argument be true in some cases or to certain extents in other cases, but I don't know, okay? This recording, like, I don't know how you can really explain this away. Like, I know sometimes toxic relationships make you feel crazy, but this is just a lot, and it gets a lot worse. And the reason that I bring this up is that there have been a lot of controversy around the fact that some argue that Courtney was also a victim, if not the only victim. So even Julia Fox, a huge social media personality, got a bunch of backlash.
Of course she is, because she always is.
And commenting that Courtney stabbed her boyfriend in self-defense. That garnered a lot of backlash. She ended up taking it down, and it's just really complicated.
No, put it back up, put it back up.
That there are a lot of things at play. A lot of information hasn't been released. The trial hasn't happened. The defendant is maintaining her innocence.
Listen, Bri, like I'm saying, double standard, my boy. But we have to understand we gotta live with this. Because I can guarantee you, if this man was screaming like this, acting like this, right? And she was like, I'm sorry, and he was screaming at her like this, right? And all this would have happened, he would have been in jail already. He would have already been in jail. They wouldn't have asked no questions. He would just be in jail. That's it.
I think that maybe there's a narrative issue with the fact that the victim is black, but we're gonna get into all of that.
I wouldn't even. I mean, we could say black, but I'm not even going to say that. I'm just going to say the simple fact that he's a guy.
I could maybe believe this narrative that Courtney was the ultimate victim. Maybe I could try to force my brain into it. But there are so many bizarre instances where Courtney is the primary aggressor. I'm not saying Christian is perfect, and I'm not saying that Christian was not toxic, but Courtney really comes after Christian. So this audio recording was taken early February of 2022. The next incident is February 21st, 2022. So the same month, just near the end of the month. Probably the most infamous clip that is associated with this case is CCTV camera footage from the elevator of their Miami high-rise building. You can see on the CCTV camera that it was taken at around 8:30 p.m. and you can see Courtney entering the elevator first, pressing the button to the floor, and as soon as Christian enters, She's visibly upset.
Look
She
at her.
starts
Look at.
aggressively
Look at.
slamming
Look at.
against the elevator
Look
and
at.
starts slapping
Look at.
Christian
Oh,
on
my
the
my my,
chest,
my
his
braids.
arms, back, even his head. And
What
at
the heck is
first,
happening?
Christian doesn't fight back. He had one of his arms up to kind of shield himself from it, but that was about it. The more she keeps going, though, he decides he's got to do something. So he grabs her in a headlock and just kind of holds her there. She still keeps slapping him around. Towards the end, he starts aggressively shoving her off of him and shaking his head, and they're both arguing while they're fighting. There have been some debates because Christian is kind of seen smiling in like a little bit of this footage, whether it's like a stress response, whether he was taunting her, I don't know, but regardless, she definitely hit him first, and he did not hit her back. He's just pushing her a little aggressively off of him.
A little. He brought the aggression. I mean, she brought the aggression. A little aggressively. No, no, no. I'm literally just getting her away. I'm just literally pushing her away. This is the best I can do. Okay? This is crazy. I'm taking the logs, leaving. Brian just getting in the car and going out and leaving. This is crazy.
They continue fighting once they enter their apartment. There is no explanation for why this fight happened, nor do we know how much further it escalated, but this video says a lot. Because this video is able to concretely illustrate Courtney as an abuser in the relationship. I'm not saying the only abuser, but as an abuser. So even as she's throwing punches, Christian initially is not fighting back, never raises a hand to her. So at the very least, they're both abusive, but at the very worst, she is the primary abuser and he the victim. Because later, Courtney seemingly tries to paint it as she is the ultimate victim in this. This video kind of proves otherwise. I think this will be very hard for her defense attorneys to talk about in court. It's also speculated that Courtney was high during this altercation because, again, her behavior is incredibly erratic. But not
She'd be
long
on
after
that
this fight,
on that stuff.
Christian texts Courtney voicing his concerns. He just wants to talk about how their relationship is evolving. He writes to her,
How the heck?
just so
Yo,
you know,
Titan might be right, bro. Titan has to be right, because that's the only other thing that I'm gonna give it. Like, she just must be really, like, amazing in other aspects of the relationship. She has to be, because there is a zero, like after this right here, he messaged her and says, man, I wonder, like, I don't really like the path that our relationship is going. What? Pack your bags and get up out of there. Like, I can't. She knows how to use it. Like, I can't. I really can't really feel too bad for these people that choose to stay in these relationships. Especially in the world that we live in now, where you can literally call an Uber and leave. And she's talking about how this, I mean, obviously she's the one who's doing it to him, so she's not trying to leave. But he has a family. He has money. Get up and leave, man. And then now that this happened to him, obviously I'm not saying, oh, well, good, like this happened to him, it's good that it happened to him, but it happened to him because he stayed around a crazy chick.
Stupid as
It's
in, like,
controls,
what
yeah.
I told you the other day.
Yeah.
Is love gonna kill me? Like, I know both of us have sacrificed a lot for each other, but I can only talk about what I sacrificed. I've sacrificed my pride, my ego, sometimes telling myself how I don't need to win. Hey, just let her have her way. Say anybody else that I can. Do you see that? My love for you?
There's
Damn.
like, but like I would eventually, depending if the person keeps holding over my head like every second of the day, I'll eventually come clean with whatever it is. Whatever it is, honestly. Because being, like, if somebody keeps using this thing against you over and over and over in your life, you're not living at that point. You're practically living for them. So I will eventually just be like, yeah, whatever. Yo, I did it. You robbed. Yep, I robbed them. Yep, I took it. Yep, I'm done. She's over here telling, oh, I'm gonna tell them that you, and I'm just, oh man, I guess I have to stay. Oh, if you leave me, I guess I'm gonna have to. Okay, sure, nah. Yeah, I did it. Yep, it was me. Hey, I'm walking in. I'm like, yep, yeah, I'm the guy. Nah, I can't. I can't. It's like I'm living for her now. Especially if she starts guilt tripping you into saying that she's gonna do. I'm gonna KYS if you don't. No. Once again, I'm about to take her to. I'm taking her home, recording, showing myself leaving, showing the timestamp, bringing a newspaper if I have to. Look at the time. Look at the date. This is me. I left her here. Look, I have a plane ticket. I'm going on a flight. Look, I'm on the plane. On time. Goodbye. If anything happens, hey, I wasn't involved. I wasn't there. I can't deal with this. Here, but yeah, I know it happens in certain relationships and stuff. I said black man, I'm like telling everyone. Yeah, I know. In those senses too. Like, but the thing is, like, this is why I really like when people have cameras in their houses. You know, like he doesn't have any cameras in his house. It seems like because, or I mean, he probably does, but they just don't have it. Like the security don't have it, but they should have it. What if it's a lie though? Yeah, a lie. Film everything, especially in your house. Have cameras, because that's where people usually are the most aggressive, you know, in their house. So yeah, have cameras in your house.
Man, okay, Christian, you took all of this, but why? Because you love her, okay? Time after time after time after time. I tell you, hey, please, like, you're hurting me. And yes, you'll say, yeah, but then it just repeats. Like, what if the knife sliced my lip? What if it didn't slice my beard? What if it sliced my cheek or my eye? Like, what might happen next? I mean, I pray that there's no next time. But yeah, I can see that you want to give me physical touch. I see it, and sometimes it's hard to not give it back. I think
this guy.
maybe not physical touch as in, like, loving touch. But I do think it's just at the same time, are you for real this time? Is this saying the right words or doing the right thing for a couple days, and then if I say the wrong thing to you one day, it all goes away? February was the worst month I've had so far. I got cheated on. I got called that word again. I got slapped in my stitches that reopened multiple times and isn't healing fast enough. I've gotten.
Was she cheated on him?
Memories of my girlfriend and I traveling have been thrown away. The apartment that my girlfriend swore to me and said, regardless of anything, we're not messing this up. We're not messing this up. We messed it up. I'm honestly just trying to have a couple of things off my chest before therapy. And side note, a couple of things. I think the reference of messing up this apartment, I think that they got a lot of notices from the leasing agent that they're gonna get evicted if they don't slow down with their domestic noise disturbances. So I guess, again, this is why I think that maybe Miami was like their saving grace. We're gonna get to Miami, look at this place, we're gonna be this happy couple like the beginning when we first started dating, and then they kind of messed it up. And then also, side note, he mentions I got called that word again. Courtney had a tendency to call him the N-word, the racial slur, when they fought. He had texted her once, your boyfriend is black and you're talking to him like that. Your boyfriend isn't dirt. Why are you spitting on him? Christian texted Courtney that. Because it seems like when they fight, she really goes really low. Barely a week later, March 5th, 2022, Christian secretly records Courtney again, and she can be heard saying, I'm actually not having a good day where I actually literally want to kill you, but you don't take me seriously. Decide right now if you're done gaslighting me. He says, I'm mad that you told me I told you so many times that I don't know. I apologized and you hit me. And she's heard saying, shut the fuck up. Other times, Christian would text her things like, but you hurt me, Courtney. You hit me. And she would just respond, shut the fuck up. Don't say shit like that. So again, there's several interpretations you can get from these snippets of their relationship. The prosecutors argue that Courtney wants to keep the abuse hidden, hence the shut the fuck ups, right? And she wants to continue abusing him like any abuser would. Courtney and her defense attorneys would argue that Christian had a habit of exaggerating and documenting her side of the abuse while never acknowledging his side. So saying things like, you hurt me, you hit me. Maybe she feels like...
Do you believe in true colors? Like, what do you mean true colors? Like your true colors show when you're angry? Yeah, I believe that. Or like your true colors show when you have money. I believe that also. Like when you're like really wealthy, what you do with that true like shows who you really are. I think those are true. That's fine. You do? Yeah, I think that makes you angry and you get so mad that you say something that yeah. Um I feel like anger is kind of a slippery slope also. Because it's also true, I think. It's also true, but in some ways anger I don't know. I feel like I'd rather say money. Because money, when you have a lot of money, now you can truly do all the things that you wanted to do anyway. You know what I mean? So that shows you true colors. But anger is kind of tricky because, like anger, like all these, like the I guess the seven deadly sins. You can say like lust and wrath and gluttony. All these things. Like it's really tricky because, circumstantial things can end up ruining everyone. Especially when it comes down to men. Like you could not be a person who would ever do anything or cheat on your wife or anything, right? But you're put in a certain specific situation in a certain location and things are happening, emotions are getting involved, and then now you don't know how to act. You know what I mean? Obviously that's still wrong. I'm not like letting that slide, but that's why I just rather would say like I think money would be a good thing. I know you don't mean money, but I feel like money can still be true colors, right? Your true colors show when you have an abundance of money. Because how people be acting when they just have some money, they start acting different, They start hanging out with different people. Things just start becoming really weird, Like I know people who like have gotten some money to the name and they don't know how to act. Like people from high school, like they just became like really different, They start, but the thing is, it's really tricky. It's really tricky. If you're being seafood, yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously. I mean, sex emotions, then you respond right. Yeah, but that's why I was like, it's kind of tricky when it comes down to emotions.
I didn't even hit you. And so she would get pissed off, so she would respond in that manner. That is their argument. There are several other times Courtney yells at Christian to go to the police because she has stuff she wants to tell them too.
And
now,
they will
fast
most
forward
likely
to the
believe
end of
her.
March 23rd of
That's just how it is.
2022. This is one of the final couple of fights between the couples before they break up for a bit and then Christian dies. In an audio recording that was secretly recorded,
Yo,
you can hear Courtney screaming.
I forgot he did for a second. Because how she said that, I was like, oh shoot, he dies? And I was like, oh yeah, he does. That's how this story ends.
At the top of her lungs, going through what law enforcement would later refer to as a psychotic episode. She's screaming about how Christian went on a bike ride, and during that bike ride, he ran into one of Courtney's friends. He said hi to Courtney's friend, but when he got home, he failed to mention that he said hi to one of her friends.
Who cares?
Her friend called her and was like, oh yeah, by the way, I saw Christian today. Courtney lost her mind.
Oh my gosh.
She called him several racial slurs, screaming at him.
Oh my
threatening him, and
gosh.
she said,
Imagine.
Beep, come here, let me slap you. Find my phone. Get me alcohol, get me alcohol. You're a beep, shut the fuck up. I need my phone. Don't touch me.
Imagine.
He says, what is going on?
Imagine you stop by Safeway to get some, some Slurpees or something. I think Safeway got Slurpees, right? Alright, let's not say Slurpees. Let's say some sandwiches. You stop by Safeway to get some sandwiches, and then you see one of your girl's friends, and like, hi, hey, how's it going? And then you continue, you grab your stuff, and she's like, all right, see ya, bye. You get home, and then you get home like maybe 30 minutes later, and you forget about the whole interaction, and now she's mad at you because you didn't say that you saw her. Oh, she crazy. As long as we all just acknowledge that she's crazy.
going to get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you? No, Christian, drop your act. Drop the high pitch. You talk to her. You know exactly what the right thing to do is. Yes, I know. I'm
Safeway?
sorry. Get me
Yeah,
my
it's like
phone.
a
You have your
like a
phone.
convenience store.
No, I don't. Find it and charge it. And he's like, stop screaming. I'm sorry. And she's screaming, find my phone and charge it.
Just to be clear, she's mad that he say hi to a friend.
Yeah, so this is where it gets a little bit confusing. She goes on to say, you always wanted to her, you
Oh my
beep.
gosh.
You literally told me about it, and I was like, damn, you are such a... And she ends up spitting on him during the argument, and
Oh,
she
nah.
keeps screaming, you talked
You
to her
spit on
without
me?
telling me.
Oh nah.
He's explaining, I was literally on a bike ride, and I said hi to her. That's it. Like, my bad, I forgot to tell you, but that doesn't give you the right to call me a beep.
In relationships
She
like this,
says, you
he got to do IRL streaming every day, and listen directly to her. Directly to her. In a relationship like this, he got to do IRL streaming directly to her.
Alright, beep. I think the recording speaks for itself. There is no justifying this type of behavior. Some of her friends would try to justify it by pointing out that she is extremely jealous in her relationship.
So
And Christian
that's her
agreed
fault.
that he would tell her about any woman that he spoke to on a
I don't understand. She said she's kind of not to blame because she's jealous in her relationships. Jealousy is on you. If I am jealous of somebody, that is something on me. That is an emotion that I am doing. I'm jealous. Okay? I mean, no, I'm not. But like, let's say I was. That's my business. She said, "Oh well, technically, it's not her fault because she's really jealous in relationships." Yeah, it is her fault. It is. Why do people like not let like just keep them accountable? Just keep them accountable, please. He can't because he's dead. Rip, yeah.
daily basis.
I mean, he should have did it.
Like a daily report. But I guess he forgot about this incident. Now, it's also been said that Christian had been interested
Wait, hold
in
up.
this mutual friend before.
Give me a sec. I gotta get some water. Give me a second. All right. Philly cheesesteak. How do you experience complex emotions? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's your dream girl? You mean like looks or personality?
Which upset Courtney. It's just incredibly erratic and unhinged behavior. The exact timing is unclear, but according to Courtney, around this time the two break up for good, but Christian would remain in the apartment complex. Now, this is where it gets complicated because they move into this apartment complex together. They both live there. All of his stuff is there. This is very much his home as much as it is hers, but she pays for the rent. So I believe, allegedly, she claims that she pays for all $10,000 a month and he pays zero of the rent. So she kind of just kicks him out. But he has nowhere to go, so sometimes he would sleep in public places inside of the apartment building. Sometimes he would sleep in front of the elevator that opened up to their unit because
Oh my
remember there's
gosh.
like an elevator room, but it's still technically private because it's not open to the public. It's not a hallway. But they did break up, and Courtney even invited her mom to fly in from Texas to be with her. Some say it was to help her get over this breakup. Courtney
was to
would
be
say
an
that
accomplice.
it was because she was terrified of Christian, who refused to leave her alone and
I'm
refused to leave
kidding.
the apartment building. So she asks her mom to come, and it's unclear. So even Courtney's story seems to change a few times. But they break up, and then 2 days before the death, a big fight occurs. Again, the fight would happen in the early hours of April 2nd, 2022. Courtney comes down to the lobby. She had managed to lock herself out of her apartment.
I was just playing
Christian
around
was
with this
sleeping in the
this
lobby,
build.
and Courtney walks back into the elevator, and I guess he's
I was
approaching
thinking-
her, maybe trying to get back upstairs.
Because you know BB, right? The one of the African characters I have. I was thinking this lady right here, she can be part of her tribe.
or something, and she puts her hands up in front of her as if to say, stay away. Several witnesses, mainly the staff, they see this unfold. And also, this elevator fight should not be confused with the previous elevator fight where she was the primary aggressor and she was like smacking him in the elevator. This is a completely new one. The security at the apartment, they see this and they call the police on Christian for a few reasons. One employee said that the
'Cause
boyfriend
he's a guy.
Christian was charging towards Courtney,
Yeah.
so he called the police.
Can I see the
Other
footage?
employees said that Christian was already sleeping around in the lobby and he wasn't allowed to do that. And this incident just was like the tip of the iceberg. But the concierge did elaborate, and they said they called the police because of Christian's demeanor. They heard Courtney say, "Oh no, do not come inside the elevator." The employee remembers asking Courtney, "What do you want us to do with him?" Because he just can't sleep in the lobby. You know, some of the residents are asking, what is he doing sleeping in the lobby? Like, do you want him to leave? To which she claims, no, I don't want him to leave. She states all of this. She just doesn't want him to come into the elevator. I think maybe she took his key, and this was his chance to get back upstairs to that floor, so he's like charging towards the elevator, is my speculation. Anyway, the police arrive, and the employee continues by stating that he on several occasions asked Courtney if Christian should be kicked off the premise. She rejected. The employee continued that Christian wasn't allowed in the common areas unless he's a resident, but only Courtney was on the lease, so he's technically not a resident. They said Courtney came down and they just saw Christian charging towards her. They said, we actually tried to get into the middle of it. The boyfriend came after her and we just said enough is enough. Police need to be called. She said she doesn't want the police called, and I said, when this concerns the common areas, I need to put other residents first. Courtney is seen on body cam footage telling the police, I pay for everything. I pay $10,000 a month of rent, which he pays zero of. He has never paid a freaking
Oh,
dime of
wow,
rent,
so
and he has
he's-
somehow made friends with
he's
everyone
freeloading?
here. I broke up with him. He's like, my mom came out, okay? My mom came out to like help me break up with him, and I just couldn't do it. He slept in my elevator room inside of a couch. I hope that there's a camera. Like, he slept inside of my couch in my elevator room, which is stalking because he's not supposed to be here. I want a restraining order. So now Courtney is indicating to the police that she wants Christian out. She thinks that he is stalking her. She is afraid. Which, side note, I am not trying to demean her feelings towards the situation. I think she can be afraid. Maybe she has every right to be afraid. We don't know for sure, but it's just a lot of different inconsistencies, I think. She continues, I just feel like I haven't always been the victim, but right now, I am a freaking victim. I'm so scared. I just want my dogs. I just want them. Please. I'm so scared.
Wait, she say, I haven't always been a victim?
Yeah, so again, a lot of people think that it's,
That's a weird way of talking.
yeah, and then later being like, I'm the victim. So while talking to the police, Courtney is holding her phone and her mom is on speaker. She even asked the officer to speak with her mom so that they can reassure the mom that everything is okay. She continues,
How old
I
is this
don't
girl
care what happens.
at this point?
I just never want to deal with this again. The police say they can't do anything about it. They inform her, yeah, you're the one on the lease, you're the one paying, but when you guys moved in together and all of his stuff is in there, it's technically his home, so we can't get him out because he's not trespassing. So the police are saying, legally, we can't do anything. Maybe the apartment complex can evict Courtney. Maybe they can try to get him off the premise. But they, as police, cannot say this is not your home because you're not paying rent. So they refuse to get him out
What?
of there. The police cannot force
Is this
him
like a new law or
from
something?
the apartment, is what they're telling her. But Courtney continues, I'm not comfortable. He's stalking me. My mom has been here for
Oh,
a
they
week,
probably
and
just
she caught him in the
realized that she's
elevator room
crazy.
sleeping. She went outside and saw something moving in there, and she saw him. I just want to be exonerated, I guess, like if anything goes wrong. I want him, I want a restraining order against him because I'm serious. Can I do that? Where can I do that? How can I make myself get one first? Because I know him. He would do it first. I've not always been the victim, but like right now, I really am a victim. I'm even scared to walk my dogs. It's important to note that even though the police repeatedly ask her why she feels so unsafe with him, she doesn't really give a clear response. That's not to say that she can't feel the way she feels or she doesn't actually feel scared, but she just dodges the question by saying she's not comfortable, which is interesting. And also later in the interrogation, when asked about how their fights typically start, she just brushes it off by saying, I don't know, I don't remember everything, I don't want to remember it. So there's two online interpretations of her actions in this fight. One group of people, Courtney and her defense attorneys included, are trying to say that Courtney here is trying to protect her abuser by saying she doesn't remember how the fights start, by saying she doesn't know and doesn't want to answer why she's so scared for her life. The other group of people think she's just trying to hide her own abuse, or it gets really messy where she's not as innocent as she portrays herself to be. Also, the part where she states that Christian was sleeping in the elevator room, she makes it sound like her mom stumbled upon Christian and was so alarmed and shocked, right? There are text messages going back to a few months ago where Christian complained that she made him sleep in the elevator room after a fight. So again, I'm not saying that they can't be shocked, but it seems like this wasn't a first time thing where they're like, oh my god, you slept in the elevator room? You know, like he had done it quite often before. But again, we don't know the full extent of their situation after this breakup. But the fight becomes very important to Courtney's defense later. They try to use this fight to show that Courtney was genuinely worried for her life. The police did not assist her in
Probably her
getting
20s.
away from Christian. Also, the employees of the condo see Christian as the forceful one in this fight, as the
Of course they
aggressor,
do.
even
Of
though
course
he
they
never
do.
raised his hand or
I'm telling
voice
you,
at her.
roles
It
reverse. It doesn't matter. He's still the aggressor.
is described that he charged at her, which gives off a very aggressive connotation. The police also note in their report that Courtney had several visible bruises on her arms and legs. They didn't look for more bruises, but they also added Courtney seemed to be heavily intoxicated, and she was at least comprehensible though. Now, after Courtney leaves, the employee who called the police explains to the officers that he called them because it was clear to him that Courtney, the resident, doesn't want Christian here. He also mentions to the police, which Courtney did not mention herself, that Courtney herself is now in the process of being evicted due to extensive history of domestic disturbances. She was served eviction papers just a few days prior to this incident. But what's kind of shocking is that after this fight, the two end up making up.
Of course.
Christian posts on Instagram.
You see,
and
this is
it's actually
why I
his very
can't
last
really
Instagram
fully
post, where
feel
he's
bad for
giving
people like
Courtney
this.
a kiss on the cheek, and he's talking about how much he loves her, and within a few days he would be dead. Another 911 call was made from the luxury Miami high-rise apartments. This time,
Titan's
Courtney was
correct,
calling
man.
herself. She's
Titan's
screaming
right.
at the dispatch that her boyfriend is dying of a stab wound. He had a 3-inch stab wound in his chest
Oh,
above
really?
his
How
Courtney
did that
tattoo.
happen?
He was bleeding out, and he can be heard in the background saying, I can't feel my arm, I can't feel my arm. She's crying and saying, baby, I'm so sorry, baby, I'm so sorry. The dispatch is trying to get her to focus on giving them the address so that they can get there, but she's distracted by apologizing. She doesn't, and it's actually Christian who ends up giving the dispatch the address to their condo.
No way.
Oh my gosh,
The police
imagine.
arrive minutes later. Christian is taken to the hospital, where he would succumb to his wounds and pass. He was 27 years old, and he was going to be turning 28 in a week. So what happened? Let's talk about the events.
She did it. What do you mean? what
And
happened? She did
a
it.
lot of it is from Courtney's side, Courtney's interrogation. So it gets weird. It's a Sunday, April 3rd, 2022. Everything starts off pretty pleasant for the couple. They made up. They're not fighting. They're sleeping in the same bed. They're saying, I love you. There are videos from Christian's phone that show him and Courtney just having fun that morning, dancing to music, lip syncing to songs. Their dogs are involved. Courtney starts dancing, and you can hear Christian supporting her, like hyping her up. It's honestly the only healthy video that we've seen of them together. Later that morning, Courtney posts a photo of herself on OnlyFans, and it looks like she's at a plastic surgeon's office. But disregard this in the timeline. It seems like that photo was taken and scheduled to go up, so I don't think she actually went to a doctor's office that day, at least not that we know of. As the day progresses, Courtney's doing laundry while watching a true crime video on YouTube. Then she gets a bit hungry and they decide to grab Subway. Christian's like, oh, well, I can just go down to Subway and grab subs for the both of us. He even recites her order before he leaves to make sure that he got it right. Courtney does not recall if he was walking there or biking there. It would have taken him 15 minutes to walk there. It would have taken a 6-minute bike ride. But Christian was gone for about 40 minutes, which honestly isn't that long because his travel time would take anywhere between 12 and 30 minutes back and forth, and then waiting in line, waiting for the food, getting it, coming back. It honestly seems pretty reasonable. He leaves the apartment at around 3:55 p.m. He is seen on the phone with someone in the elevator, and it doesn't appear to be Courtney. When Christian was gone, Courtney decides to check his location on the Find My iPhone. She goes into the app, and she realizes that he turned it off, so she can't track him anymore. He manually removed her access, but it made sense because they did break up a week ago, so he turned it off when they were broken up, and she knew this, but he had promised her that he was going to turn it back on, and now it wasn't on. So just 6 minutes after he leaves, she's blowing up his phone. She's calling him, demanding he turn it back on. Right then and there, she's calling several times, but he doesn't pick up. A few minutes later, Courtney pops on Instagram to do a live Q&A session. The video was up, but has since been taken down. She goes on live and starts talking about her nails, asking her fans to ask her dirty questions. She's dancing around in the same outfit she would later be soaked in blood in. One of her viewers asks her, where do you see yourself in 5 years? This is when she responds, I want a kid, a few houses, businesses, probably not OF, but we'll see. This question is so
Probably not, like she could just turn it off.
Reminiscent of a
No,
girl
it's
in
over.
her YouTube videos from way back when she was talking about these same things and dreaming about having a family and having this beautiful child.
You
And
see what
she ends
happens,
the
bro?
live.
See what happens? It's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Literally, bro. Once she started the OF, her life went downhill. She was a influencer, a fitness influencer. Once she started, everything crashed and burned.
She says, all right, y'all, I got Subway, so I'm going to ditch you. I'm going to eat, and yeah, I'm going to do like an OF live tonight. So if you want me to answer your question, just like put them in my last post. Like, I'll see it. Love you. Thank you, guys. Love you. Bye. Ends her live, calls Christian again. He picks up. Now, the rest of the story comes from Courtney, and she explains their plan, original plan, before this whole location thing. They were going to eat Subway, take the dogs on a walk at a pretty park nearby, have a cute little romantic date, and then she would go on OF. And she said that, yeah, we had broken up, but we were moving on from it. We were doing great, even to the extent of promising each other to never touch each other physically again like that, out of anger. Christian promised her to never gaslight her again. She would also later say that the incident when the police were called was just the apartment lobby employees wanting to start some which is weird because she asked for a restraining order in that incident, so it's all very confusing. But she said that they had been good since then. She was happy. She missed Christian. She loved waking up to him. He would shower her with love in the mornings.
So
And
sad.
this statement is at least believed to be true, that they were doing okay because even Christian's videos state so. Christian walks back in the door with their Subway, and Courtney is waiting for him, not the food. She is so upset about this location sharing thing being off. She even admits later that she overreacted a bit and that the fight was completely pointless. According to her, though, the minute Christian walked in through the door, she said something very petty along the lines of, so are you going to reshare your location with me or not? And he's like, okay, fine, I'll share it with you, but what about you? You also have it turned off. And she's like, oh, why would I do that? Because the other day when you were done with me, and then I guess she was like, okay, fine, I'll reshare it. They're bickering, they're arguing a bit, but they sit down, eat their Subway, and as they're eating, they're kind of snapping at each other. They end up resharing their locations, but Courtney was still being very petty. And in an emotional moment, Christian stated, "Why don't you just find one of those guys in a G-Wagon?" Now, side note, this is something that Courtney had said in a petty fight. She insinuated that she was the breadwinner and she was the conventionally attractive one, so she could go out and just find a guy in a G-Wagon if she really wanted to, which is a very expensive car, I think like $200,000. This comment somehow led to things escalating. According to Courtney,
So she killed him.
ended up.
That's simple, clear cut. She's talking like, oh, he came home perfectly fine with no stab wounds. I thought he was gonna come home and she was gonna be like, oh, and then I saw him bleeding. No. He's perfectly fine right here. So she did it. Wow.
Just fighting.
Case closed.
Christian
Send her to jail.
The wall, holding her by her throat. She said she was choking and screaming that she couldn't breathe. Apparently,
my
Christian
gosh.
did not react. Courtney starts to hit him to get him off of her, and again, this is her story. She also adds that he attempted to strangle her multiple times prior to pinning her up against the
This is
wall,
why you need cameras in your house,
which is kind
guys.
of pertinent later. Also, for reference, Courtney is 5'8" and 116 pounds. Christian is 6 feet, 210 pounds. He finally drops her and
He's
she
big.
falls to the ground. Christian is pissed. She said that he was talking through his teeth, making it hard for her to understand what he was saying. Courtney said that she was terrified. She ran and grabbed her phone that was charging in the kitchen, called her mom at 4:43 p.m.
And her mom told her what
This
to
is
do.
about 10 minutes after Christian walked in with Subway. Her mom is telling her on speakerphone that they're too toxic, they shouldn't be together. Courtney said that this really pissed off Christian, because maybe this wasn't the first time she called her mom during a fight, and it is kind of strange behavior for sure. Like, I can't imagine if we were fighting and you just called your mom and put her on speakerphone and she's like, "Stephanie, you gotta stop doing this." I think I'd be very confused and upset. Now, according to Courtney,
We
she
finna
was
see
in the
fan art of her
kitchen
too?
talking to her mom, and Christian was near the couch. She said that she was getting scared because she couldn't see the whites of his eyes because he was so angry. She said she was terrified. She grabbed one of the kitchen knives that her mom had gifted her for Christmas, which, if you're getting knives as presents, they're pretty high quality knives. This one was like a very expensive knife. It had a serrated blade to it, but it wasn't blunt and almost softer like a bread knife. It looked like a high quality knife that you use to cut steaks and meats. She said that she just wanted to hold it to scare Christian. She claimed she said, "Don't come anywhere close to me." She said she had no intention of using this knife. She just wanted
don't
to
believe
scare
you.
him, but it didn't work. She claims Christian started aggressively charging towards
I don't
her.
believe you.
She flung the knife at him, didn't even think about where it would
Flung
land
the
or
knife?
how it would land, just threw it.
I mean, people
and
do be doing stupid
repeatedly
stuff like that.
stated she didn't stab him. She said, "I didn't stab him. He was about 10 feet away. I threw the knife and he fell down." According to the story, he was still very close to the couch.
So she threw it and he fell down. Sounds like you stabbed him. I mean, I guess stabbing is if you're holding it also. So you threw it at him. What is that? Tomahawk? What would they call it? What would they call that?
Ouch.
I mean,
She
tomahawk
ran
is
over
a-
to him, still on the
never
phone
mind.
with her mom, and she's screaming, oh my god, what did I do? What did I do?" He was the one that told her to call someone. She's on the phone with her mom when she threw the knife. Her mom could hear her and both of them freaking out. The two moved to the laundry closet, though, just dragging blood everywhere. Like, I don't know if they had a kit there or something to stop the bleeding, perhaps, but it's just odd. Christian is bleeding a lot, and she said she kept telling him about his mom and grandma to get him to stay with her. He kept trying to lay down and close his eyes. She also stated that the knife had come out of his chest. She said,
Oh, that's even
"If
worse.
you watch Game of Thrones or anything, you know not to pull it out," referring to the knife, I think. I don't know, maybe he pulled it out or maybe it fell out. Maybe she's trying to explain the excessive bleeding that Christian had. It was a lot of bleeding, so the knife actually hit an artery. At around 4:46 p.m., other residents in the apartment were calling security to report a domestic dispute and crazy loud shouting. At around 4:49 p.m., the call
Really?
with Courtney's mom gets disconnected. Courtney calls her back. They finally hang up at 4:56 p.m., and it was only at 4:57 p.m. after hanging up with her mom that Courtney calls 911.
Wait, how long has that been?
Like 10 minutes.
Are you freaking kidding me?
And again, maybe this timeline will be debunked later on. This is kind of like law enforcement's tentative timeline before the trial that's been released. So if this timeline is proven to be 100% true, it's really bad.
This
They
girl was on the
arrived
phone
and
with her
rushed
mom for
Christian
10
to the
minutes.
hospital, but he's still pronounced dead at the hospital. They could not save him. He was just 27 years old. There are photos released by the police of the couple's apartment. I don't think I'm going to show them in the YouTube video, but if you guys are watching Spotify Rotten Mango videos, it might be on there because it's incredibly graphic. The couple's apartment is soaked in blood. It's also extremely messy. It's unclear if the mess was a result of a fight or if it was just always this messy. But even just the blood, it's everywhere, and there is a lot of blood. There's also a TMZ video of Courtney in her underwear with her hair down, just completely drenched in blood. The video was recorded from someone in the opposite building who had direct view into Courtney's unit.
What?
This video has been picked apart by netizens. So this is when police get there and they're, worried and focused on Christian mainly.
Which
Courtney-
someone from a complete different building was recording into her.
Which people thought was very telling. I'm not a body language expert, okay? I just don't know. It is weird. It's pretty easy to guess that Courtney would probably not mention self-defense to the police and to not speak with anyone as a mess. Courtney does really guilty. If you ask for an attorney, bite the bullet, feel guilty. Not that I'm trying to help Courtney, but you get it. She also just keeps asking for her dad, and she's saying, I need to talk to my dad so my dad can get me an attorney. But the detectives, this part I do not appreciate, they just persuade her against it, and they argue that since she never flat out said, I want an attorney, they kept questioning her.
I mean, that's
And
how
with
it is,
enough
though.
pressure, Courtney starts talking. Throughout the interrogation, Courtney continues to ask how Christian is doing, and this is really bizarre, okay?
It's quick for them
But
to
an
catch
officer is
lies
like, "Oh,
when it's like that.
Christian is fine right now, like we talked to him." And she's like, she says, we talked to the victim, he's fine. She said, oh, thank God. So they don't have to do surgery, thank God. The detective is like, well, I'm not quite sure, but we'll find out later. Will I get the chance to see him today?
Wait, so does the detective know that he has passed?
This is like right before he passes.
Oh, okay.
So Courtney is asking, will I get to see him today? And the detective is like, who? Christian. This part is wild, but the detective goes, who is that? Oh, the victim. Yes, the victim. I don't know if I'm the victim, but he's definitely the victim today. And the detective is like, sorry, they didn't give me his name. Okay, this whole, like, both
That is
sides are
wild.
bizarre to me. The fact that the detective did not know his name, bizarre. Also the fact that she's like, I don't know if I'm the victim, but like, yeah, the victim today. Usually when someone is stabbed, they're the victim. But like, what is social etiquette, right? So throughout the interrogation, the police were able to pinpoint a few inconsistencies in Courtney's story, such as, if he was
That's why they don't
strangling
want a
you, why
lawyer.
did he just let you go so you could run into the kitchen? Then later she would say she threw the knife, and then she changed it to I flung the knife. Courtney was crying throughout the interrogation. She frequently asked about Christian's state, which a lot of people say, oh, she's a caring girlfriend. But more people say, no, because she ends up saying something along the lines of, she doesn't say this part, but like, if he passes, that's a lot worse for me, but at the end of the day, that's a lot worse for everyone. Saying, basically, if Christian passes, it would be a lot worse for her legally, judicially. So it shows that perhaps her interest in Christian's well-being is a bit more selfish than we're led to believe. Courtney also brings up a few things during the interrogation. She brings up an incident where she claims Christian was trying to self-harm. She said that she was freaking out trying to help him, but
No, I don't.
she was so scared for his life. So after all these hours of getting information out of Courtney, they find genuinely upset compared to some of the bizarre interrogations we've seen. But she also oddly asks for a hug.
She's like, can I get a hug?
Yeah, and then she's like, or can I get my mom to come give me a hug? I don't know. It's a bit odd. She also states, I'm going to wake up tomorrow and it's going to be the same thing, huh? Last time I ever talked to him, last time anyone ever talked to him.
Alright, can I
last
say
time
something?
Last thing he
I don't know if it's because. Listen. Hear me. Everybody who was here last stream. I don't know if it's because, like, Asian women. But, like, I feel like. Old girl from last stream, maybe, like in the sense, listen, hear me, in the sense of, she just, because they're both crazy, right? But like, would you say the lesser of two evils? Actually, no, because directly was over. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I take that back. I take that back. Cause I just remembered. Yeah, she was literally just right. And if he didn't make it downstairs, oh, he'd have been gone. Just like her, just like him. And it's so crazy because I didn't know this was gonna happen, but we have back to back crazy girls who stabbed guys that they liked. Well,
It was Subway. I swear I was holding him for so effing long. The security lady was just standing there, and I just kept thinking, why is it taking so long? He's just bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. Courtney also asks if Christian's family have been called to come to Florida for his body. She states that his birthday is in 8 days and most of his family is in Texas or Nigeria. Now, I bring this up because the police have been heavily criticized for the way that they handle the victim's family. Side note, the cops ask Courtney for Christian's parents' names and she blanks out and she's silent.
of course she
She
is.
says,
She
you
does.
know, he told me and I met her multiple times, referring to his mom, but I'm just so horrible with names. She didn't even remember his brother's name.
Dang.
Which again, maybe it could be shock, because this is
Like
just
nobody's name in the
hours
family?
after what happened, but it does strike a lot of people as odd. Courtney does give her consent for the officers to search her house, but ultimately, what is shocking to everyone is that Courtney was not arrested. In fact, she would not be arrested for a very long time. And after the death of her boyfriend, Courtney continued posting on OnlyFans.
Of
She
course.
made about $40,000 since Christian's death and her final arrest, which drew so much criticism. Okay, some people that are on Courtney's side in support of her, they argue that she probably had assistants that had things pre-filmed and were scheduled to go up. I don't know how the OF platform works, but I know how other social media platforms work. You can go in and deschedule them to go up. And even if your assistants are in charge of it, you are free, you have communication with them. I just think out of general respect for the victim's family, I would not be posting. And she had a lot of money saved up, like millions of dollars liquid cash. So this is not a situation where it's like, hey, Stephanie, you can say that, but someone needs to pay rent. She had the ability to. I just think it's weird. Just 5 days after Christian's death, Courtney was spotted at a bar with her dad. A woman was following this case in Florida, saw them, and she was infuriated. She started filming them, and she's heard saying to Courtney, yeah, you should go because you just killed your boyfriend. Yeah, you did. Courtney is upset, and she is seen leaving the bar with her dad, clearly angry. Her lawyer will later state, Courtney was there for a night out with her father who simply wanted to pop in and have a drink in private. They were disrupted by
private?
this woman who
In a
started
public
filming.
place?
Courtney's friends also came to her defense to argue that this bar is right underneath Courtney's apartment complex, so it's not like they drove to a bar to get drunk. And near the end of the video, she's yelling at the woman filming like, you have no idea he tried to kill me.
You see, now
Christian's
she's
family
playing
were
victim.
very disappointed to see that Courtney was not only a free woman, but she was almost publicly flaunting her freedom. It just felt really gross and really disrespectful. Even a lot of people who initially supported Courtney saw this and felt like it was a lack of remorse that was showing through. Now, as the trial date is coming to head, it is clear that both sides are coming in, sinking their feet in. The prosecutors with the evidence that she is an abuser and killed Christian, and the defense painting a more complicated picture where they had a toxic relationship, but ultimately, Courtney is the victim of domestic violence, and she defended herself that day as self-defense. They will most likely say that she was in fear for her life, and there are just a lot of conflicting statements out there. Some neighbors do state that anytime they saw Courtney alone, she was so happy, but whenever Christian was around, she seemed very distraught. Another neighbor said that they saw Christian grab Courtney by the arm. A third neighbor said they saw Christian punch Courtney in the head once. And as mentioned earlier, the employees of the lobby said
How many of them you guys think they paid off? How many of them? I think at least 75%. At least 75, at most 100, of course.
they saw Christian charging at Courtney in the lobby the day that the police came. But on the other end, A lot of mutual friends said Courtney was the main aggressor. They said she was the one throwing punches all the time. There were other neighbors that would back up these statements by saying that Courtney was always abusive to Christian. I'm sure that as Courtney's trial begins, we're going to see a lot more witnesses come out to testify, considering, how public their fights have been. But the thing is, another thing to note, Courtney does have an extensive history with law enforcement that I think
So
needs
there's
to be
cars that
mentioned.
are wrapped.
When she was still a minor and living in Austin, Texas with her family, she had gotten into a huge fight with her mom, and it's unclear what the fight was about or how it escalated, but we do know that the sheriff's office was called to the home. Then in 2015, Courtney had a warrant out for her arrest for public intoxication. She was only 18 years old and had to spend 3 days in jail. 3 years later, Courtney was back in Austin, got into a car accident, and there are documents to show that she is being sued by the woman that was involved in the crash. The lawsuit was settled out of court, but it's speculated that maybe, and again this is all speculatory, that Courtney was drunk driving. There is no proof to back up these speculations. September 16th, 2020, Courtney was arrested in Austin, Texas for crashing her Mercedes. The police rushed to the scene and found an empty bottle of tequila in her car. Her alcohol limit was 3 times the legal amount, and she had to pay an $8,000 bond. She was forced to install a device in her car that measures her alcohol blood levels in the body before she can even drive. The worst part is, Courtney had to show up to court for a DUI charge. She ends up being a no-show in court. Like, what? This is not biology
How
class?
does she still have her
That's kind of
license?
wild to not show up to a DUI court hearing. She said
Wrapped
later
in-
that she was advised by her lawyers to not show up because she was high when her court hearing was scheduled. Her lawyers thought it would be better for her to just altogether not show up rather than show up high. A previous boyfriend of Courtney's would come out and say that he felt threatened while he was dating Courtney. He said that she had pulled out a knife on him on more than one occasion, and he said, and I quote, "She attempted to stab me." And remember the speculations that she was the one responsible for breaking her ex-boyfriend Sean's jaw? Again, we don't know. A lot of these are speculations, but it's just a lot. Now, one of Courtney's friends would later post a podcast after Courtney's situation, and she states that Christian was stealing money from Courtney, and that's why Courtney was upset. Which, side note, I don't think that was that smart of the friend to do that.
Yeah, because that just gave her motive.
Yeah, I think she was trying to exonerate her and show her as this amazing girlfriend that does all these great things for her boyfriend, and her boyfriend is stealing her money, but it just adds more motive to Courtney of why she would kill Christian. But she continues, "I've met Christian a few times and I've seen them in altercations already. I do believe that Courtney had substance abuse problems, and I've seen it firsthand, but her boyfriend always sat there, watched it, and just kind of laughed about it. This type of abuse is always overlooked. Maybe you should get this person some help before something happens." Now, another thing that adds another layer of complexity to the case are some of Christian's old tweets have resurfaced. And I don't want to sugarcoat it, but he wrote specifically about his preference for white women, which I guess would be fine had he not made a lot of disturbing comments about black women. Some of the tweets
What do you
read,
say about black women?
"Once again, I'm tired of these black girls in my government class. The way black girls disgrace themselves on TV."
Okay, listen. Not all. So I understand, Just like we can say there are crazy white chicks, there are crazy black chicks. Just like we can say there are ghetto white chicks, there are ghetto black chicks. Just like we can say there are, just simple as that. So, yeah. He could just be talking to a certain subset of them, but alright, that does sound bad.
"Can't believe one of my friends think I talk to black girls when I don't. I want a white girl. Help." A lot of these tweets made a lot of people understandably upset.
I mean, he just
personally
liked
don't think it's my
some
place to
snow.
dictate how a black woman or anyone else should feel about these tweets, as I feel like I have no place in this conversation, and I
You
do
have a
think that these
place.
tweets are heinous and should not be taken lightly. I do see some people talking about this case and saying this is what Christian gets for choosing a white girl.
Yeah, that's what people say. But you gotta understand also, it's just preference, right? This girl just said she likes rich black guys. She only dates rich black guys, right? People let that slide. This man said he don't like the I was gonna say something that sounded super Uncle Ruckus-y, but I was like, let me stop. But he just gave his preference. And he just liked playing in snow. That's all he said. He said, "Yo, I can't believe they thought I liked chocolate. Man, give me some of that snow. Give me some of that vanilla." That's what he said. She got backlash? Yeah, but not really. She got backlash, but not really, though. Like, think about it. Who do you think got more backlash? I mean, he's not here anymore. But, like, think about it. They're literally saying, well, that's what he gets because he was with a white girl. You know what I mean? Come on now, Titan. Let's think about this.
Race aside, because I don't have a place in this conversation. Race aside, I just can't imagine what it would feel like to be Christian's family reading that.
Yeah,
I
that's
also
crazy.
have seen a lot of discourse of black women not feeling lifted up by black men, so I do think that, again, there's just a lot of levels to this conversation that
Listen,
I just have no place in.
listen. I will lift up any, not any, all right, any female, any females that are females. I'll say that like that, right? Some super overly crazy and aggressive chick. I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. So, like, I hate when it's like, well, because we are all black, you should lift us up. No, 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 that's not how it works. That's not how it works. Because just because one of my friends is my friend doesn't mean I'm going to, what's the word? What's the word? Like when you help them get a job, refer them. I'm not gonna refer him to a job when I know that he will never, like, he never gets anywhere on time. What? You gotta think about these things. So just because we both black doesn't mean I instantly just have to see you in a better light. I hate that. I hate when people have that mindset. Oh well, we're all black, so you have to look at us. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. You're a good person. You're a good person. That's it. You're a good person. You're a good person. I have black family members, and I have white family members. I have I have Asian family members, but I don't really know them too much. But I have black family members, and when I mean family members, I mean like cousins and aunties and stuff, right? And if they are acting crazy, they are acting crazy. If they aren't, they aren't. Simple as that. Like, there's family members that I have that I know not to be around, especially in certain situations, because I know how they act.
Now, beyond all of this, beyond the witness statements, there is one thing that I think will be very interesting is to see how the defense will react to the autopsy results. Because Christian was found with a sharp force injury. The knife was plunged 3 inches deep into his chest. Apparently, experiments on cadavers showed that it took about 12 pounds of force, and to get through the muscle and the arteries, the examiners believe that the depth and angle would have been caused by a face-to-face stab.
Oh.
Going like this.
Okay, so she lied. She's the only one in there. So they're saying, oh no, she couldn't have thrown it. She had to be up close and personal.
Now, they speculate that this is not something that could have happened when you throw a knife 10 feet away.
Especially with her build.
They also put a disclaimer that they are not knife-throwing experts, nor do they know how good Courtney is at throwing knives.
No, she said...
So all of this
I
is
guess
piling
she
up.
could be good at
Courtney
throwing
has
knives.
still not been arrested. She was posting every day on OF, and she was in freaking Hawaii. So right after the death of her boyfriend, she moves to Austin, Texas to be with her family again. But from there, she was sent to a mental facility.
Wait, shouldn't she be in no flight risk? This girl just committed murder, and now she just takes a flight and leaves the country? I mean, leaves the state? That's kind of interesting.
Hawaii. This is top of the top rehabs in the United States.
This is so crazy. I'm gonna remove the whole race thing out of it, but obviously because it's just a guy and a chick. This girl, let's say she threw the knife. She threw a knife, and now he's dead. And they let her leave the state. Let's reverse the roles once again, guys. She was attacking him, hitting him, and then he picked up a knife to protect himself, and then he threw it and stabbed her, and then he was on the phone with his mom for 10 minutes while she was bleeding, and then he called the cops, and then they couldn't save her. What is happening now? What is happening now? Allegedly, yeah, of course, allegedly. So what is happening now? Is he still there? I really want to know. Like, what happens? Is he able to leave the country? Leave the state? Because she got on a plane and left. And they let her. She was in Miami, and then she went to Texas. Interesting.
$5,000 a month. The rehab claims that it's a luxurious private 8-bed holistic addiction center that hopes the deeply caring staff and surrounding natural beauty offer an unparalleled healing experience. Yeah, for $35,000 a month, it better do that and more. But Courtney was said to have been diagnosed with severe alcohol use disorder, cocaine disorder, and PTSD. I just can't imagine the anger that Christian's family must have felt when she was in Hawaii. They said the way that they found out about Christian's death was absolutely disgusting. Christian's mom was at work when she got a call from a Miami medical examiner who was just like, "Hi, we want to know if you give permission to donate your son's organ."
Oh my gosh. I know they didn't like the girl either. I knew they didn't like the girl.
So shocked. This is the first. Nobody called her to
What do you
alert.
mean, the police didn't call?
No.
Why?
First of all, they didn't even know her name.
Yeah, but I guess they called first because they're like, "Do you want to donate your son's organ?" She was floored, and when she was shocked and she thought they had the wrong number, they verified it's Christian, and they're like, "Oh my God, you mean nobody from the medical examinations office called you?" I think that is one of the most disrespectful things I've heard in a while. It is so disgusting. Like, I get it, systematical errors happen, but with something like this, come on. And it gets worse. The family just wanted answers, so they keep contacting the detectives in charge of this case, and the detective was just brushing
That's why you don't move in
them
with
off
people, guys.
and giving them excuses like, "You guys need to give me time to do my job." Then he finally called and said, "I'm going to close the case. It's been like less than 24 hours since Christian died." He's like, "Hey, I'm giving you guys a courtesy call because I think I'm going to close the case. It was self-defense."
Oh my gosh.
It's very clear the detectives did not handle this case well. They didn't even... So remember how Courtney said it was self-defense because she was getting strangled? They didn't even take pictures of Courtney's neck.
How the heck do they know? Like, this is the craziest thing. But like I said, this man chose to stay with her. But like Titan said, she was just too good. He didn't know how to act.
Because remember, that is literally what her whole self-defense case at the time, I don't know if it's changing right now, was relying on. They didn't think to take pictures or log her injuries, and I cannot help, the victim's family cannot help, and most people online cannot help but feel like this is a racial issue.
I knew it.
The victim is a black man. There is so
I knew they were gonna
much
bring it up.
racism surrounded of black people being more aggressive, and she's like, "Oh, he was so aggressive, he was attacking me." And then we have a white woman who is crying. Honestly, I can totally see it. Even just the way that they are handling the victim's family is so disrespectful. It is.
Yeah, it is wild.
I think it's just so gross.
To
So
say it
he
period right
basically
now is
just
crazy.
Took her words and period. That's
Yeah,
it.
but-
No investigation. No
Didn't even take pictures of her neck. Like, that to me is crazy. That to me is like, you actually are not
Yeah.
investigating.
Yeah,
You are
yeah,
not,
yeah.
like, you have a story in your head, you're confirming it with her words. To me, you're not investigating.
He didn't even
You're
know.
not trying to
He didn't even know
dig
her
deeper, you're not trying to get
the
all the
victim's
evidence,
name.
take a look at it from an objective standpoint. You're not investigating. The family believe under no circumstances was Courtney justified in using deadly force. And they were devastated to find out that they were trying to rule it as self-defense. But not only that, Courtney and her legal team have really painted a nasty picture of this case. And I think a lot of people who read certain articles also have a one-sided view of this case, and maybe that was the situation with Julia Fox. But a lot of it feels racist. Courtney has also insinuated that not only was she a victim of domestic violence, but a victim of human trafficking, basically insinuating that he was pimping her out.
Oh my god.
Can you imagine being Christian's family? Like, can you imagine? A lot of people who knew Christian said you could see the change in him after he started dating Courtney. He was bright, bubbly, and then after he started dating her, he's always stressed. It's like a full-time job dating her. A lot of people argued that Christian was in it for Courtney's money, but they said, yeah, no. If you saw the way that she explodes on him in public places, in restaurants, smacking him around, I don't think anyone would stay for that kind of money. Like, nobody. So August 10th, 2022, 4 months after Christian's death, Courtney was detained and extradited back to Florida. She was charged with second-degree murder with a deadly weapon. Her defense team got right to work, and Christian's family said that they were devastated to learn that her defense was throwing out all of these allegations against Christian. And again, I think that this case has been kind of tricky to cover because I think with the evidence that we've been provided so far, it is pretty damaging to Courtney, but we still don't know for sure what's going to come out during court. But I think one thing is clear, nobody deserves to die. And I think the way that people are justifying it have been bizarre online. And another thing is, I don't know, and again, maybe this is biased, but I watched a Dr. Phil episode with Christian's family. Yeah, that one is just really, really rough to watch. But I do think it is something to note, and a lot of Christian's family and friends have noted this, but you know, we have been seeing video and audio tape after audio tape of a black man being calm, rational, and patient, and a white woman being irrational, erratic, violent, and unhinged. And yet there is still a debate online, as of right now, about if they were both abusive, or if maybe he was more abusive than her, which I think says a lot. Like, I think if the tables were turned, if it was just, even if Christian was the woman in this situation, I don't know, maybe things would also be different. It's just a lot. So, as always, there hasn't been a trial. We don't know the full story. Also, there is another shady aspect to this case. Sorry, last thing. Right before she was arrested, she transferred all of her funds to her dad's bank accounts. And her father, Kim, said it was because Courtney could not take care of her own finances, but others say it was a ploy for them to bury her money so that if she was ever sued by Christian's family for wrongful death, they would not be able to get their hands on her money.
Wow. Brian, what are the odds? Back to back. Crazy chicks who end up stabbing some guy. Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Wow.
Bada bing, bada boom.
June 30th, 2019, in Seoul, South Korea. 7 friends are packing up their cars. They've got towels, coolers, and a change of clothes. They're gonna drive 2 hours to this very quiet area called Kapyeong River Valley. It's got these beautiful waterfalls, these giant bodies of water that you can jump into. It's popular amongst locals for literally cliff jumping. That's their plan today. They're gonna do that all day long. And from the get-go, from the moment that they arrive there, there's already tension in the group. I'm gonna give you a breakdown of the dynamic of the 7 friends because it's pertinent to this case, but it's also very fascinating. We've got 3 couples and we've got 1 7th wheel. There's a lot of interpersonal relationships that are happening. We've got Eunhae. She's like the glue of the group, and she's kind of
Eunhae?
organized this entire outing. She's there with her boyfriend Joe, but her ex-boyfriend Leo is also there.
Oh my.
Leo brought his new girlfriend Chloe,
Oh,
and the
my.
awkward thing is Chloe has no idea that her boyfriend Leo and Eunhae used to date. She just thinks they're friends. So to kind of ease this awkwardness, Eunhae invited a few more people. Her friend since middle school, Yuna, and Yuna brought along her boyfriend, and then the 7th wheel of the group, Sam. It seems like everyone kind of knows each other. Sam is the odd one out, and Eunhae just introduced him into the group as a quote, an oppa of hers. Now, context, oppa translates to older brother in Korean, but it is not reserved for siblings. Like, you can call a senior at your school oppa, you can call your husband oppa, you just call any man that's older than you oppa. So just to recap, we've got Eunhae and her boyfriend Joe, Eunhae's ex-boyfriend Leo and his new girlfriend Chloe, Eunhae's childhood friend Yuna and her boyfriend, and Eunhae's oppa Sam, the 7th wheel. So the group of 7, they arrive at this waterfall and they spend the entire day just tiring themselves out. We've got videos throughout the day of them pranking each other in the water, playing games, eating watermelon. They're exhausted by the time the sun is set. And all 7 of them, they start packing up their bags. It's time to make that 2-hour trip back home, getting ready to leave. And all of a sudden, one of them suggests, why don't we do one last cliff dive? Just one. Eunhae's boyfriend, Joe, her ex-boyfriend, Leo, and Eunhae's oppa, Sam, they go up to the cliff. They climb up the giant cliff when it's pitch black outside, and one by one, they jump into the water below. Eunhae's watching from the shore. All 3 of them splash into the water, and only 2 would surface.
Sounds like a
One
blast.
of them would be dead.
Oh.
And in today's case, we've got 3 main suspects. Eunhae's boyfriend, who secretly runs a trafficking ring. Eunhae's
What?
ex-boyfriend, who is allegedly still sleeping with Eunhae on the side, secretly. And Eunhae, the widow, whose husband just mysteriously died at the waterfall. All 3 have motive to kill Eunhae's husband, Sam.
So Sam is not just oppa.
This is her husband, and she went on a trip with her husband, her boyfriend, and her ex-boyfriend, and one of them died.
What? Oh, hold up. No. I got copyrighted for this last time.
Thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are the largest grassroots mental health nonprofit dedicated to building better lives for those that are affected by mental illness. NAMI provides advocacy, support, and public awareness so that those affected by mental illness can build better lives. Let's get started. Eunhae calls SBS, a huge news network in South Korea, and Eunhae is asking them for help. She's like, my husband just died, and now my life is falling apart. She wanted to raise public awareness, public attention to what's going on right now. She told SBS producers her husband was her everything, her absolute rock in life. He was the strong person that if anyone could depend on.
Right here, he doesn't look happy. He's just like, man, she want more pictures to be taken. Well, not that part. He's like, man, we took 5 already. Come on.
What's going on right now? She told SBS producers her husband was her everything, her absolute rock in life. He was the strong person that if anyone could depend on someone, it would be Sam. And now just like that, he's gone, he's dead. Eunhae tried to tell the public about all the incredible things. She's telling the producers, Sam, he just loves his family. He's a hard worker. He did everything for us. We were his life. Eunhae spoke to the producers about how her parents are disabled. Sam would work overtime. Sometimes he would work 2 jobs just to help send money to her parents. Sometimes they would send every single penny that they had or they didn't even have, where they wouldn't have any money for even ramen from the convenience store. This is how the couple lived. She said it was stressful, it was rough, but at least we had each other, or at least at the time we did, and that's all that mattered. She described Sam as being intelligent and just so compassionate, that his only focus in life was his family. He didn't even buy himself new shoes. He would wear out his sneakers until they were literally falling apart at the seams. And now, he's gone. He's dead. And he always made sure that he had life insurance. It was just the one thing that he was always so paranoid about. The minute that they got married, Une said he would talk about life insurance and how they both needed it. And now with him gone, the insurance company refused to pay Une and her parents. They're about to be left on the street to fend for themselves while grieving Sam's death. The insurance company cited suspicion of insurance fraud and foul play, but Une saying it doesn't make sense. Please, like she's trying to reason with the producers. There were witnesses to the accidental drowning of my husband. Even the police have ruled it an accidental death, so what is the problem here? SBS was sympathizing with Une. They were very interested in doing an episode to expose the dark underbelly of the insurance world. How certain insurance companies, they take advantage of young people who probably can't afford an attorney, who probably don't know the laws, who probably don't know how to protect themselves as consumers, and this is a giant corporation we're talking about. They probably thought that Une can't fight back because we'll just keep the $600,000 of life insurance she's owed, and what is she going to do about it? She doesn't have the money to pay an attorney. Une said the insurance company kept asking her questions about the death, just re-traumatizing her, and then looking for random excuses on why they couldn't pay her. The SBS producers promised to help her expose the insurance company. October 17th, 2020, SBS released Une's episode on their documentary series called I Wanna Know That. The episode was titled, The Last Diving of the Day, Kapyeong Valley Drowning Mystery.
Kapyeong.
Instead of exposing the corrupt insurance industry, they exposed the events leading up to Sam's death and Une's suspicious behavior. The day of the murder, the day that 7 friends went to the waterfall, they had forgotten the knife. And they're sitting there like, okay, now what do? We need that knife. How are we supposed to still go ahead with the day without the knife? How do we forget something as crucial as the knife? Who forgot the knife? They're looking around stressed. Well, maybe we can find something else. Like, we'll just use our own heads. What? We can play rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, yeah, and the loser will crack open the watermelon with the head. The 7 friends, they're sitting down on a pink blanket next to the waterfall playing rock, paper, scissors, and in the middle of them is a watermelon. They forgot the knife to cut open the watermelon, so whoever loses the game of rock, paper, scissors, they have to use their head to bang open the watermelon.
Oh, okay.
That's the punishment.
I was confused.
Une lost. But of course, Une is not going to be the one cracking the watermelon open with her head. There is a video of Joe, Une's secret boyfriend, holding the watermelon down on
Secret
the mat
boyfriend?
while Sam, Une's husband, uses his head to try and crack open the watermelon. He's doing the punishment in place of his wife because that's the kind of husband he is. He always put his wife first. Now, to give you context, it requires about 240 to 360 pounds of force to crush or crack a watermelon. Or visually, it takes on average 400 rubber bands to be wrapped around a watermelon for it to start cracking. This is a full-size watermelon we're talking about. Even with a knife, it takes me a few tries to get fully through, and I have to use both arms. I have to apply a lot of power and pressure with a knife. Imagine cracking it open with your head. Completely. Not even just creating a small crack and then using your hands to pull it apart. The punishment is you have to crack it fully in half.
But wouldn't it just make a mess?
Yep, it would just make a mess and could lead to damage to the head. They are making Sam crack the full thing in half, using only the force of his forehead. In the video that I'm going to show you, I don't know if YouTube is going to keep it up. It's going to be on Spotify if it gets censored. In the video, Sam can be seen stopping after each crack with his head to the watermelon. He's using both hands to kind of hold his head after he slams his head down on the watermelon. He's almost in this kneeling position on the pink blanket. It doesn't feel like friends. It feels like vicious bullying. You can tell from the body language. It's just unsettling. Everyone else, they're just laughing at his pain, and he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to be doing this. He keeps holding his red forehead because it hurts so much. His glasses are on the side, just on the pink blanket. And his wife, Une, is almost whining like, Oppa, you have to split it all the way down the middle.
So the wife is encouraging this behavior?
Egging it on. And her secret boyfriend is holding the watermelon still, laughing with her. Sam looks at his wife briefly before going down to slam his head back down onto the watermelon. And you can hear him grunt in pain. And you hear his wife say things like, oh, which is almost Korean for like, why can't you even do this?
Wow.
Dang.
That was just part of their day at the waterfall. I know here in the US, some schools have swimming as part of their PE program, so it's a lot more common for people to know how to swim. Or at least they've been in water enough times to know how to tread water and float. But in Korea, pools are not really a fixture of everyday life, especially those that live in Seoul or in the big cities. It's just not unusual that people don't know how to swim. And Sam, he didn't know how to swim. What was unusual about that day was how he was getting bullied for it. Sam is about 10 to 12 years older than the other 6 Koreans there. Now, Korean culture, huge emphasis on respecting elders. And in Korea, elder respect isn't even just like, oh, show respect to your grandparents and to your parents. Even a 1-year age gap can warrant honorifics being used, which is like a whole new language being used to even
Wow.
address someone.
Wait, Sam's 10 to 12 years older.
Yeah.
How old is Sam?
He's late 30s, like 40s.
So everyone's like 20, 30s.
Yeah, like 29-ish to 30.
Wow.
To give you an example of how serious this is, there are 3 ways to say happy birthday in Korean. If you are saying happy birthday to your equal, it's 생일 축하해, happy birthday. If you're saying it to someone maybe 1 or 2 years older than you, then you say 생일 축하드립니다, which is a very respectful way. Now let's say there's a grandfather or someone older than your own parents, then you'll use 생신 축하드립니다. 3 ways to say happy birthday. That's how crazy these honorifics and respect by age is taken in South Korea. There might be more ways for all I know. Respect is a very serious thing, but these 6, they're treating Sam like the laughing stock of the group, which is bizarre. Regardless of
work.
respect culture in Korea, it's just cruel behavior. The seniority context just adds another layer of maliciousness. So another incident was filmed that day that shows Sam in the water next to the waterfall in this inflatable tube. He's floating near the shore, and while a few of the others in this clip, mainly Joe and Leo, are gonna jump into the water off the cliff, Une and the girls are on the shore. And at one point, Joe and Leo, so this is Une's boyfriend and ex.
All right.
Ex-boyfriend that Sam just thinks are her friends. He has no idea, okay? They swim over to Sam's tube and start dragging the tube deeper near the waterfall. And sure, you could say it's supposed to be a cute little joke, but Sam is clearly uncomfortable and terrified as the water is known to be pretty deep. Deep enough for people to jump off a 15-foot cliff without injuring themselves. So he's trying to get them to stop, and he keeps politely saying, oh, it's so cold, like the water is so cold, so cold. Okay, so in Western culture, someone could argue that's not a clear boundary that's being set. If he doesn't want to go deeper into the water, he should say, I don't want to go deeper into the water, right? But Koreans have a very strong or more different social cue read the room standard. And one of the biggest things taught, even when you're a kid, is nunchi. So by Sam saying, oh, the water is cold, is a clear indication for almost every single Korean with good nunchi, he does not like what you're doing. This is a very polite way of saying, I don't like this, please stop this. I'm telling you something is cold and it's making me uncomfortable. He's setting a boundary.
Wow.
I know it sounds weird if you're not Korean, but trust
No,
me,
I don't
it's
think
not
it's
a reach.
because you gotta understand.
They
Like, this is
continue.
why we like history. We like lore, right? Understanding that there are words and things in different cultures. It actually gives me a lot of a lot of ideas for like certain villages and certain places in my story. Like they can have certain words that mean certain things to certain people and certain, it just makes it really interesting. So if they're speaking to somebody who's not from the village, they might not understand the understand what the heck. Yo, I just be hearing stuff, but they might not understand what truly understand what they're saying.
Dragging him deeper, deeper into the water, and Leo ends up swimming away. Joe is still with Sam, and now Joe is rocking his tube. He's using like both of his arms to rock Sam's tube, and Sam is seen on the video trying to reach behind him to pry Joe's fingers off the tube.
Wow.
This next part is chilling, but Sam's wife Une is standing there filming, and she says, "못 뒤집네," which is, he can't flip him over. The way she says it, the tone, it's almost as if she is making a conclusion.
She's talking to them or to herself?
The other girls that are there.
Wow.
But the way she's saying it is not like, oh my god, like he can't flip him over. 못 뒤집네 is like an observation, a revelation, a conclusion she's made. Then one of the girls on the shore chimes in because he's too heavy. And it's almost like a cue for Une to now lighten up her tone because she goes from 못 뒤집네 to because he's heavy.
So her voice shifted.
Instantly. It was kind of chilling, honestly.
못 뒤집네. 무거워서. 무거워서 못 뒤집네.
Une even calls her ex, Leo. Hey, Leo, go help him flip Sam over.
What? And she knows that he doesn't know how to swim though.
Everybody knows. Everybody
But
knows.
they're trying to get him into the water.
Yeah. It's unclear if at one point Leo does go over to help rock the tube, but in the next clip we see Joe by himself really put all of his strength into rocking Sam's tube. Like he was kind of joking around earlier. Now Sam is being submerged in water. Not fully, he's not turned over, but his head is probably being submerged in water. He hasn't flipped yet though. I mean, any point he could easily flip. He's being violently shaken by Joe. Une is still recording and laughing as if this is the funniest thing in the world to her. When Sam gets a chance to escape, he tries using his hands to float away from Joe, but Joe catches up to him, and one of the girls starts singing the Jaws theme song, like bada, bada, and saying shark, shark. In a heartbreaking part, Sam is so panicked and scared he covers both of his ears with his hands, and Joe continues to rock the tube. At one point in the video, you can hear Sam trying to reason with Joe and the rest of the group, and Sam says, please, let's just stop this now. Joe says, I'm not gonna stop this, what are you even saying? Okay, got it, I'm sorry, I'll apologize. Please stop this, it's immature and I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun anymore. Une is fine with her boyfriend and ex-boyfriend doing this to Sam. Now, at this point, I wouldn't even be able to tell that Une was even Sam's wife. I would think that Une is Sam's biggest enemy. Even Chloe. So Chloe is the ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend, remember?
Yep.
Chloe said she had no clue Une was even married, let alone to Sam. I mean, they were stuck together the entire day, eating every meal together, hanging out, even the 2-hour car ride to the waterfall. Joe was driving and Une was in the passenger seat in the front. Sam was in the back. It was Sam's car they were driving. If anything, it seemed like Joe and Une were the married couple. It was to the point where after the death, police got involved and asked Chloe about Une's husband, and her jaw dropped. She said, never in a million years could I have imagined that Une was married to Sam. There was no indication that they were married. None. 3 hours after the tube rocking video was taken, Sam was found dead in the water. This next part is basically Chloe's testimony on what happened that night at the waterfall. Chloe said that it was getting late and very dark. Yuna and her boyfriend, so the other couple that aren't really pivotal in today's case, they start complaining that they're getting cold. So they tell the group, hey, we're just gonna go into our car in the parking lot and sit in the car with the heater on and we'll just wait for you guys. Now, according to Chloe, this is when Une suggests, we have to go now. Let's just do one jump together, one last one. And this is just weird. If you're jumping into the water from around 15 feet, your full body is gonna get submerged. Your hair, everything's gonna get submerged.
Yeah, he can't swim.
I don't know anyone that would want to get purposely wet again after becoming fully dry, like right before getting into a vehicle for a 2-hour drive. It seems counterintuitive. It just seems gross. Like, I don't think anyone wants to do that.
And it's cold.
It's cold.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, Une herself isn't even jumping in. So why does she care? It's not like she wants to go up and all of them hold hands and jump into the water and she just loves it so much she wants to do it one last time. Why does she care if everyone else does it one last time? She's not even doing it. Joe and Leo, boyfriend and ex-boyfriend, they agree for the last jump. And Sam does not. He hasn't been cliff jumping all day because he doesn't know how to swim. He's just been in the tube, right? And Une whines. All the men are willing to run up together, but my oppa doesn't do it. Chloe states that Une has been pressuring Sam all day to cliff jump, the entire day. And when he said no again for this last jump, she said, fine, I'll go instead, I'll do it. As if someone has to do it. Like, it was weird. She's insinuating that she's sacrificing herself for him so that he doesn't have to do something. This is when Sam just, I imagine, exhausted, says, fine, fine, I'll go.
This is crazy, bro.
Some people question why he chose to do this. I mean, I think that he knew that if he didn't, none of this would stop. I imagine he just wanted the day to be over. I mean, look at how the day had been going so far. He just wants to go home, is how I see it. He's seen how relentless these people are, how this group is. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he had said no. As a joke, the group would have hauled him up the cliff and threw him in by themselves. I wouldn't even put it past these people. At around 8:30 p.m. that day, Une's boyfriend Joe and her ex-boyfriend Leo and her husband Sam walk up the cliff to jump one last time. They climb up 15 feet. Une and Chloe are watching from the shore. The other couple, they're gone. They're in the car in the parking lot. They don't see anything. Joe has this inflatable tube with him. The ones that look like donuts, they're just for one person, like the skinnier ones. And he throws the tube down into the water first, and then he dives in head first into the water.
Head first.
He splashes around surfaces, he puts the tube around his hips, and he's just kind of leisurely floating, waiting for the other two to jump. Leo, the ex-boyfriend, jumps next.
Oh.
He goes feet first.
Okay.
And then he
I was about to say, ain't no flipping way y'all not jumping in.
comes up from the water, and he's just kind of floating around too. Now it's Sam's turn.
Oh, I thought. Wait, who the heck jumped first?
Puts the tube, dives in, like the skinnier ones. This inflatable couple, they're gone. They're in the car in the parking lot. They don't see anything. Joe has this inflatable tube. With
Oh,
him.
Joe,
The ones
that's
that look like
her
donuts,
that's
they're
her
just
secret
for one
boyfriend, right?
person, like the skinnier ones. And he throws the tube down into the water first, and then he dives in head first into the water. He splashes around surfaces, he puts the tube around his hips, and he's just kind of leisurely floating, waiting for the other two to jump. Leo, the ex-boyfriend, jumps next. He goes feet first, and then he comes up from the water, and he's just kind of floating around too. Now it's Sam's turn. He hesitates for a second, and then he jumps into the water 15 feet below. The water at the deepest point here is about 10 feet deep. Chloe recalls seeing Sam resurface. So she sees Sam, he's not drowning, he's back at the surface, and Chloe insists that nobody push Sam. He jumped in by his own free will. She also insists that she definitely saw his head come up from the water. Chloe said that Sam seemed completely fine. Like, yeah, he couldn't swim, but he wasn't struggling. So he was floating. Maybe it's instinctual, maybe some people just naturally know how to float. I don't know. And they're all kind of slowly headed towards the shore. He's kind of slowly
Ain't no way they left
and
him there
Chloe
knowing he
claims that
can't
she
swim.
saw something really odd. Joe made some sort of weird gesture with his hand, like he's like signaling someone. And before Chloe could comprehend what's going on, like, did he mean to do that? Who is he signaling? What does he mean by that? What is that? Before she could even put two and two together, Une turns to her and says, "Hey, can you grab me a cigarette?" Chloe turns around, bends over to reach into her purse to grab a cigarette, and as she's faced away from the water, she hears, "Ah!" coming from behind, like a sudden, "Ah!" and then the scream stops. Chloe turns around and saw Sam was struggling to stay afloat. He was now actively drowning, and she didn't understand because he was fine just a second ago. Joe is still in his inflatable tube, and he starts swimming towards Sam. He's only about 30 feet away. So to give you an idea, most residential pools, so these are not pools in your apartment complex or in like a building or a gym. These are like small backyard pools. They range from 20 to 40 feet in length. So 30 feet, it's far, but it's not that far, especially if you're a strong swimmer like Joe. It's not far at all. Experts have stated it would take someone like Joe about 20 seconds to swim 30 feet. But Chloe saw the whole scene in front of her, and it was bizarre. Joe is swimming so slow. And just watching from the shore, Chloe said that she's getting taptape, which means so frustrated. She yells at him like, "Hey, take off your tube!" Because it's around his waist, so he's basically just like swimming, but the tube is keeping him in place, and he's just literally moving around in the same spot. So she's like, "Take off your damn tube!" She watches as Joe takes off his tube and flings it away from his body and away from Sam. And he starts swimming towards Sam. Now, I just think that part is so interesting.
Yeah, why don't you throw it to him?
That goes
'Cause
against
he can't swim.
instinct to throw the tube away from Sam. Yeah. But he throws his tube away, starts swimming, still suspiciously slow, and Une suggests to Chloe, we should go grab the life ring. The life ring is kind of up the cliff on the hill. So they run to grab it, but now Sam is fully out of Chloe's sight. By the time that they grab the life ring and come back to shore to toss it into the water, it probably would have taken 2 minutes. That's what experts think. Chloe said it was too late. The water was calm. Sam was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was just Joe walking out, standing waist deep in water, and he just kept repeating, "I don't see him. I don't see him." He said he couldn't save Sam because there was low visibility in the water because it was dark.
What about Leo?
Leo's just like, "Yeah, I couldn't see him." And it was so odd. It felt like everyone was in on it. Eunhae, Joe, even Chloe's boyfriend Leo, who Chloe would soon find out was still allegedly sleeping with Eunhae still. It's like they all knew something that Chloe didn't know. Chloe was the one to call 119, emergency services. The authorities arrived, retrieved Sam from the water, attempted CPR, but Sam was dead. They closed his case as an accidental drowning.
This is wild.
There's a few things that you can expect when you come over to our house. My dog Mango will bring you every single one of her toys. Every single one. Code RMango50 to get 50% off. That's code RMango50 at factormeals.com/RMango50 to get 50% off. Sam's family had never been to his luxury newlywed apartment, even though Sam's family kind of paid for it. Every time they wanted to visit Sam and his wife Eunhae's house and bring a housewarming gift and, I don't know, hang out with their daughter-in-law, Sam would tell them, no, please don't come. Like, he would always have a good reason.
He knew
as to why
his
they
girl
shouldn't.
was crazy.
We're not home right now. We're doing some work around the house. It's just so messy. We're in the middle of something right now. If you come, you're going to stress out my wife because she's going to be stressed that we didn't clean the whole place. They didn't know the newlywed home they helped pay for was occupied by Eunhae and her boyfriends. Sam, the husband, didn't even live there. They found out after his death that Sam and Eunhae did not live together.
Oh my gosh.
Eunhae lived in this luxury apartment that Sam paid for. Whatever boyfriend she was seeing at the time lived with her in that apartment.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes she had multiple boyfriends or even girlfriends.
Like, this is the thing. Like, because I'm always, like, a big person on just get up and leave these people. But, like, in cultures like this, in, like, East Asian cultures, it's known to be, they're known for being very closed off. Not closed off. Like, very quiet. They don't really, just like what he said. He said to them, instead of saying, "Yo, stop. I can't swim, you know this, chill." Instead of saying that, he said, "It's cold, it's cold." Knowing that they don't like conflict. You understand? So, like, in cultures like that, when situations like this happen, this man was literally paying for an apartment that his wife or his wife now. So yeah, his wife was staying in, and she had other guys over. It's a crazy world, man. It truly is. But, like, in situations like that, it's hard for me to be like, man, he should have just manned up. But it's like, because culture and everything is really different. And that plays a big factor in how these people act, you know? Oh, man.
Friends live with her, all on Sam's dollar, rent-free. Meanwhile, Sam lived really close to his workplace in a tiny little basement unit.
And he's paying for it. Oh, my
We don't
gosh.
even know for certain how Sam and Eunhae met. I mean, it's claimed that they met at a brothel, but Sam told
What?
his family that they met at work. None of Sam's coworkers even remember working with her, or let alone seeing her. Sam had been working this office job for a while. He was making around $60,000 to $70,000 a year, which is great considering the national average in South Korea is around $35,000 a year. So he makes double the average salary. And on top of that, Sam has always been a big saver. So by the time that he meets Eunhae, he had already saved up like over $300,000. Which in this
Wow.
recent economy, that's a huge accomplishment. Very few people are able to do that. And it's clear that Eunhae was attracted to that. And the fact that Sam was very kind, did not care that she had a daughter from a previous relationship. I know here
Oh!
it's like nothing. But in Korean culture, it tends to be a bit more
It's like nothing. What did she just say?
from a to that. And the fact that Sam was very kind, did not care that she had a daughter from a previous relationship. I know here it's like nothing, but in Korean culture, it tends
That is something. That is something here. I mean, I don't know where she lives at, but here, like in my world, that is something.
to be a bit more of a, quote, I guess you could say, relationship obstacle than in the US. They got married, and Sam initially thought, okay, we're going to have a regular, normal life, right? But right out the gate, things are difficult. Eunhae insists that they have two places. Sam was tied to Suwon City for work, but she's like, I'm not moving there. I hate it there. I refuse over my dead body. She wanted to live in Incheon, which is where the airport is. She demanded he get her a nice luxury apartment in Incheon, and that would be considered their marital primary
Man,
residence.
send her to
And
jail.
he would rent a dingy basement unit in Suwon, and he would just stay there during the weekdays.
Send her
That
to
was the
jail.
plan. And during the weekends, he would come home to the luxury apartment in Incheon.
Send her
A
to
few
jail.
major problems with this. Sam is the one working and paying for everything. He would be spending most of his time in a below-ground basement unit. Korean basement units are known to just be really, really, really rough to live in. Technically, you weren't even supposed to live in those. They were created for the purpose of being bunkers in case North Korea waged war. But now they're being rented out because of the housing crisis, and there has recently been a lot of discourse on these units. They were flooded during the last monsoon season. A lot of families were either killed or lost everything because there was no way out of the water. Like, water was treading in. It's a really bad living situation. It's basically what the whole Oscar-winning movie Parasite is about. It's below ground.
I didn't
Usually
watch
the
this movie
units will
yet.
get
Have any of you guys
little
seen it?
windows at the top of their walls, very close.
Have any of you guys seen the movie Parasite? No? Like I've seen people talk about it. That's really, really good. I haven't seen it though.
To their ceilings because they're basement level. That let in just like the tiniest bit of light. But right outside the window, it's ground floor. That's the pavement. So there's bugs, rats, cockroaches, dust, pollution, dirt, trash that just gets swept into their apartment. And anyone can bend down and just look straight into their unit. In the winter, it's freezing, and it's worse in the summer. So in the summer, it gets unbearably humid, and there's rapidly growing mold, but you can't open the window because then rats will climb in. And the tiny cramped bathrooms in these units, most of the times they don't even have sinks. You can barely stand up in the restrooms without bumping your head on the ceiling. I mean, if you watch the movie Parasite, apparently there's a basement smell that you can't even get rid of. That's how people know that you live in a sub-basement unit, is because of a smell. And regardless, it's just not a great place to live. It's more affordable than regular apartments, but it's rough. The South Korean government is actually trying to phase out the leasing of these units because of how bad it is. Sam is living in one of these basement units while Eunhae lives in this expensive high-rise building. Sam had to take out a $100,000 loan just to be able to afford the deposit on that building. He borrowed tens of thousands of dollars from his family to be able to support Eunhae's life there, and Sam's family didn't know this, but his friends did, and they all tried to tell him, like, hey, this is weird. Like, this is not normal.
Okay. At
Normal
least
relationships don't work like this.
Okay.
What if she's
So he
cheating
just-
on you? You
he
don't
was
know
just-
what's going on in that house.
okay,
You
he
don't
was
even have
just-
the key to that apartment.
He don't
But he would just
okay. He
dismiss
was
all
just
of their concerns, and he said, it's nonsense. We're in love, and right now we're apart because she has a daughter, and I live in this city, and there's no way for us to be together right now.
What is happening? First we had back-to-back stabby people, and now we have back-to-back people who can't take a hint and leave? I feel like this situation is even worse because he didn't even stay with her. This is his wife. The other guy wasn't married.
Now, the thing is, the original plan was Eunhae was supposed to visit every weekend, or Sam was to go. She never let Sam come to their luxury unit that he was paying for. But she also never went to Sam's basement unit. It was probably too gross for her compared to her luxurious apartment. She probably turned her nose up like she's too good for a place like that. But 2 days after Sam's death,
Yeah, I
Eunhae was
wanna watch
caught on
that show, though.
CCTV cameras entering Sam's basement unit with Joe. They went in and they came out with boxes of valuables. Sam's computer, laptop, tablet, anything that he needed for work that had some sort of financial value, resale value, they took it. Neighbors said that was like one of the only times she was probably around. But what do we expect from someone like Eunhae and Joe? I mean, she's the type of monster that really wouldn't mind watching her husband starve and suffer right before her eyes as long as she had a new Chanel bag. every time Sam got paid, the money, all of it, would go in and out of his account. His bank was just a connection point. It went from his company's account to his bank account, lasted for 2 seconds, and then directly into Inez. She had
Oh my
full control
gosh.
over all of his finances. Even if he wanted to buy his own food and groceries, he would have to ask her for money. No, really, beg
I'm
her for money.
blaming him now. I wasn't blaming him at first, but since he has people in his life that's saying, yo, chill. And he's like, no, this, like, she's just, no, you guys know. Nah. Yeah, I blame him now. I mean, obviously not for what happened to him, because it isn't, it sounded like they planned this, but it's just crazy. It's truly crazy.
Money. But even that's not enough. Une blew through Sam's entire life savings, $300,000, spent all of his salary, still wanted more. Like, she always had an excuse of why she needed more money. He would take out loans for her. She would use her disabled parents as an excuse of where all this money is going. And in just 5 years, Sam went from being one of the most financially secured people in his friend group to being in heavy amounts of debt.
Oh my goodness.
The year before his passing in 2018, he had to file for bankruptcy, and his total debt was listed at $120,000.
Okay, yeah.
Eunhye did not care. She demanded more money. Sam took out more loans, like the loan for that apartment. She refused to share even a
Listen, I
penny
don't like
of Sam's-
being like this, bro. But she ain't even alright. Like, like, listen, bro. Like, listen. And you know, I do like my Asian woman, but like, by looking at her here, hold up, where is she? She's in the car with her ex, the guy who could have saved him and decided not to. Where is it? Where is it? It was right here. Yeah, right here. Like, I mean, nah, listen. How she did my boy, that's not my boy, because my boy would have never been acting like that. He would have left. He would have left her. But I mean, huh? Let's keep going, bro.
basement. But what do we expect? His account
30. There you go.
listed at $120,000.
Whoa.
In his friend group to being in heavy amounts of debt. The year before his passing in 2018, he had to file for bankruptcy, and his total debt was listed at $120,000. Eunhye did not care. She demanded more money. Sam took out more loans, like the loan for that apartment. She refused to share even a penny of Sam's own money with Sam. Sam's friends would later say, yeah, Sam died in June 2019, but he was dying for the past 2 years, starving to death. He didn't even have money to buy $2 ramen at the convenience store or a piece of bread. The cheapest meal at the convenience store, you could probably get it for $2. Yeah, with a drink, a triangle kimbap. Sam didn't even have that. He couldn't even afford the power and water in his basement unit. He would ask friends to borrow $3 for food, and his friends were getting concerned. They love Sam, and they knew that Sam isn't the type to ask for money unless it was urgent. So they're like, what's going on? Like, of course we can give you $3. We can give you a lot more. But, dude, what the heck is going on? Like, what are you doing with your life? And they weren't trying to be rude about it. They were just like, Sam works nonstop all day. He's got a great job. He's always been great with money. And now he doesn't even spend lavishly on himself. His shoes are always broken down. His glasses, they're crooked. He's not even fixing his glasses. So what do you mean you don't have $3 for food? Sam would just respond, you know, at the office, I get my lunch taken care of, but there's no solution for the days that I'm not at the office. I've already lost 14 pounds the past 2 weeks, and I don't want people in the office to look at me any weirder. A few times, friends would send $100, and Sam would spend $3 and send 97 back.
Oh my
His
gosh.
friend said for the past 2 years before his death, Sam was constantly losing weight, and he just seemed so out of energy. And Eunhye knew this. Like, Sam was struggling to feed himself, and she knew that he was basically starving. He would text her, breaking down, asking for some money. He would text her things like, I'm really
Imagine-
sorry. They said that they're going to cut off my electricity. I won't make
Imagine begging for somebody to give you your money.
this type of request next week, really, but please, can I just have a little bit of money? I used the last money you gave me really frugally. Also, you must be so busy. You don't have to call me. Please just help me with my electricity.
Wait. She takes his money and gives him money as an allowance? She takes his money. She takes his money and gives him an allowance. Crazy world. Crazy world. Crazy world. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you hit it with a like. And also subscribe if you're new. This is crazy, bro. Bro, this is crazy.
Electricity bill? Lynette, like I said, you must be really busy. You really don't have to call. It's really okay. I guess if you need an explanation to make an excuse, my payday is the 21st, and I was going to pay the electricity bill that day, but they said that they're going to cut it on the 14th. I'm really sorry again for making this type of request. Unfortunately, these text messages would only mean something to people with some sort of conscience or empathy, and Eunhae had neither. Okay? Sometimes Sam would take the lighter approach. He would text her pictures of his shoes that were all ripped up, or his glasses that were broken, and he would text, "When the money comes in, please buy your husband new glasses and running shoes. My shoes ripped, so I'm a little embarrassed at work." Eunhae could not care less. She even asked Sam for a credit card under his sister's name so she could spend that. She racked up another $5,000 on Sam's sister's account. In another really...
Oh! Oh, nah. So, listen, you making bad decisions with who you with, you making bad decisions with who you with. But you think you finna mess up my credit? By giving, oh, Brian, I'm coming to collect. I'm like, hey, where your wife at? Oh, give me the keys. Oh, you don't got no keys? Oh, don't worry about it. I'm breaking through. Listen, violence is not the answer. But I'm going to collect my money. This is crazy. Oh my, like how, like what happened to him? Like, Brian, Titan, give me because I know the other one you said that she was just too good. Sure, Titan. But Titan, can you explain to me his situation, please? Explain to me. Because what this man not only because listen, his life is his life. He's ruining his life. But this man is ruining his sister's life now. There's something wrong. Titan, he doesn't stay at her house or his house that he's paying for. So I don't think she giving it up. Okay? So what can it be, Titan? Tell me what it is.
Really sad text. Sam texted Eunhae a picture of a lunch at the convenience store. This was like a very lavish lunch for him. It was no longer cup ramen. It was like a bento box with some vegetables. And he texted, "I have no money. I have too much debt and debt from the company. I don't know how much this is. I think it's like $7 or $8. Please, can you just send me $10? I promise I would have asked someone else, but I have nowhere else to go to ask for money now."
Oh my goodness.
He goes on to say,
How are you begging
"I was
for
going to
your
do
money?
whatever it took to live off that $30 that I had, but it auto-drafted away into the car payment."
What?
Side note, he doesn't even drive his car.
Are you freaking kidding me? It auto-drafted to the car payment for your car?
She does. So it's not like he's out here just being bad with his money management, clearly. The situation got so
No,
bad
he is
that
being
Sam
bad with his
couldn't
money
see a way
management
out
because
of
he's
it.
giving it to her.
He started having thoughts about exiting. He purchased tools online that he thought he would need to do so.
Like, I don't understand. Like, so in his mind, exiting is so much easier than just making your direct deposit go to a different card. Oh, can I go to the, yeah, I like to transfer my direct deposit. Oh, to where? Oh, to this card right here. Can you, do you have your ID? Yes, here you go. Okay, there you go. All right. Now transfer it because I am me and this is my money, so transfer it. Oh, thank you. Oh, so that is harder to do. So it's easier to exit. I don't like. Does she have something on him? Because Titan was talking about blackmailing earlier. Does she have some dirt on him? Is this man like a crazy, like psychopath? Like has he taken people out in the past and she's the only one who knows? She knows where the bodies are or something. What does she have on him like this? Because I was assuming, oh well, everything's like that, but no, his boys were like, "Yo, this ain't normal. Leave," and he's not leaving. Let me just.
So, but he realized it'd be a very selfish choice to make. He felt like if he was gonna die, he would leave something to Eunhae before he did.
This man said, "I can't exit because it would hurt her." Man, people like that, Zura. I think it's some MH stuff. That's what it is. It's some MH stuff. I'm not gonna take anything else but that. This is insane, bro. This is insane.
I mean, yeah, he's got life insurance, but maybe he can do a little bit more. So Sam went online and stated that he was selling a ghost helicopter. He started getting messages from people all over the world inquiring about his weight and his age. Ghost helicopter in South Korea is a black market term. Ghost in Korean sounds a little bit like kidneys. And then helicopter is an acronym of sorts in English.
Oh my gosh.
HE for heart, LI for liver, CO for corneas, P for pancreas, TE for tendon, and R for retina.
Yo, Zura.
He wanted
No, Zura. I don't think he wanted them.
sell his whole body, all of his organs. And he thought, at least I could bring in some extra money for Eunhae before I exit. Meanwhile, there's a recorded conversation of Eunhae asking him, rather demanding him to give her more money. Sam sounds confused. He says, "Today? You need the money today?" "Oh, I told you not today." "Why?" "Because I told you I had to give it to redacted. I guess you had to pay someone back." "No, I told you, Sam, I needed to be given the money first. It was supposed to be 500 today. You said that you would give it to me. Oh, but you always just let my words go out one ear and out the other, don't you?"
오늘?
응.
없다니까?
왜?
그거 그냥 줬잖아.
아니 오빠 먼저 줘야 된다 했잖아.
Eunhae would use most of the money to splurge on designer goods and go on these abroad travels with her friends. In a letter Sam wrote when he was thinking of exiting, he wrote it to Eunhae, and it reads, "Eunhae thinks I'm upset with her. She's so dumb. I'm not upset. I'm just exhausted. I don't have the energy anymore, and I just feel really sorry for Eunhae. But I know that she won't even feel the empty spot that I leave behind. Eunhae probably won't even come to my funeral. She's always so busy." Eunhae did show up at Sam's funeral with her boyfriend and her ex-boyfriend.
Wow.
It stated that she was sitting outside the funeral hall with her little boyfriends playing mobile games on their phones. They weren't respectful at all, and if you just saw them, you wouldn't even know that they're attending a funeral right now. It seemed like a lighthearted gathering. The only time Eunhae seemed emotional or even passionate about her husband's death was when it was about the life insurance payout, which she got for Sam within 5 months of being married. She bought 4 different policies for Sam's life, and she was the sole beneficiary for every single one of them. His life insurance totaled to be around $650,000. The worst part is, the insurance agent that she bought these life insurance policies from was
Scammed her.
another ex-boyfriend of hers.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Who knows if they were still seeing each other or sleeping with each other at this point? I mean, I would not put it past Eunhae. So she's got Joe, her boyfriend on the side, Leo, her ex-boyfriend that she's probably still sleeping with, and then the insurance agent that sold her husband's life insurance policy, probably made commission from it, that she's probably sleeping with. And a really sad detail is Sam knew the life insurance was a big part of his relationship with Eunhae. He even joked to his friends, "Oh, don't worry about me. I've got life insurance. So when I die, a lot of money comes out." And in the hours before his insurance expired, there's a Japanese delicacy that can kill 30 adults. It's
My gosh.
pufferfish. So you know those like squishy looking fish? Some of them have like the spikes, some of them have small spikes, others have like the large huge spikes that are protruding out of them. And when you get too close, they puff up, so it's harder for them to become prey. That's just one of the ways that they protect themselves. Another way is their blood. Their blood is highly poisonous. But humans are out here eating pufferfish. It's a delicacy called fugu, and it requires a highly specialized chef with just years and years of culinary experience, because one wrong cut of meat from the pufferfish or too much blood, certain death. The pufferfish toxin is
That's
actually
so crazy that people do that.
1,200 times more poisonous than cyanide. One pufferfish has enough toxins to kill 30 full adult humans. There's no known antidote. Once it's in your system, there's nothing that can be done. Sharks are the only species that are immune to the pufferfish toxin. Humans are not immune. February 25th, 2019, just a few months before Sam's death, Eunhae took Sam to eat pufferfish. For the last few months, Eunhae had stopped paying for Sam's life insurance because it was too expensive to pay every single month, right? But just a week before eating pufferfish, she started paying for his life insurance again. And this would be a pattern. The unbelievable part is, Eunhae didn't even pay the monthly fee for Sam's life insurance. It came from Sam's own money. But even then, Eunhae feels like this is a waste of money. She hated seeing money that she could be spending on anything else, like herself, going to Sam's life insurance policy. The one where she's the sole beneficiary of. So she would constantly stop paying. He would not be insured, and then suddenly Eunhae would be like, you know what? I'm gonna pay the life insurance again. She would start paying for his life insurance, and conveniently, Sam would have a near-death experience almost immediately afterwards. Side note, Eunhae would even stoop so low and have the shameless audacity to even ask for money from Sam's siblings to pay the life insurance. So like clockwork, February of 2019, she takes him to eat pufferfish. I don't know how she was able to get the pufferfish toxins only onto his plate, but she was able to. Sam ate the plate, but he only just got a little bit sick. Stomachache, really. Eunhae was so frustrated, she texted her boyfriend Joe, "I put so much blood and poison onto his plate. Why didn't he die?" For a month or two after that, Eunhae stopped paying for Sam's insurance again, but suddenly started making those payments again. And soon after, Sam almost drowned to death. So this is not even the day that he died. This is a different incident. This was exposed through a Korean YouTuber. One of Joe's ex-girlfriends was anonymously interviewed. So I know it's confusing. Eunhae's boyfriend's ex-girlfriend. So Joe is also seeing like a bunch of women at the same time. He's half Eunhae's boyfriend and half her pimp. We're gonna get into it. Yeah. So one of Joe's ex-girlfriends was anonymously interviewed by a YouTuber, and she shared a story of how they all went on this cabin trip together in May of this year, just like a month before Sam died. She said so much of that trip was so familiar to what she was hearing on the news about his murder. She remembered the whole group bullying Sam while Eunhae recorded. They knew that he couldn't swim, so they tried to make him use this floating device that you would need a lot of people. So you know those big floatables that has handles on the side, and it needs a certain number of even weight distribution to stay floating?
Yes.
They would all go out into the water like that, and then they would scream and ditch. So he's like frantically trying to like stay afloat, but this floating device doesn't really work when it's just one person on one side. It just kept flipping over, and Eunhae's laughing, saying things like, "Oppa, are you having fun? Like, why is he so cute? He's so cute, isn't he?" Joe's ex-girlfriend said everyone could tell that he's not having fun, and no, she did not really think that that was cute. Joe's ex remembered anytime Sam would even look in Eunhae's direction, or even try to talk to her, or even make small little moments of contact with her, she looked irritated. She looked so annoyed. That night at the cabin, this is like a cabin on the lake, so they have this dock right outside. The ex-girlfriend tries to go to sleep, and she hears this big scream and a splash outside on the docks. She runs out and she sees both Sam and Joe in the water. Joe is calm, but Sam is screaming at Eunhae, you push me in the water." So thankfully the water was not that deep he could stand, because I think there hadn't been enough rain recently. And Eunhae just calmly states, "What are you talking about? You were so drunk you fell in the water." Sam screamed, "No, you pushed me." The ex-girlfriend said it was odd. It was really odd. It's like Eunhae
stood
was
up to her
almost
that day.
rewriting his memory. She kept saying things like, "What are you talking about? You think I pushed you in? Okay, fine. I pushed you in. I'm the bad guy, huh? I pushed you in on purpose. That's what I did, right?" She would do this enough times. Finally, Sam submitted and said, Okay, you're right. You didn't push me." It was so weird. But it seemed like there was a pattern of water-related accidents happening to Sam, and it was always right after Eunhae reinstated his life insurance policy. Almost like she had a plan where she started paying the life insurance policy again, and then tried to enact her plan. So just to give you a few examples. Insurance reinstated February 17th, 2019. Near-death pufferfish incident February 25th, 2019. Insurance canceled. Insurance reinstated April 30th, 2019. Near-death drowning incident May 10th, 2019. Insurance
This girl is
canceled.
trying to kill this man.
Insurance reinstated
I mean, she
right
succeeded,
before he died.
but
And before Sam's death, Eunhae received multiple letters from the insurance company because she was paying like earlier in June, and he died on the last day of June. And it was saying, "Hey, if you don't get us the next payment, July 1st, 2019, we're going to cancel the plan." Sam was found dead 9 p.m. the last day of June, 4 hours before the insurance was null and void. But Eunhae had some fans in Korea, though. Yeah. So you know those reality makeover shows, Extreme Makeover? In Korea, I think there's some here in the US, where they do extreme home makeovers. So the producers, they go out and they find families with touching backstories. They come into their house, give them a full home makeover, and the viewers tune in, everybody feels good, the whole thing is wholesome. Eunhae's family was chosen for an episode for one of these shows called Love House. She was 13 at the time. And Eunhae's parents, they were impoverished. Both of her parents were disabled. The entire family lived in a one-bedroom house, survived on a government check that was only like $350 a month. Both of her parents were wheelchair-bound, and Eunhae, ever since she matured really quickly, and she's 13 when this show comes into her life. She had a lot of fans from this episode. So like, yeah, the focus is on the remodel of the house, right? The design choices. But they also really focus on the homeowners' backstories. So they would show clips of Eunhae just taking care of her parents, cleaning up around the place. And she seemed so dedicated for a little 13-year-old girl. Like, parents at home were like poking their kids. "Hey, look at you. Get off your little Nintendo. Look at that kid. What are you doing for me? Do you even love your parents? Look at this girl." Did we get all upset? The producers, they even asked Eunhae, if you had one wish in the whole world, like what would it be? I mean, it could be anything. The producers aren't saying, "I'm gonna give it to you." It's a hypothetical question. She could have wished for $1 million, a pet pig, anything. She's 13. But she said, "I wish I could have my own room. Because I feel bad. I share a room with my parents, and I'm a really noisy sleeper, and I move around, and I kick in my sleep, and I talk, and I have all these bad habits, and I know it makes them uncomfortable when they're sleeping. So I don't think that they can get a good night's sleep because of me." It was such a mature, kind, selfless answer. She didn't even want her own room because she's 13 and wants her own room. She wants her own room because she feels like she's disturbing her parents' sleep at night. She would even say on the show, "Later, when I'm older, I want to give what I received to others during hard times." That same girl on Love House would grow up to be the main suspect of a true crime show in South Korea. And everyone is confused, how did she even get there? A few years after being on the home makeover show, Eunhae would meet Joe. This is the boyfriend that was on the trip with her. They've been friends since like high school. They were on and off dating, and the thing that bonded them together was sex. Eunhae started hanging out with boys in her school and the school in the town over, and every time she would spend time with boys, the rumor was she would be paid a fee.
Oh my.
So eventually it would evolve into full-blown sex work by the time that she was in high school, and Joe was essentially her handler slash pimp. And after getting into this crowd, Eunhae's life just takes a 180. She runs away from home, she abandons her parents, she drops out of school, her highest level of education is middle school, and in 1 year,
Highest level of
Eunhae was
education
in
in
and
middle
out of the
school?
police station like
I mean,
10
honestly,
times for petty offenses.
hot take.
At 18, Eunhae finally shows back at home, and
Hot take. Pretty valid. Pretty valid, to be honest with you. I mean, I understand like life experience and everything. This is the other benefits of it. But like everything that you really need to know, multiplication, addition, how to read, all these things, you really learned them all in middle school.
And drops a baby off, a little baby girl, and is like, I can't do it, bye. Leaves. Une's parents, they take full custody over this child, and we have no further information on like who the dad is or really anything about that. A lot of people said that Une just lost sight of everything that really mattered. She abandoned her parents, refused to take care of her own kid, didn't care about anyone but herself. She started getting a lot of plastic surgery on her face.
Yeah, I can
Now,
see
I don't think it's our
her
place
face
to
over,
judge
bro.
when someone has plastic surgery.
I'm judging.
Right? But I think that the reason that netizens were really dogging on her for this later is, one, she's a shady, evil person, but also she gave her disabled parents the huge responsibility of raising her child because she stated she didn't have the money to be a mom, but she spent a ton of her money on plastic surgery. So I can see how that feels gross to netizens. Like, just making sure it's known that it's not the act of plastic surgery that they don't like. It's just, you get it. And I think in hindsight, it's really to see her as this, like, vapid,
I don't like plastic
manipulative,
surgery.
shallow, gross person that she is. But at the time, for Sam, I think that he just saw the girl from Love House. I think that he knew it was rough for her. But he saw this sweet girl who had to grow up too fast. And maybe now she's a little reckless with the money because she wants to be a kid again. She never had a childhood, so maybe she wants to experience it now. Maybe that's why she tends to want to have more fun and wants more excitement than Sam does. She's trying to live through her kid life again. But she still feels like pressure and stress from her parents and being a single mom. So it's just, I can see how people feel sympathetic towards her. He probably saw her as this very strong, sensitive woman that he could help. Sam would see the good in people because Sam was a good person. But like, what do you think is one of the last things you would do if your loved one passed from drowning? I don't know if this is a conscious choice, but I feel like most people would probably avoid bodies of water. Or at least I imagine it would take a lot for someone to go enjoy leisurely activities on bodies of water without thinking about their loved one who just passed. Eunhae went to a water park 2 months after her husband's death. She even went wakeboarding in a lake. There's a video of her that she posted. She would later claim in prison that that video was taken way before Sam's death, but like, we don't know for sure. We do know for sure that she did go to a water park, which feels wrong. The 100 days after Sam's passing, Eunhae was focused on having fun. She went to the water park, she went wakeboarding, she went on an overseas trip with her friends and her daughter. She hung out with her new boyfriend, Joe. But fine, like, we say this all the time. We really can't dictate how people grieve and process trauma, but like, there's just so much in this case that does not add up. Even the events of that day. So the forensics, the expert testimonies, they don't make sense. For example, professionals state there is a chance, a possibility that even though Sam was okay when he first dropped into the water, he could have had a sudden muscle ache from the cold water. So he gets a muscle cramp, he starts drowning. But they also argued that it's very suspicious that Joe couldn't reach him in time to save him. I mean, even if he did reach him, I get there's a chance that Joe can't save him. When people are drowning, there's a chance that it's very difficult to help them because they keep panicking and they might even try to take you down with them, right? But that wasn't even a consideration in this case because Joe was swimming extremely slow and never even made it to Sam. Another odd thing is Joe had a tube around his waist. When he took it off to, quote, swim faster, he threw it away from him and away from Sam. Eunhae's actions, according to Chloe, I mean, it's all so strange. And it's alleged that before Chloe called emergency services, she said Joe turned to the group and said, make sure we don't look suspicious. The group would tell authorities that Sam did not struggle in the water. So they heard him hit the water, he said, ah, and then went under. Never resurfaced. That's why they couldn't find him because it was too dark to see in the water and he wasn't splashing around, so they had no idea where he was. They're looking around. Joe's like, I don't even know where to swim, right? Because I don't know where he is. But that completely goes against the forensic findings of this case. According to professionals who performed Sam's autopsy, they said that there was evidence that his lungs retained quick amounts of air and water. How do they know? Because there was foam found in his lungs. Foam only occurs when air and water repeatedly enter and exit the trachea. It's a strong indication that Sam was struggling in the water. He was likely coming up trying to get air, then going back down, coming up trying to get air, going back down. So their statement that Sam never struggled in the water is
By the way, this right here. Hey, listen. Never say you never learned something from a stream, right? But if you're like drowning, right? The worst thing to do is to put your hands up and out of the water. Because once you do that, oh, you sinking. Okay? So try to stay calm. Right? And put your head back and just kind of like, so like, listen. So let's say this right here is a water line. Right? And you're right here. You just like, right? Stay up, put your head up, right? And then gently put your hands, like, keep them on the water, right? And then, like, I don't know how to explain it. And then, like, you'll naturally start to float. Your body will naturally start to float. You can practice in your neighborhood pool if you want, right? But your body will naturally start to float back, right? But once you put your hands up, you, all right? So wait, just try. I know it's like really scary, but just try. Stay calm. Just try. Just because listen, panicking never helps anything. That's what you need to know right now. Panicking never helps anything. It makes every single situation worse. And that is a fact.
match the forensics. It just didn't. Additionally, the police had a theory that his foot got caught on a rock, and that's why he drowned, because he was kept underwater. But like I said, the forensics don't match up to that, because that would have resulted in very little or no foam in his lungs. He would not have had the chance to surface for air. And really, add to the fact that Eunhye knew that her husband could not swim, but kept encouraging him to jump off a cliff into deep water and peer pressuring him to do so, very questionable. And there's just so many other inconsistencies. Sam's friend stated that it was really out of character for him to jump into the water unless he felt like he absolutely had to. This man is not a risk taker, they said, so this is not something that he would have done unless he felt forced. Even Sam's wedding to Eunhye, there was no official wedding ceremony. They just did paperwork. Sam told his family it was because Eunhye's parents were upset that Sam was a decade older. They said that having a wedding ceremony would just make their daughter look strange. So while they approved of the marriage, they felt like they couldn't have a wedding for social judgment reasons. Then it gets weirder. After Sam's death, Sam's entire family finds out that Eunhye had a daughter from a previous relationship. They didn't know about this kid. They only found out after Sam had passed, but it made things so much more complicated because Sam didn't have a will when he passed. And he had legally adopted Eunhye's daughter. Eunhye's daughter is the rightful heir to basically everything Sam owns.
Oh my gosh.
But not only that, there could be potential that even Sam's parents could be responsible for the care of Sam's legally adopted daughter, and if they pass and have no will, and if Sam's other siblings pass without a will, technically Sam's adopted child could fight for a piece of the rest of the family's inheritance and money. An attorney stated, according to the rule of inheritance by representation, the daughter is the direct descendant of the deceased Sam, and because of that, she becomes the heir to the family according to Sam's ranking in the family tree. Sam's older sister, ZoFong, is seeing all of this on...
This lady is insane. She should be buried under the jail. Bury her. This girl not only killed this man for his insurance, for the money. She put a secret agent into his house, ergo her daughter. And now this girl, because he was the heir of the family, he was supposed to get everything. But now it drops to the daughter. So now his daughter, which isn't even his daughter, is the heir to his family.
And wow. She thought, there's just no way. Like, there's no way that she's not going to get justice for her brother. She posts a Blue House petition for the government. She stated that every single day since her brother's murder has been filled with pain and despair. She compiled a document with all the evidence she had so far, and she made it public. Side note, this document was almost like a group project. netizens who knew people close to the case, or YouTubers that interviewed people that knew people close to the case, they all started contributing to this evidence
They were
document.
like, she ain't gonna go
And at the
free.
very end of it, it was signed from the people of the Republic of Korea. Sam's
Dang,
sister went
Korea
on to
came
state,
after her.
married life looked a little bit difficult for Sam, but I never imagined it would be like this. My younger brother wanted love, but Lee Eun-hye seemed to have some other intentions. My younger brother wouldn't have known that, but I just wonder, why couldn't he get away from her quickly? It makes my heart ache so much. I just want to know the truth. Her Blue House petition got 100,000 signatures in one day. Along with SBS's episode and production team's investigation, the police and prosecutors were forced to reopen the case. Now, if police had properly investigated the first time around, they would have learned that Eun-hye had very bad luck with guys and relationships. It was basically a pattern at this point. So before Sam, Eun-hye was almost married at least 4 times in the past 10 years. Out of the 4, it said that 3 of them are now dead.
Oh!
The first relationship ended.
Oh my god! Yo! You see, and listen. I'm not saying all, but a lot of women are like, well, why does my past matter? It matters now. Because if he would have knew everybody that she's been with is dead, this man probably would have rethought and said, oh, never mind. Yo, how the heck are multiple people you used to be with almost married to dead? And it's not you. How's it going? Is it Fabian? Babian? How's it going?
In a car crash, and this is an alleged story, by the way. It's alleged that Eun-hye and her husband were in a car driving around Incheon, and they were T-boned, a hit and run. It's rumored that Eun-hye's husband died because they were T-boned from that side. She received insurance money from this, and again, this is a rumor on how the first marriage ended. The speculation being Eun-hye set up a hit and run to kill her first husband to get insurance money, and she survived the car crash. This is an allegation. Then her second marriage or relationship, this one has a lot more confirmed details. Eun-hye started dating a man named Mr. Lee. He was working at a host bar, and if you watch our Yandere case, I do a deep dive into the host bar culture.
Yeah,
Go
we
check it
saw
out.
that one.
But he worked at a host bar, and Eun-hye was a customer. They hit it off, they move in together, and they're young. You know, this is
why you
early
don't move in
20s.
with people.
So Mr. Lee, he's like, I gotta go do my mandatory 2-year military enlistment. So our relationship feels a little shaky. Eun-hye's like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm gonna wait for you. Don't worry. I think we should do one last trip, though, to remember each other by. She requested he pay for a last trip to Thailand together. Both of them boarded a plane, and only Eun-hye came back. July 16th,
my
2014,
God!
almost exactly 5 years before Sam's death, Mr. Lee died in Thailand.
Bruh. Come on now, bruh. Come on, man.
Couple went snorkeling to see coral reefs, and in the process, Eun-hye claimed that her boyfriend fainted and eventually died. When she came back to Korea, all of Lee's friends are like, what are you talking about? Why? How could he just faint and then die? Like, we want answers. She said, oh, he drank too much and then got swept away by the waves. Lee's older brother said none of it made sense. I think she's hiding something. I thought even in that moment there was a
And she was
possibility
free.
that she killed him.
She was
The
free.
confusing part is Lee's father was the beneficiary of Lee's life insurance policies. The Lee family cannot confirm if Eun-hye had other policies in his name that they just don't know about, but the one that they did know about, his one life insurance, it was paid out to the Lee parents. The police briefly investigated the suspicious death of Lee and closed the case, deeming it an accidental death. Now with what happened to Sam, I mean, the suspicion is that she drowned him, but there's no way to prove it. Lee was cremated in Thailand. Then in Eun-hye's last relationship before Sam, she did something really bizarre. She was engaged to a man, let's call him Patrick. And according to those who knew Patrick, they said that Patrick was just like head over heels in love with Eun-hye. He really, really loved her, wanted to marry her, but everyone in his life is like, pump the brakes. This girl is weird. Patrick's parents, his friends, they all said,
Pump the
I
brakes.
don't know.
See, this is what happens when you don't
Something is
listen
weird about that girl.
to people that care about you.
First of all, Una's going around meeting all of us, meeting your family, meeting your friends, but you've never met a single one of her friends or family. Does she not have friends? Does she not have family? But she talks about them, so why can't you meet them? Patrick thought, oh, they're just being so cautious, so skeptical. Love is love. The couple go ahead and they start planning their wedding. The weekend of the wedding shows up, and it's like a full weekend of festivities. They had rehearsal dinners, parties before the actual wedding, and this would be the first time that Patrick would actually meet his friends and family. And Patrick's friends immediately off the bat are like, this is so suspicious. It's the wedding weekend. All of them are showing up in clothes that are not appropriate for the wedding weekend. It looked like they didn't even know that they were coming to a wedding, or they either straight up didn't care, which I don't know which one's worse. And Una's parents, they barely know a thing about her. They don't even seem like her parents. Patrick's parents were so suspicious that they immediately hired a PI. And they discovered that all the people that Eunhae had invited to this wedding, paid actors.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Even her parents.
Yeah.
It's another Anna.
Anna Delvey, yeah. Patrick confronted Eunhae about it, and she left him at the altar, abandoned him. It really, really messed with Patrick. His friend said, after this, Patrick developed severe depression, social phobia. I mean, he's still struggling mentally. What's crazy is, even after leaving Patrick at the altar, Eunhae comes back, knocks on Patrick's door with her daughter, and is like, this is your baby. The timeline didn't match up. It was clear that was not Patrick's baby. So then Eunhae just left again, and I don't think that she ever tried to contact him ever
This girl is crazy.
since. And because fall of 2016, Eunhae married Sam Yoon. So she had 4 very serious relationships in the past 10 years, and she probably did have a ton of other relationships with a ton of other partners, but she's a serial cheater. These were like her 4 main ones. So out of the past 4, 3 allegedly died. And Eunhae was determined to be the one that got away. When the police start looking for Eunhae, she is on the run with Joe. Beginning of 2022, Eunhae and Joe are placed on Interpol's most wanted list. Everyone is on the lookout for this child
Yeah, you
star
could see her
turned potentially
nose.
serial killer. People
And, like, yeah, she got plastic surgery.
with Joe. Beginning of 2022, Eunhae and Joe are placed on Interpol's most wanted list. Everyone is on the lookout for this child star turned potentially serial killer. People are concerned since Joe has a lot of shady businesses. They've got contacts in the criminal world in other countries that could help them flee Korea and keep them hidden. I mean, it would be really hard to find them if that were the case. But 3 months in, police get a hit. Eunhae and Joe never left Korea. They were in South Korea in a smaller town, and they weren't even trying to hide. They were caught in a city hanging out with friends. Not even just them two, with friends. Like, how bold and how cocky do you have to be?
Yeah, that's bizarre. And Korea's filled with cameras.
Yes, they were caught on CCTV cameras as well. Authorities descended on the region, but they tried to watch the couple for a few days. I don't know if either they were trying to gather more intel on them, or likely they were probably trying to find a way to apprehend them without putting other lives at risk. But they were finally apprehended 4 months into being on the run. They only made it this far because Joe had a ton of cash from his alleged shady businesses. Now, side note, authorities stated the little apartment that they rented was trashed by the time that the police got there. It was filled with designer goods, there was no furniture. They found 5 phones, a laptop, and a USB hidden in the ceiling of the master bedroom of the rented apartment. Eunhae was arrested, then Joe, then the ex-boyfriend Leo. But prosecutors, they're mainly focused on Eunhae and Joe. Leo is being charged for being an accomplice and conspiracy to commit, but not really for murder. During the trial, Eunhae and her parents, they try to do damage control to her image. And now, I want to make it clear, I don't blame the parents at all. I think maybe they either truly thought she was innocent, or maybe, I imagine, they might have felt guilt, like they had a role in this. If they hadn't made her grow up too quickly, I just feel like they probably put a lot of blame on themselves. Her father tried to tell the judge that Eunhae was innocent, and she has a reputation in their neighborhood for being a great daughter who always cares for their parents. But it was also proven that Eunhae had not spoken to her parents in over a year, and the residents of the parents' neighborhood said, I have never not once seen that girl, ever. And there's just a lot of things that Eunhae lies about that comes out during the trial. Like, when does she not lie? I don't know. When she was reaching out to SBS producers to try and get her insurance money, which is saying that she went out of her way to
Yeah,
reach
bro,
out
that's what he
to
thinks.
television show producers and wanted a whole episode of a docu-series on her, of her story, just to get her paid. I mean, I'm sure part of it was also an opportunity to get sympathy and potentially even some fame from it, who knows. But she told producers that her parents were being sent money by Sam and that everyone in the family was going to starve without this insurance payout. When SBS contacted Une's mom, she had no idea what money they were talking about. Une never sent them money.
So before she reached out to SBS, the case was closed.
Yes, but the insurance company, they were like, you're sus.
Yeah, it's for insurance, so they just don't want to pay. But now she's like trying to get some money out of this, and that's what opened it up, right?
Yes. It's her, first of all, filing a lawsuit against the insurance company. But even then, I don't think that this case would have blown up the way that it did. But she reached out to SBS producers to do a whole episode on how shady this insurance company is and how the public should riot with her to get her paid.
Yeah,
is
so
the incentive that she had.
See,
So,
that's the
So she
audacity
got
of
herself
the most evil people.
exactly.
Yes.
Like they just really think like, oh my gosh, I need to get my money, and wow.
Like, you would think that most people, I don't think most people would commit murder, but let's say they did, I would think that most of them would be like, I gotta just be quiet and go live in a corner somewhere.
Yeah.
But she's like, no, I need the world to know about my injustice of not being paid.
Right.
This is unfair. Yeah. And then the SBS producers, they just felt like something was so off about her. They started investigating, and they were picking up these little rumors by people who knew the couple. And they started doing a full-blown investigation on their own into this case. So, yeah. I mean, even the whole money thing. SBS producers were told by Une that Sam was the breadwinner for her parents, and that's why the insurance money was a big deal. Sam was under the impression that he was paying for Une's parents. Une was lying about it. Her parents never received any funds. It went straight into Une's just lavish lifestyle. Like, this woman is honestly pure evil. Even when the SBS episode aired that exposed her for who she was, she applied for a provision injunction to ban the episode from continually airing. Needless to say, Une's trial did not go over well. It did not help that she was a shameless person. Like, her history of past relationships, her history of turning Sam's insurance on and off, the videos of them torturing Sam the day of his death. I mean, all of that, like, I don't know how a defense attorney would even defend something like that. Even filing the lawsuit against the insurance company, it's just an extra level of gross. You know Joe? Joe also sued more than 100 people for defamation before he was arrested. If anyone commented on this case, they were getting slapped with a lawsuit by Joe. And since this was before he was arrested, a lot of the people were terrified of being sued for defamation, so they tried to settle. Now, I want to say that most of the people that he sued, and don't quote me on this, from what I can gather, most of them were small people online. So they were not YouTubers, influencers, mainstream media, podcasters, press, journalists, news networks. These are just like random commentators that are posting like on Reddit. They're like, oh, like, look at this case. Look at what's going on. I think he's guilty. Random people. They would try to settle. They would say, okay, like, can I just take the post down and give you $1,000 because I'm nobody, like 5 people saw my post and like one of them was you, so why does it matter? And Joe refused. His lawyer would hit back with, we're not settling for anything less than 1.5.
1.5 what million?
No, like 1,500.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
So yeah, the
Big
audacity.
They wanted more.
Wanted more.
They're negotiating.
For like these people that genuinely, like, they did not have reach, and I'm not saying that in an insulting way, but like, what are you suing them for?
Being greedy and
Yeah, they're just like regular people on the internet, not even journalists covering this case.
yeah,
Just normal people.
Another opportunity for them to harass more people.
100 people. During the trial, the word gaslighting was a huge thing. I feel like gaslighting has been overused in the US to the point where it's kind of lost its meaning, which is not good. But in Korea, I think the word and definition were just recently starting to be taken seriously. It would be thrown out during the trial because later judge would say that it's hard to prove gaslighting. But the prosecutors, they tried. There are voice recordings of Eunhae manipulating Sam by saying things like, when I drink, I turn into someone else, and I treat those who I feel like are the closest to me really badly. I didn't do anything to you because I don't like you or because I was trying to ignore you. I'm just like that. It was very hard for people to listen to. Eunhae was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison.
I mean,
Joe, the boyfriend, was found guilty and sentenced to 30 years in prison.
dang, might
And
as
in
well be
one
like.
last moment of shamelessness, Eunhae said this about her verdict. The investigative agency has already reached a conclusion, so I lost the opportunity to prove my innocence. Basically being like, I'm innocent, but they already made up their minds about me, so what can I do? Joe stated, on the day of the accident, I did my best in rescue activities. Leo, the ex-boyfriend, is also awaiting trial, but it doesn't seem like prosecutors are really pursuing him aggressively. But I will say he's a very shady character. He's got 28 records on his criminal rap sheet. He was also arrested for like domestic violence, really heinous things. It said that he worked with Joe in all the shady illegal businesses. So there's that. And speaking of prison, I was hoping that maybe she would feel some human level of remorse. But netizens were shocked to discover that she made a pen pal in prison. His name is Cho Ju-bin, and we're going to be talking about him very, very soon. He was arrested for helping run the child trafficking ring.
What?
Which is one of the most vile,
Yeah.
evil, yeah.
It's, yeah, I think even on an international scale, that was probably one of the most shocking, vile things I've seen. He was sentenced to 45 years in prison, and when he heard Eunhae was in prison, he started writing to her, almost talking to her like he's some sort of sick mentor. It said their letters to each other consisted of them basically babying each other and being like, oh, poor baby, the world is so mean to us, we're gonna get out soon. I don't think the contents of the actual letters have been released, but these are what people have been saying were the contents. They're just consoling each other, really. Yeah. And remember how the police declared Sam's death an accidental drowning at first?
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutor of that jurisdiction that handled the case from the get-go had to post an apology to her Facebook page. It's very lengthy, but it's very PR standard. She apologized and stated that they were going to have an internal investigation into the case on why this happened. I would say that most people were shocked at just how evil these people could be, and I mean, some of them even wondered if there's anyone that Eunhae didn't date. It just seemed like she seems to have some sort of romantic connection with everyone. Other comments mentioned the fact that there were still other people that weren't arrested that were there. Why did they do nothing?
Yeah.
Someone commented, really, I think if I were in that position, I would have done something to stop this.
Yeah.
How can people watch others suffer so much? Is that
Yeah.
even possible?
This is like, you would think this is happening in the high school, right? In school, bullying.
Yes.
But you would not expect this to happen as an adult.
No, especially, okay, you know, I don't know what I would have done in high school. I think high school, I was a timid kid that just really wanted to fit in. I think even in high school, I would have said
Yeah.
something, right? But now, in my late 20s, like, you would genuinely have to hold me back from saying something. Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
kind of
exactly.
crazy.
Yeah.
They said nothing, and they're watching it happen not once, but throughout the entire day. Not one person. Another commented, I have nothing to say. My heart hurts so much watching these videos. Still, he believed this was love, and he would have endured anything and everything for that. He could have been loved by someone worthy, but I'm so angry that he met a woman who is not even a human being and went through all that pain. I hope
Is that what
these
love
people
does to you
live in
guys?
pain till the day they die. And to those who resorted to victim blaming Sam, because there were some heinous people who said some heinous things about how he should have known it wasn't love. How could he not see that she was evil? Some people even made remarks about their looks. Yeah, some of the comments were really dark, but I think one comment that addresses it really well says, if you look at the way Sam was messaging his friends, he would ask for $3 just to buy ramen for a meal, and if they sent more, he would send the rest back. Sam was kind by nature.
Yeah.
I think because he was so kind, he could never really believe truly evil people existed.
Oh my
I think he
goodness.
never imagined
I mean,
evil
it
people
always
would do such
like
things,
like
especially
somebody
his
said.
wife. It's
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Like she said, because I remember hearing somebody else talk about how, it's always the truly kind people who get, like, quote unquote effed over the most, you know, and that is true, and like the thing is, this is my whole thing. Sure, you can understand, like, she can be treating you in a certain way, and you can truly not believe there's truly evil people out there. But once he used his sister's, like, because he was in debt, and he couldn't, like, take out any loans or any, like, use any cards, he used his sister's, like, social kind of, like, her credit and gave it to her. That right there, instantly, I'm like, oh no. Listen, if you're really in love with her and you're like, no, I don't believe she is the type of person to do this. Okay. But once you start getting your family involved in your business, you start like ruining their lives too. That's when it becomes an issue. That's when it truly becomes an issue. Like, what is going on now? And your friends, the people who you know the most, he knew them before he was with her. Wouldn't you think they care about you more? Like, all these people who end up, like, turning out this way, like, I really, really would like to sit and have a conversation. Honestly. Because I'm just like, excuse me. So, like, you grew up with, or you lived with your parents since you were 18. Let's just say that, like an average, I guess. I mean, not even average, but let's just say that. Right? So, and your parents are kind to you. They've done nothing to you to harm you. And they care about you the most out of everyone in the world. Yes, because you're the only child. So, now you just meet somebody, and because you're blinded by how much you quote unquote love them, and your parents say, I don't think this is a person you should be with, because this person is kind of doesn't seem right. And you tell them, oh no, you guys don't understand. No, you don't understand. No, she's amazing. No, you guys don't understand. Why aren't you listening to them? Like, why? Like, cause why? Like, why aren't you listening to them? Because his parents didn't like her. Just like with the other video, last video. His parents and his family didn't like the girl. He said, nah, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Everybody said they didn't like her. It wasn't some superficial thing either. Like, oh, no, I don't like when you dating white girls. No, it wasn't that. It was that, oh, no, she don't seem like a good person. And now he's dead because she killed him. Allegedly. And same thing with this guy. His parents didn't like her. This guy was hiding them. He'd even let them come over to the house. And now he's dead because she killed him. This is insane. This is truly insane. And I understand in some cases when people have, like, you know, terrible family, terrible parents, terrible things like that. But if you have loving parents and a big family, loving siblings and everything, you truly need to understand. If they're just doing some crazy, oh man, you shouldn't be out here dating Asians or white girls or black girls, depending on, you know, your race. If they're out here saying stuff like that, then obviously that's just a blanket statement. You know, just don't do it. Sure, whatever. I'm not listening to you. But if they're giving you valid reasons, oh, she seems like pretty crazy. Like, she keeps asking you for money, and it seems like, and she's not letting you live in the house that you bought for her, and she's controlling all of your money, and now you're homeless and you can't eat. That doesn't sound like a smart place to be. Yes, this guy was a nice guy, but at the end of the day, this man made stupid decisions. And before, like I said, I was like, oh, I feel bad for him because of da-da-da. But he had people around him telling him, get out, because this isn't a good place to be. And he just decided not to listen to them. Why? Like, why do you guys, like, if one of my best friends told me, yo, like, pay attention. Like, I know you're in love with her and you're blinded, but, like, yo, she is tripping. If one of my best friends said that to me, I have, like, 2 best friends, by the way. I've mentioned this before. I would literally, like, have to snap myself out of this whole thing, and they have to show me the numbers. Show me the facts. And I'm like, oh, shoot, you are right. I'm leaving because I trust him more. He's been with me my whole life. There's no reason for him to lie to me. This guy had coworkers that he can literally feel so comfortable enough. Because I wouldn't ask anybody, any random person for money. You know what I mean? I wouldn't ask no random person for money. But if I were to ask anybody, like if I really needed it, I'm like, yo, I'm struggling. I really need it. If I really was going to ask somebody, I'm asking a really close person to me. You know? And I'm like, yo, listen, don't worry. I'm going to pay you back. I just really need it right now. Right? And that's what I'm doing. So this man was comfortable enough to ask these people for money. And they gave it to him because they understand, they know who he is. They're like, yo, this is a good guy and I trust him with my money. And they told him, yo, this isn't right. You should leave her. This is not how a marriage should be. And he said, no, you guys don't know what you're talking about. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Yo, we gotta, like, he has to take accountability. Because this is insane. Like, he had people telling him, yo, this ain't it. What the heck? Oh, snap-a-doodle-doo. But yeah, it's crazy. It really is, man. It really is crazy. Okay. Alright. Alright, my fault. But yeah, I obviously, like she said earlier, like, he didn't deserve to die. And obviously this lady deserves to be in jail. But like, this man, he should have listened, bro. I think this is the end.
So sad, it just breaks my heart how scary and cruel it must have been for him. But I hope he finds peace in heaven.
Hold up, wait, what?
Imagined evil people could do such things, especially his wife.
That's not his wife, though. That's not his wife. That's not his wife. Like, in all, this, he wasn't living with her. She had all of his money. And I'm ruling out what Titan is talking about with, man, she must have been real, because he wasn't sleeping there. He literally slept in the basement, went to work. Slept to the basement and went to work. He gave all his money to her. Yeah, that's not a wife. And that's why the coworker said that's not his wife. Like, he has parents who live at home. Like, didn't he grow up seeing them? Like, at least you saw your mom and dad at home every day together. That's marriage right there.
So sad, it just breaks my heart how scary and cruel it must have been for him. But I hope he finds peace in heaven. But there were also some really bizarre comments.
Bizarre?
Some
Like what?
people still supported in it. They wrote, "If you're pretty, everything is forgiven."
First of all, listen. Listen. We talked about old girl from last video. All right, Brian. We talked about her. I ain't bringing that up again. But all I'm saying is, you hear? She's barking. She's saying what I'm saying. She's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, she ain't no Halle Berry. I'm playing. All right, let's play.
The crime is not important. The face is important. If you're pretty, everything is forgiven.
But it ain't even. Okay.
There's a saying in Korean, like 이쁘면 다 용서돼, which is like, again, if you're pretty, everything is forgiven.
But like, Cause listen, Asian women, you know, they look nice, right? And like if I'm looking, like right, hold on, is her? Oh yeah, she got that's where she got the plastic surgery. It's 30. It's 30 something. Yeah, it's like right here because I remember when we went back earlier, it was 30. Yeah. Like I mean,
Also never went to Sam's basement unit.
of course she never went to his basement unit. She was never really married to him. Like I mean. I mean, Alright, let me get up out of here. Let me get up out of here. Yeah, I'm telling you, she's barking. She's like, yeah, I don't know what he saw in her like that. Like I guess. Okay, like, can I get something that isn't like some overly overly simpish behavior? Like, can I get something else? Because that's back to back, and that wasn't even on purpose. Oh my! Like this one right here, at least I can see this one. Like, wait, what? Whoa! I don't even know if I wanna. Oh wait, okay. Watch the Gen Chat video. The heck is the Gen Chat video on?
Day. I'm gonna call her Yeram, which is her name, and they had just signed the marriage license.
What the heck?
Afterwards,
Zura, listen, I know you like cars and all, but I don't want to watch a video about cars, my boy. I mean, it's probably not about cars, but it's about the car CEO. Nissan. Is it Nissan Japanese?
Kansai Airport, Japan. It's close to midnight on December 30th, 2019. An ex-American Green Beret and his son approach the security check carrying a large black box. Airport security asks, "What's inside?" And the ex-Green Beret replies, "Audio equipment." After a long, tense moment, security waves the pair through to their gate. Luckily for the Americans, the box is too big to send through the scanner. But had security just opened it, they would have found something way more interesting than simple audio equipment. The fugitive ex-CEO of Nissan escaping the stranglehold of the Japanese justice system. But they didn't open it, and Carlos Ghosn was finally free. Why was he running? Why did Japan hate him? Was he framed? Well, today we're gonna find out. This is everything you need to know to get up to speed on Carlos Ghosn. Big announcement, probably the biggest announcement we've ever made. The entire Donut crew is a screenwriter to create a larger-than-life boss character who's cunning, callous, and maybe a little evil. You'd get Carlos Ghosn. Carlos is a polarizing figure in the corporate automotive world, but he's also driven, smart, and has lived a million lives. His nickname's like People Killer due to the snap decisions he makes that result in tens of thousands of people losing their jobs. But if he didn't do what he had to do, there's a good chance that Nissan wouldn't be
You're gonna love it.
So does
All
that
right.
make him a villain? I don't know.
All right, listen. Zura just hyped it up. Said I'm gonna love this video. All right, Zura, this is your one and only chance. If I don't end up liking this video, Zura, my boy, you have lost your privileges.
Look back at the state of Nissan in the 1990s. Now around here, we think of the 1990s as the golden era of Japanese cars. And right at the center of the JDM universe was Nissan. Around this time, they rolled out cars like the 180SX, the S14 and S15 Silvias, C32 300CX, R33 GTR, and R34 Skyline. I just want to emphasize how unusual and cool it is that a company
Hold up.
as big
Give
as
me a second. I'll be back. Give me a quick second. I'll be back. If you don't like it, then ban me from the chat for a week. No. Permanently. For a week? That's nothing. Permanently. All right, give me a second. All right, we're back. All right, Zura.
as Nissan offered this many sports cars at the same time. These cars seats were balanced, they handled great, and they could take a ton of boost, which quickly made them favorites for car enthusiasts around the world. From Japan to Australia to the US, people sang their praises. But on the business side, Nissan was failing harder than Joe Weber on a skate box. Nissan spent a ton of money to develop and produce these cars, like way too much money. Their supply chain used an antiquated system, so they spent 15 to 25% more money than other car manufacturers just on supplies. But they priced their cars competitively and not based on their manufacturing costs, which means that for every car that they sold in the US, they were losing about $1,000. If you're selling something, you want to make more money than you spend on it. As the 90s came to an end, Nissan had not made a profit in 8 years, and they were more than $20 billion in debt.
Hold
They
up.
were in bad shape.
Zara, quick question. I'm gonna give you an out on this one. Do you really think I'm gonna like this? Or do you just want me to watch it? I'm gonna give you an out on this one, Zara. Just be honest with me, man. Do you really think I'm gonna like this? Or do you just want me to watch it? Okay, okay. At least you're honest, man. At least you're honest.
And something needed to happen or else they would go extinct. Enter Carlos Ghosn. Beginning in 1978, Ghosn spent 18 years working at Michelin, Europe's largest tire maker. He climbed the ranks from plant manager all the way to COO of Michelin's South American operations, where he was tasked with fixing his branch of the
cars or
company.
bikes.
Now there's one thing
Nah, I don't
you
think
gotta know
that's gonna
about
happen.
Carlos Ghosn.
Like, I like
The
them,
man
but
makes moves, fast moves. He
But I don't think I'm
brought
gonna
his
be
branch
on your
back
level
from
of
bankruptcy in only
obsession.
2 years and was handsomely rewarded with a title as president and COO of Michelin North America. 1 year later, Ghosn was promoted again to CEO and presided over the restructuring of the company after Uniroyal Goodrich Tire purchased it. But being the big boss man wasn't enough for Ghosn. He was hungry for more. Hungry hippos for more. In 1996, Ghosn left Michelin to become the executive vice president at Renault, in charge of purchasing, advanced research, engineering and development, powertrain operations, manufacturing. Now, if that wasn't enough, he was also in charge of Renault's South American division. This man loves jobs. Meanwhile, my resume is a half page long, double-spaced. Ghosn restructured Renault over the course of his first year and once more raised profits big time. By 1999, he helped form the Renault-Nissan alliance after Renault purchased a controlling stake in Nissan. And that is how Ghosn landed his newest gig, COO of Nissan. After only a year as COO, Ghosn was made president, and 1 year later, CEO. Now you might be asking yourself, James, what's the difference between a president and a CEO? Well, just like in America, a CEO is more powerful than the president. Point is, when I said Ghosn makes huge, ambitious, get out of my way moves, he means it. So that brings us back to Nissan's awful financial situation. Now, when Ghosn took the reins, Nissan was nearly bankrupt and hadn't made a profit for almost a decade. Only 3 of its 46 models sold in Japan were generating revenue, meaning there were 43 duds lying around. Like when you drop a container of milk duds on the floor at the movie theater and count them, like Rain Man. Ghosn quickly announced a Nissan revival plan and called for a return to profitability. I know! Crazy! The old CEO was like, whoa, why didn't I think about profitability? That would have been a good idea for his business. And then Gon made it personal. And he promised that if he couldn't turn things around, he'd resign from his post in 2002. This is the kind of big, ballsy promises only someone super confident or super stupid would make. Which one was he? Now, when he said he had major changes planned, he was not lying. He cut 21,000 jobs. That's 14% of the total workforce. He shut down 5 Japanese plants and auctioned off beloved assets like the aerospace unit. For fun, he'd also spearheaded some wildly unpopular corporate culture changes, like eliminating seniority-based and age-based promotions, which were a staple of Japanese business culture.
Yeah.
Maybe it goes without saying, but this is when his Japanese coworkers began to turn on him. So, naturally, he made everything worse. He changed the official company language from Japanese to English, and he didn't stop there. Gon decided to really cut costs, and Nissan would be forced to cut corners where it mattered, in their cars. Interiors were stripped down of any luxury. Metal engine parts were replaced with plastic ones. Development time was cut down, but one of the biggest ways Nissan saved money during this time was by using one transmission across a bunch of different cars. Now, this isn't that uncommon, right? But the transmission they chose for all of these cars was a CVT, or continuously variable transmission. Basically, instead of having separate gears, the CVT uses one gear that's lengthened by the use of pulleys. CVTs are pretty whack now, but as you can imagine, they were even worse 20 years ago. Nissan owners reported sluggish throttle response, shuddering, shaking, and finally complete CVT failure. Basically, the transmissions suck, dude. Why do we gotta use these, bro? They suck, Carlos. Ask anybody, man. Even if you had a Nissan with a pretty good engine like the VQ, you couldn't reliably put down the power via these CVTs. But hey, it saved Gon money on the production line, and annoyingly, it didn't stop people from buying them. Everyone and their aunts had Altimas. Sentras became the default economy rental car. Muranos clogged up Starbucks drive-thrus. Which brings me to my next point. The worst part about the Nissan revival plan is it worked. Like Free Ride. Do you know how hard it is to make that show? Please, stop watching it. If it gets views, we have to make more. Gon set out to reduce...
Alright, Zara. So yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna
50% of the debt level and create a profit margin in excess of 4.5% of sales by the end of 2002. These were Mount Everest goals. It was a huge ask for a company that spent 8 years in the red. Guess what? He climbed that mountain and didn't even lose a toe. I'm talking solo free climb alpinist in 1 year under Gon. Nissan's consolidated net profit after tax climbed to $2.7 billion. Just 1 year earlier, Nissan posted...
You know what's so crazy? Is it because of how like short our attention span is that I could literally play it like this and I'm taking everything that I need? I'm like, or is it like, listen, I'm still watching it. I could have stopped it, but listen, I'm watching it. I'm literally listening to it. I'm listening to what he's saying.
Loss of $6.46 billion. When all was said and done, the Nissan revival plan succeeded a full 9 months before his self-imposed deadline. Gon then did what all normal, high-achieving corporate sharks do. He hit a plateau. Just kidding! Why'd you believe me, you idiot? This guy never plateaus. He shark swims or shark sinks. Gon put out the Nissan 180 plan, a brand new 3-year growth plan, which he also crushed. This guy loves crushing. He crushes all day. What is he, Big Pun? Rest in peace. As you can probably tell, Gon was an insanely successful... Swims or shark sinks. Gon put out the Nissan 180 plan, a brand new 3-year growth plan, which he also crushed. This guy loves crushing. He crushes all day. What is he, Big Pun? Rest in peace. As you can probably tell, Gon was an insanely successful, yet infamous CEO. One who took risks and wasn't afraid to sit alone in the corporate lunchroom. He didn't need company so long as his company was making money, baby. And for a while, he was getting by just fine. After he was named president and CEO of Renault, Gon became the first person to run 2 Fortune Global 500 companies simultaneously. In 2016, he helped Nissan acquire a controlling stake in Mitsubishi, which meant that he had yet another new job as chairman at Mitsubishi. Because heaven forbid, he ever show up to dinner with his wife and kids one time. Are you ever gonna come to a soccer game? What's my position? What's my number? What's my birthday? In 2017, Gon stepped down as Renault CEO, but kept his chairman post. Perhaps he wanted to spend more time with his second wife, Carol, whom he married at a Marie Antoinette-themed wedding at Versailles. This Versailles. Or maybe he knew it was all too good to be true. Whatever the case, much like Louis XVI, Ghosn's time of incredible wealth and success would soon come to an end. November 18th, 2018, Ghosn's private jet landed in Japan. Shortly after Ghosn deplaned, he was arrested by Tokyo district prosecutors. A little later, Nissan's chief executive, Hiroto Saikawa, announced that Ghosn had been kicked off Nissan's board. His crime? Ghosn, along with his top aide, a guy named Greg Kelly, underreported their compensation. Now that's a violation of securities law, and they used company assets for personal investment. Now the company didn't provide exact numbers, but the Japanese media claimed that Nissan paid for Ghosn's homes in Rio, Beirut, Paris, and Amsterdam, and that he had charged family vacations to the company. These purchases, along with expense payments, were handled by, and this is where it gets pretty bad, a shell company set up by Greg Kelly at the beginning of 2010. Now, that was around the time Ghosn divorced his first wife and began his relationship with his second. Now, I get it. Dating can be expensive. All of a sudden, you're expected to have freaking toilet paper in your house all the time? To avoid reporting his full compensation, Ghosn also had cousin Greg set up complicated payment plans that Nissan auditors didn't sign off on. Total haul? A very cool $80 million. So after Ghosn was arrested, he was taken to the Tokyo Detention House, which is the sickest named jail. Now, at the Tokyo Detention House, you could be detained legally for up to 23 days without filing criminal charges. I know, sounds like it should be.
Yeah, they did
but here's
that.
something you need to know. Japan has a 99.4%
They did that with what's the name?
conviction rate, meaning
Exactly.
that almost 100% of people accused of a crime in Japan are convicted. Japan does not around. We could go through every single minute detail of the vast charges Ghosn faced, but honestly, there were a lot. And I don't say vast that often. Every time Ghosn got close to getting out on bail, Japan would bring up new charges that would restart the clock. It was like Groundhog Day 2, Japanese prison. All in all, Ghosn's imprisonment without bail lasted until March. That is 4 months after his initial arrest. 4 months? Now, if TikTok tells me anything, that is long enough to get really good at making tamales out of hot Cheetos. And remember, he was still technically Renault's CEO until January, when France's financial minister publicly suggested that the company fire him. It is not a great look to have your CEO rotting away in a Japanese jail. If you've learned anything about the Ghosn, the man does not go down without a fight. Sure, to make bail, he had to pay $9 million, was barred from traveling abroad, had to maintain a given address under 24-hour camera surveillance with no internet access, and wasn't allowed to contact his wife. Sure. But even though he agreed to these rules, Ghosn would tell anyone who would listen that his charges were nothing more than plot and treason by Nissan executives. Of course he was going to say that, but maybe there was something there. Leaks to the media reported that Ghosn had planned to call a vote at a board meeting to fire Nissan CEO Saikawa and reinstate cousin Greg. Now this would have all gone down just after his initial arrest, which is suspicious, right? But even though this seems a little fishy, it's worth noting that both Renault and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission found evidence of Ghosn's alleged crimes. So it's pretty clear that the man was milking all his job cows for everything they were worth, which is perhaps when our friend Carlos realized he may never get a chance to freely surf the internet or sleep next to his Marie Antoinette stand of a wife again. And this brings us to the time that Carlos Ghosn escaped to Beirut in a box. On December 29, 2019, Ghosn left his Tokyo apartment around 6:30 p.m. to meet up with two men at a hotel. I mean, we've all been there, right? The team he hired
Escaped
to
in
get him
a
the fuck out of
box.
Tokyo noticed that Japanese security would follow Ghosn nearly everywhere, except in the hotels. The three men then boarded a bullet train to Osaka, where they dropped into another hotel near the Kansai airport just after 8 p.m. A few hours later, only two men left the hotel, headed towards the airport with a suspiciously large audio equipment box. Brilliant.
That's a stupid
These men were
idea.
later
But they
identified as
just
former
did not
U.S.
check
Army
it.
Special Forces soldier Michael Taylor and his son, Peter. With the help of these Americans, the audio equipment box was loaded onto a private jet. The plane took off close to midnight and landed in Istanbul the next day. From there, Ghosn took a second jet to Beirut, Lebanon, his childhood home, and a country that has no extradition laws with Japan. Convenient. Carlos Ghosn was free. In all, Ghosn said that even though he was only in the box for an hour and a half, it felt like a year and a half. That sucks in there. It sucks. It's very scary and uncomfortable. Felt like a year and a half, for sure. Japan couldn't do anything about their favorite disgraced CEO. Ghosn held a press conference following his daring escape that pissed everybody off even more. A Lebanese prosecutor imposed a travel ban. All of his lawyers quit. Nissan sued him for $90 million. Standard millionaire fugitive stuff, you know? The Americans that helped him escape eventually pled guilty in Tokyo and admitted they received more than $1 million in bank transfers and Bitcoin. Crypto boyfriend style. I like crypto. Blockchain, dude. Papa Green Beret was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment, and Baby Green Beret received 20 months. Third guy was sentenced too, but he wasn't in the family. I don't want to up the full story. Well, as of now, Ghosn is still technically on the run, but that doesn't mean he's been out of the spotlight. He does occasional interviews in an attempt to clear his name, or maybe just to troll people. There's a great one on thedrive.com. I'll put a link to it below. It was really helpful in researching this. He also released a book about his experience titled Broken Alliances, Inside the Rise and Fall of Global Automotive Empire. It involves Japanese and French politics, a scathing rebuke of the Japanese judicial system, and of course, addresses Nissan's alleged internal coup. This story is completely insane. But the most insane thing about it is that it's still not entirely clear what happened here.
I feel like it isn't too crazy, or whatchamacallit, the story. It's just, I mean, it isn't like bad, but I feel like there's not enough information he's giving me, you know? That's why I like to watch the Rotten Mango Lady, because I feel like she dives deep into everything, right? She tells you what they had for breakfast. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, all right, dang. She would have said what he was doing the day before he got into the box, how he was thinking, what he was feeling. But I guess it's like, she's just better at telling stories.
Come home, they start unpacking their newlywed house, and I mean, like, everything's falling into place. They're in love, they're gonna be stationed at the same South Korean Air Force base. Every part of that day was perfect. The fact that they got fast food after they got married, the fact that they were joking around, poking fun at each other, calling each other husband and wife all day
At least
while
you
they're
watched it first.
unpacking.
No
The
problem,
fact
man.
that he promised her, as her husband, to love and to cherish her, but more importantly, she made him promise to buy her pizza tomorrow. That was his first husbandly duty for her. Every single thing about the day was perfect until she was found dead. Would take her own life.
Oh
The
my!
day
You see, like
after her
she looks so. Well, let's
wedding.
hear. Let's
This
hear.
is 81 days after she was sexually assaulted by a senior ranking officer.
Okay, never mind. We're not watching this one. All right. Let's see. You would not live in South Korea? Yeah. Honestly, like, there's nowhere. Because it's like, living in America is, I mean, there's so much, like, so many benefits and things that you should be grateful for living in America, especially when you hear about all these crazy things that are going on around the world. But it's also like pretty what like because I wouldn't like I feel like the best place for me to live would be in America. I haven't been everywhere in the world already, but I feel like economically wise and like safety wise in a sense, I feel like America would be safer. I mean, there's other countries out there that I've heard is technically safer, but I don't know, bro. I really don't. I couldn't tell you.
Bada bing, bada boo.
15 days before the murder, August 12th, 2021, dispatch in Moab, Utah. They get a phone call.
Grand County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I'm calling. I'm right on the corner of Main Street by Moonflower, and we're driving by, and I'd like to report a domestic dispute.
What were they doing?
We drove by, and the gentleman was slapping the girl.
Slapping her?
Yes, and then we stopped. They ran up and down the sidewalk. He proceeded to hit her, hopped in the car, and they drove off.
So you said it's a white van? What kind of white van?
It was a smaller van. The make was a Ford. Model was Transit. Black ladder on the passenger side. White Ford Transit.
White Ford Transit. All right, I will let somebody know. Thank you.
Officers get notified. Find the white van, stop the white van, figure out what's going on inside the white van. When they find this little car on the highway, it's going 20 over the speed limit. It's hitting the curbs. Clearly something is going on inside that car.
Driver is showing some obscure driving, possibly intoxicated. Currently doing 45 miles an hour. Zone through here is 25. Oh! Subject just hit the curb.
Moab police officers, they turn on their lights. The van pulls over without incident. And when the officer walks, body cam on, to the passenger side of this car, they see a very young couple, like 22 years old. They see a young blonde girl in the passenger seat, Gabby. She's very distraught, which makes sense. Someone just reported that her boyfriend was chasing her down the sidewalk, slapping her. Meanwhile, the driver, the guy's name is Brian. It's her boyfriend. He leans closer to the steering wheel so that he can look at the officer, because they're on the passenger side. He's like the opposite of upset. He actually seems so calm. The officer says,
Okay, turn off your engine. Go ahead and set your keys on the dash for me, all right? What's your guys' names? Gabby, Brian, okay. What's going on? How come you're crying?
Gabby is very emotional. She's trying to explain.
I'm sorry, we've just been fighting this morning. Some personal issues.
Brian leans over. He doesn't look like he's having personal issues.
It was a long day. We were camping yesterday, and camping got flies and stuff. I'm sorry I hit the bump there.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Both Brian and Gabby are asked to leave the van so that the officers can talk to them separately to figure out what's going on. They're trying to get both sides of the story. And their stories are kind of adding up, kind of not. There's some inconsistencies here and there, but the officers don't even seem concerned about that.
What a coincidence.
Because their body cam is left on. And when the officers, there's 3 of them. So there's 2 officers, a park ranger that shows up. And when the 3 of them, they start talking away from Gabby and Brian, Their main debate is, do we file DV charges? Like, it feels like, is it worth the paperwork? That's the feeling. I mean, they're trying to push the decision off to each other. It's up to you. What do you think? It's up to you. The main debate here is, do we take someone to jail? Do we book them? I mean, one of them says,
she's got to be 105 pounds soaking wet, 22, full of anxiety, having a really tough time. Not making excuses, but I mean, it is written in the code. We do have a domestic assault here. How far do you want to go with this? Like, you know why the domestic assault code is there. It's there to protect people, especially the reason why they don't give us discretion on these things is because too many times women who are at risk want to go back to their abuser. They just wanted him to stop, and they don't want to have to be separated. They don't want him charged. They don't want him to go to jail, and then they end up getting worse and worse treatment, and then they end up getting killed.
What? Okay.
ultimately, the officers do a whole back and forth, which we'll go over later. They're back and forth. Do we do it? Do we not do it? Ultimately, they decide that they are just going to split the couple up for the night. They're going to send one to a DV hotel shelter, and the other one is going to sleep in the van. And they're not going to file DV charges. Officer Robbins writes in the initial incident report, she's struggling. You know, at no point in my investigation did Gabrielle stop crying, breathing heavily, or compose a sentence without needing to wipe away any of her tears, wipe her nose, or rub her knees with her hands. And then he proceeds to write, the same as all the other officers, that Gabby Petito is the primary aggressor. She is the one that they are debating whether or not they should take to jail for DV. They got a phone call that her boyfriend is running after her, slapping her, but they are debating if she is the one that they should put in jail. 2 weeks later, after this incident, Gabby Petito will be killed. And the one person that knows where to find her is gonna go missing. This is the case of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie.
Wow. You see, this is I can't make decisions like this, man. I can't make decisions like this.
Sponsors have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the official Gabby Petito Foundation. This nonprofit.
He ran off. He's like,
practically days.
I can't make decisions like this, man.
Anyone personal?
What the heck?
This is having a good available netizen opinions, not my own. Where it's like, okay,
what the heck am I?
This before.
What did I do?
Petito Foundation, future free from domestic. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Now, today's case involves heavy themes of DV. Additionally, this is going to be a two-part series. I briefly covered this before I was even posting videos on YouTube for this podcast. And with the new Netflix documentary, there have been new text messages, new pieces of
Netflix made
a
documentary.
Weren't necessarily confirmed a few years ago when the case was unfolding in real time. And I think all of the new details in the documentary really make it more understandable. Because there are certain parts where it's like, okay, we still don't know exactly what happened and why, but now it's pretty clear. So in part 1, we're going to go over all of that. In part 2, we're going to cover Brian going missing and all the newly dug up conspiracies that he might still be alive.
I mean, if it's an
Now,
Easter egg,
legally,
should
I
you
do
even
need
tell
to
me?
disclaim that no living person has been criminally charged, and that any and all theories, conspiracies, comments, opinions, and the like that are mentioned are publicly available netizen opinions, not my own. Well, you know what? I will say, there are people involved in this case that I have very strong negative personal opinions about, which I think everybody is entitled to. But as always, you guys are so smart, I never really even need to say this. Do your own research, come to your own conclusions. And with that being said, let's get started. Miranda's mom is not having a good day. She just got a text message from her daughter that they just picked up a hitchhiker near one of the national parks, and now Miranda's not responding to Miranda's mom's text messages. Miranda's mom is texting her, "Are you out of your mind? Share your location right now. What are you doing?" I mean, doesn't she know the general rule for hitchhiking? It only takes one bad ride to end your life. That's the rule. That also applies for the people picking up the hitchhikers. You browse a few forums and all the stories are there. I used to hitchhike from my home in the mountains to my local high school. A long-haired man picked me up once, And he starts talking about all the missing girls from the area. He said that they were all probably killed, their bodies were thrown into the mountains, never to be found. And I started freaking out, thinking, this is it.
Yeah, why the heck did you pick me up?
The next one. But then he turned to me, and really strangely, he calmly says, it could be me, you know, that's doing it.
Oh my gosh.
But you're lucky that I'm an undercover cop investigating this crime.
What?
He drops her off. But the creepy thing is, he did not seem like an undercover cop. So she doesn't know how to feel about this whole situation at all. But thankfully, she's taken to her destination safely. Or another forum reads, I haven't picked up anyone personally, but years ago, my college professor told me a story about a man in Florida who picked up a hitchhiker. And the man described the hitchhiker as looking kind of disheveled and ragged and weary. And the man managed to drop the hitchhiker off at his requested destination. But once he gets home, the next morning on the news, he sees that they're looking for this man because he killed his parents.
Oh my
That's
god.
the guy that he picked up.
Oh my god.
So these are things that Miranda's mom is looking for. And finally, she gets that call back. I'm alive. Don't worry. He was very nice. The hitchhiker was very nice. So likely, after probably an initial panicked lecture, Miranda says, I mean, the whole picking up the hitchhiker experience, I mean, okay, yeah, there were a few things that were a little bit weird about it. He did approach us asking us for a ride. He said he needed to go to Jackson, Wyoming. But before he got in the car, he was like, I'll give you $200 to get me there. It's like a 10-mile drive. Miranda and her boyfriend was like, no, it's fine. It was so strange. Like, either this guy is so filthy rich that he just thinks $200 is a $2 tip, or he's so desperate to get 10 miles. I don't know. Either way, a little weird. He gets in and he starts talking. He starts yapping.
He then told us he's been camping for multiple days without his fiance and that she was working on their social media page back at their van.
Now, as they keep driving, there's this moment of confusion about which way they're headed. The guy in the back, just out of nowhere, starts freaking out. The hitchhiker is freaking out. Miranda says, he's like, no, I need to get out of this car right now. Pull over right now. This is not the direction that I thought we were going in. He practically runs out of the car. Miranda and her boyfriend, they drive off, not knowing in that moment who they just picked up.
Wait, so he paid them $200 to drive 10 miles.
I don't think they took it. Yeah.
Oh,
they were
but-
just like,
so he
it's-
got on the car,
So
he's like,
his
go this way
eyes
for 10
is
miles,
pink.
and then like a few
His
miles in, he's like,
mom's
stop the car.
It's
Yeah.
completely white.
Yes.
And his
That
dad
happens
is red.
August 29th, 2021. That same day, there's a woman named Norma. She's headed out of the Grand Teton National Park. There's like a church service there. She goes to church there. And as she's leaving, she sees this young guy alone on the side of the road. It looks like his thumb is up. She starts slowing down the car. He looks like he's hitchhiking.
Would you guys ever pick up a hitchhiker?
Her car rolls to a...
Would you guys ever pick up a hitchhiker? Listen. Listen to me, okay? When I give, like, if I'm like, let's say I'm out near like a supermarket or something, and there's like homeless people on the street and everything, you know, when people are like homeless people, they're like, they have the cardboard asking for money. I don't even roll my window all the way down. You think I will let them in my car? This day and age, no. Exactly, definitely. I didn't even think of that. But you think I'm gonna let them in my car? Yo, Titan, I saw this video, bro. This video was terrifying. This guy, he was driving down a road, right? And it was like one of them, like it was like nighttime. It was like, if it looked like a back road somewhere. He was driving, and then he saw somebody standing in the middle of the road, right? This man just felt something. He backed up. He was going to reverse. Tell me why on like, cause it's like a one-way thing. I don't know if you've seen this video, but it's like a one car can fit on this road, right? It's going this way. It's the only way it can go. There's like this bridge thing up here, and it's like downhill down here, right? And he's just driving. He sees a guy right here in the middle of the road. This man was like, oh, nah. He started reversing. People started, like, every time he kept going back, people started jumping down here, and then they started throwing stuff at his car. I'm like, oh my gosh, that would have been it for him. Because if you would have, like, because it looked like this guy was waiting for him to stop, so they can trap him. Yo, that would have been it. That would have been a wrap. Instantly, once I saw that, bro, especially at night, nah, man. I ain't doing it.
Stop. Hey, do you need a ride? Yeah, could you take me to Jackson, Wyoming? Oh, sorry, I'm not heading that way. I'm going north. Well, could you at least take me to, like, the Spread Creek campsite? My fiance's there, working in our van. Norma checks her clock. Probably a 10-minute drive. Yeah, sure. I'll take you there. Come on, hop in. So the man gets into the passenger seat. Norma quickly gives him like a one-over. She's studying him because she probably should. He looks mid to late 20s.
Listen.
A bit smelly.
I just can't have a person I do not trust. This is why I can never do like Uber or anything like that. I can't have, or like drive a taxi. Somebody, I mean, I guess taxi is different because they have like the window, but still, somebody I don't trust sitting right behind me? What? I don't know you. And I just always think of like, you can say, you always think worst case scenario. Sure. I think about like, I'm just, it's my first day on the job, right? I'm like, hey, are you Jeff? He's like, yeah. Can we kind of go in a hurry? And I'm like, yeah, sure. Get in, man. Right? Get in the car. And he's just peeking over his shoulder. He's like, yeah, I'm just kind of in a hurry, and he just makes up a lie like, oh yeah, it's my daughter's birthday and I'm late, and you know what I mean? I'm just oh sure, okay, man. And then I'm going, and then I start looking back in the rearview mirror, and there's like some ketchup stains on his pants and his shirt, and I'm just like, oh. So how was the meal? You're like, oh, what? I mean, it looks like you got a little bit of ketchup on you. He's like, oh yeah, it was good. It was just, you know how it be like when you eat real good. I'm like, yeah. I understand. I keep driving. I keep looking back up there. I'm just looking just to make sure everything's okay, But now he's like, oh, this man's on to me, and then, and I never see a stream again. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Nah, bro. No. I can't. I can never do that. I can't. I don't trust people like that, bro. I cannot. Probably a cute girl in my dream car. What? You probably. All right, sir. For a second, I had to reread that just to make sure you were saying nothing like super crazy. But that's like a 0 level thing to say.
Maybe he's been hiking for at least a day. Maybe he camped out last night. That's the way he smells. She starts driving, and midway, about 5 minutes in, she makes this sharp turn into the campsite. She's got this book on her dashboard. It slides all the way off and lands directly on the hitchhiker's lap. She looks at him. He's looking at her. He smiles, picks it up from his lap, leans it, and puts it back on the dashboard. It's her Bible. And this hitchhiker is Brian Laundrie, who in the past 48 hours is suspected to have killed his fiancée, Gabby Petito.
This is after the murder?
Yes.
Oh, dang.
What?
There's a phenomenon called Missing 411. There's this idea that people are mysteriously disappearing near national parks and cave systems in the US. It's the idea that they're all somehow mysteriously related and connected through these extensive cave systems, underground tunnels that span miles underground underneath the surface of the US. And they exist. Like, that's not a conspiracy theory. Those caves are there. The Mammoth Cave National Park is the longest known cave system in the world. It's like a labyrinth. Some of them, you don't even know that there's hundreds of miles of mapped passages underground. You just have these weird steps leading into this tiny entrance that looks like a hobbit's entrance into the ground. And then when you walk in, you're underground. and it just opens up into this like 3-story auditorium of curved rocks. It's so eerily quiet in the caves. Considering how big the space is, you just hear these bloop bloop, like the water dripping, the gravel is crunching on your feet. The caves are weird. People say that you can hear the caves breathe. There's something about it. It feels like the walls are breathing. It feels like they're moving. The sounds it's making, it sounds like a heartbeat, and you start getting really freaked out. And you don't know if it's in your ears, you don't know if it's the cave. And then all of a sudden, you have to crunch down low, crawl into a tunnel so that you can get to the next part of the cave. And then there's these jagged rocks coming down from the ceiling looking like massive, deadly chandeliers. And then it opens up to like a 5-story cathedral. I mean, these caves are massive. And if you go inside one of them, people say there are multiple times where you have to stop yourself and go, okay, calm down, because you start panicking. What if this whole thing comes down? What if we get lost? What if we don't come out the right side? Like, what if we forgot which side we came in from? Welcome to the cave systems in the US. I feel like most people have seen the viral picture of the map of the people that have gone missing and the map of the US cave systems. People are like, look at them. They look identical. They look eerily similar. And it has fueled a ton of conspiracy theories. Are they getting lost? Is there something luring them into the caves? Why can't they be found? Are there people living in the caves? That's a big one. Isolated human communities that have formed inside these remote caves that are kidnapping people. Now, to be fair, the map comparison is truly fascinating, but it is a bit overstated. So the map that shows people who have gone missing in the US, it's not exhaustive. That map only depicts people who have gone missing in remote areas near national parks. Most national parks have cave systems. You know, it's not causation, it's more correlation. So you could argue one thing or another. You can make the data work for you. It's like tracking ice cream sales within the larger category of dairy-related product sales and then comparing it to a map of ice cream shops. There's going to be some relation. But still, the idea that thousands of people are reported missing in national parks every year makes people lose their minds. Because what the hell is going on inside these national parks? One netizen writes, it's very possible that there are yet to be identified serial killers operating in one or more of the national parks. There have been rumors even about a wolf-like creature that just stands on their back legs. It's weird. I mean, they're larger than a human, way larger than a wolf. But they look like a wolf, but they stand on their back legs. I heard they'll grab and tear through people. That's one conspiracy. I mean, the conspiracies are ever evolving. Cannibalistic feral people. The conspiracy that you go into the national parks, they live off-grid, they have their own secret communities, and they're just waiting for the opportunity to kidnap people and use them as a food source. The conspiracies get more unhinged the deeper you go down the rabbit hole. Yellowstone National Park is probably like one of the top national parks where people go missing. There are even articles titled, "When People Disappear in Yellowstone National Park, Some Are Never Found." It's very ominous. But even the ones that are found, they report having very strange experiences. I mean, for example, a father writes online about how his son went missing for 5 hours. He says the whole thing, even to this day, he has no idea what happened. His son was directly in front of him. They stopped to take pictures on this giant rock. He turned around for 2 seconds, son is gone. When they find the son, he's on the highway 11 miles away. And the son is saying he doesn't remember how he even got lost, how he got to the
Oh my
highway.
goodness.
He has no recollection of walking for hours in the woods. He's 8. There's no way an 8-year-old with absolutely no skills, no bearings, no supplies could walk 11 miles in mountain forest, dense terrain in 5 hours. The dad says, I still think about it to this day. I just don't get what happened.
Why do
So
people hike
regardless
for
of the
fun?
conspiracy
I don't
theories,
understand.
I will say that the main reason that people go missing, it's not really conspiratorial. It's pretty simple. It is very difficult to search and rescue someone who has gone missing in a national park. That's the main problem. The national park is not really made for humans to look at. It's not made for us to, there's not many guardrails because they're trying to preserve the nature. They're not trying to make it like a zoo. That's the main problem. It ultimately comes down to terrain. One person states, most missing people in national parks can easily be explained by them just being out of their element and sadly never being located. It's nothing nefarious, just very tragic accidents. If you go missing at Yellowstone or the nearby Grand Teton National Park, that's like a 20,000 square mile search area to cover. Now, one of the biggest factors that make it even harder to find missing people is there's like this primal instinct in humans. When people get lost in the woods, they don't stop. They keep moving. And usually, they'll move deeper into the woods without even knowing it. Or
Right.
perhaps into the cave.
I mean, are you supposed to stay there, or?
A lot of people recommend staying there
Yeah, staying, because
if
that's
you
the
have
last
not
place
ventured
you,
off too far from your group.
the last place you
Because they're
were.
saying the more you walk, you're probably going to walk deeper into the woods.
Right. Don't try to
Yeah.
like walk around, find your own way out.
At least they know what vicinity you went missing in, so try to stay as close to the vicinity as possible.
I see.
Now, obviously, it differs if you were to like slip off a cliff, because that seems to happen a lot as well. Now, this is the last place Gabby Petito was seen, in the Grand Teton National Park near Yellowstone in Wyoming. 20,000 square miles to search. Gabby Petito is 22. And the whole reason that she ends in Grand Teton is she was on this van life trip with her fiance, Brian Laundrie.
Ah,
plan
the
is
van
to
life
convert
people.
The Ford white van, a small van, just big enough for a mattress. There's no kitchen. Like, you know those vans that have the bathroom? They've got the little kitchenette. It's not that big. It's genuinely a bigger SUV. You put the back seats down. You have a mattress in there. And the two of them are going to take this thing and they're going to drive cross country, vlogging the entire trip for YouTube. Gabby's Instagram reads, "Along for the ride, traveling the world in our tiny van, art, yoga, and veggies." Brian's Instagram profile reads, "Brian Laundrie, take a hike every day. Bug bites are better than being brainwashed by the media."
True.
Okay, that was out of nowhere. Nature enthusiast, taking on van life with Gabs Petito. Gabby's mom, Nicole, she's texting Gabby. September 1st. "Hey, how's it going? Going to bed, wanted to say hi." No response. September 2nd. "Hi, are you going to Montana?" No response. Nicole starts looking at Gabby's social media, just trying to see. Her last post is August 25th. That was the last time Nicole FaceTimed Gabby. So from August 25th to now what, September 2nd, nobody's heard from Gabby? She starts getting a little bit nervous. She's going into like panic mom mode. And Nicole said, "But I thought I'm overthinking it. She's got no service. They're having fun. They're hiking. Just leave her alone. You can get back to me. She'll get back to me when she can. She's an adult." September 6th, she texts again. "Gabby, I just got home from camping. I haven't heard from you. Love you." No response. September 7th. "Hi, I know you might not have good signal, but I'm actually getting worried. I haven't heard from you in a while." No response. 2
No
days
way
later,
you
Gabby's
heard
mom texts Gabby's father, Joe. So they're
That
separated.
outfit.
"Hey, have
What do you
you
mean?
heard
What's
from
wrong?
Gabby?" "I haven't heard from her in, I think, at least a couple of days." "I haven't heard from her either." This is when they start making calls. They're calling everyone that could possibly know where Gabby is. Gabby's friends are texting her, no response. Nothing. Nothing on social media, no like private, close friends, Instagram stories, nothing. Nicole starts freaking out. She says, "I was concerned that both Gabby and Brian were missing. I mean, they're camping by themselves. They could have gotten lost in the mountains. There's no service. Also, there's like grizzly bears that have been known to attack humans in Grand Teton. Even the bison are known to get very aggressive if you approach them too closely."
Are they texting Brian too?
Yes, no response. I mean, the possibilities of what could have happened are endless. Now, some of Brian's friends, they have like their own explanations at this point. They say, I mean, we theorize that the two of them just chucked their phones into the ocean. We thought they were saying, "We're done with it. We're done with social media. We're done with everyone. We're going to go off grid, just us two." But that doesn't make any sense to Gabby's family, because Gabby would never not tell her parents that.
Yeah.
Friday night, September 10th. So she hasn't posted since August 25th. Nicole hasn't FaceTimed her since August 25th, and now it's September 10th. This is at least 11 days after the last contact Nicole has had with Gabby. Nicole tries reaching out to Brian's mom, Roberta Laundrie. Now, I will say, Brian and Gabby are engaged, are not engaged. They're kind of on and off, but they were engaged at one point. So, I mean, at the very most, they're fiancés. She's reaching out to Roberta Laundrie. She's like, "Hey, this is Nicole, Gabby's mom. I was just wondering if you've heard from the kids. I haven't heard from Gabby in about 10 days, and I'm getting worried as she's been consistently in touch. I tried Brian as well, and I haven't been able to get in touch." She sends the message. It's blue. Message delivered. No response. So a few hours later, Nicole goes back in there and she sends another text. She's like, maybe this isn't even Roberta. Like, maybe she changed her number. She texts, I hope I have the right number. The message goes green. Wait, that's so weird. It's like she's been blocked. Or like maybe her phone is off, or suddenly Roberta Laundrie doesn't have signal, because why would her iMessages suddenly turn green? Like, what is happening? Joe, Gabby's biological dad, tries texting them. He's texting Brian's parents. This is Gabby's dad. Have you heard from Brian or Gabby lately? We haven't heard from them in over 2 weeks. Both phones are going straight to voicemail. Please call me. The message goes through. No response.
Was it blue, green?
It was blue.
Okay.
Then he sends another one. We are calling the police. It goes in blue. No response. Okay, this is so weird. This doesn't make any sense. The parents live in Florida, Northport, Florida. It's not like they live in the middle of nowhere. It's not like they live in a national park where they have no service. Why are you... This doesn't make any sense. And they're not strangers. Roberta Laundrie was really excited that her son was getting engaged with Gabby. Gabby and Brian even lived with Roberta at one point. They lived with Brian's parents in Florida before their cross-country trip. Roberta would knit these little sweaters for Gabby. I mean, there's obviously... You know, okay, there were little things that were maybe not amazing when all of them were living together. For example, Gabby had told her mom before. There was this one time where Roberta, Brian's mom, was making this pie for dinner. I guess it was a mediocre pie. I don't know. This is not what Gabby's saying. This is what I'm saying. You know, I don't know if it's a mediocre pie. I don't know what her pies taste like. But nobody was really, like, freaking out about it at the dinner. This is how Gabby is trying to explain it to her mom, but she's probably being much nicer about it. And maybe a pie is a low-ranking dessert. I don't know, okay? Regardless, Roberta is so upset about it. She doesn't want to talk to anyone in the house after that dinner. Not even Gabby. She's so upset. They didn't talk about her pie. They didn't compliment her pie. Her pie was nothing to these people.
That's it? She was upset that nobody loved her pie?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Later, text messages between Brian and Gabby would show Brian asking Gabby what's for dinner, and she responds, your mom's not in a good mood, so I don't know what's for dinner. Brian starts ranting. A lot of days were like this when I was growing up, and it just always blows over. Well, I was gonna go grocery shopping. Well, just make sure you say goodbye to her.
Oh
I
my.
know, I'm just nervous to walk out of the room. I feel like I did
Oh my.
something. Shaking my head. I'm ashamed. Just say
I
goodbye.
mean, that is a whatchamacallit thing to do.
But still, I mean, both of the kids are missing and you're just not responding. Someone is texting you, I'm going to call the police. Gabby's dad, Joe, says, then I reached out to Brian's parents. They just never responded. Then I reached out to Brian's sister, Cassie. No one replied. Gabby was going to be their daughter-in-law. This is a person that I thought that they loved, and I have text messages saying that we're going to call the police. That's what I'm telling them. And if someone texts me that they're going to call the police, I want to know what's up. But we heard nothing. Every single call, voicemail, voicemail, voicemail. Texts are getting blocked. They go to message Roberta on Facebook. They're blocked. Nicole is so confused. She says, why aren't you helping me find my daughter? I mean, I don't want to seem accusatory, but it's confusing. My mind is turning right now. September 12th, the day after this. So Friday night, they're just trying to get in contact with the Laundries. September 12th, the day after, Nicole starts calling everyone on the West Coast. She's calling the parks, the police, Grand Teton National Park rangers, everybody, reporting Gabby missing. Everybody is telling her, well, you're not even from Wyoming. You gotta call. I mean, we don't know who you gotta call, but it's not our jurisdiction. You don't even know if this was the last place she was seen. Like, everyone's just kind of putting it off to everybody. She's an adult on vacation. There's nothing we can do. We can't start like a nationwide search party because your 22-year-old daughter hasn't talked to you and FaceTimed you in a week. That's when Nicole calls the Northport police in Florida. That is where Gabby and Brian lived with Brian's parents before their cross-country road trip. She's explaining, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys can help just because
The
my
world
daughter
is so
lives there in
big.
Northport, but she's been on this, road trip in her camper van with her boyfriend. She's been off the grid for like 11 days straight, which is not like her, and I don't know what to do. The officers, they show up to the Laundrie house to figure out what's going on. The only thing that the police know, the only thing that Gabby's parents know, is that Gabby is not picking up, Brian's not picking up, and for some reason the Laundries are not picking up. Maybe they're busy, maybe they've been working, maybe they're out of town, we don't know. Police go to knock on the door. So both Chris, Brian's dad, and Roberta Laundrie open the door.
Northport Police Department. Yeah. How you doing, sir? I apologize for bothering you.
I have the detective on the phone. I'm not talking to anybody.
You don't want to talk to us? Is okay, she's on the phone. You don't want to talk to her now?
No.
Chris Laundry, the
Oh,
dad, is
that's
responding.
kinda-
I'm not talking to anybody.
That's kind of strange.
Wow,
That's
that's
kind of
his first thing to say.
Yes.
Okay. Is when was the last time that you saw Brian and Gabriel?
Well, Brian is here.
Brian is here.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying.
Chris Laundry points inside his home. Well, Brian is here. Brian is home in Florida, in his parents' home. That's like 2,300 miles away
This
from
is
where he was
crazy.
with Gabby. Then where the hell is Gabby? Like, why are you home in Florida? The officer's so confused.
Where do Gabby's parents live?
They live in New Jersey.
And that's why you're saying?
Yeah, we have an attorney. They've been calling. I don't know. That's all I want to say. I don't know why so many attorneys are aware.
Okay.
They're calling, so I can give you his number.
Whose number? The attorney's number? Yeah. Okay, I would like that, please, so I can give it to the detective. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And just to let the detective know, is Gabriel here? Or
No.
She's not here. Okay.
I thought was here last night.
Yeah. Okay. So is this her vehicle? Her van?
It's both of them.
It's both of them? Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The officers are so confused by this whole interaction. He goes back to the cop car and he's talking to the other officer on this case. I ran the tags. I mean, there's a little white van in their driveway that comes back Gabrielle Petito. But they're not saying she's there? No. The detective explains, you know, in the meantime, I called his sister, Cassie, Brian's sister. She called me back saying, oh, Brian's home. He told me they got into a fight. He left her at a hotel in the West Coast, flew back. I don't know what's going on, but I know it's pretty shady. And they won't answer any of my phone calls. I'm starting to get a little, you know, what are they hiding?
Brian's sister is saying Brian is shady.
No.
Oh.
The detective is saying,
I
yeah,
see.
like the whole family is getting a little shady. You know, I asked him just right now, like, who does that van belong to? And he says both of them. The other officer is confused, but it's registered to her, and her family feels like it's hers. So I don't know if that van's a crime scene, had it returned there, if he supposedly flew home. I mean, there's definitely some issues going on. Here's where I'm at, okay? I agree, everything is odd, everything is suspicious. I don't think that we have probable cause. I mean, the best I can do, maybe go down and try to see if they'll talk again. Another officer, the sergeant, goes back to the door of the Laundry family home.
Police department. Is it Chris?
Yes.
Chris, this is Sergeant Selzer with the police department.
Yes.
Hey, look, I hate to bother you. I know you've already said you don't want to speak or don't want to help us. I'm trying to figure out something for parents. You guys as parents, you know, all they want is their daughter to know that she's safe. So I don't know where it all started before. I don't know what's transpired. I don't know anything about that. I'm here to know if you guys know anything. It would let the parents at ease and go from there.
We don't know anything.
Okay.
This looks.
I mean,
I feel like in this situation, he took her out, and then he went to his dad, and he was shaking. He's like, oh man, like, okay, so listen. She like, okay, so like, so I did like a little like, and then she was like, and then like, right, and his dad like, sit down, tell me what you did, and he's like, but I did, and he's like, just tell me what happened, and he said, she, listen, there was a rock, and she was in my face, and I just, and then now they just waiting for everything to end. Cause his dad, how he's talking, like, I feel like if I felt like my kid was being like harassed in a way, like, I'd be like, yo, like, can you like, I'd be more, but every single time he comes to the door, his wife comes to the door. You know what I mean? And I might be reading too much into this, but I'm just like, that's kind of interesting. You know what I mean? Because he's in a house, and they know something's up. And they both come to the door? That's weird to me. It really is. Both of them are coming to the door, showing that this is something that's really serious. And they know something. They just don't want to say.
give them is any type of help. Last time your son saw her, anything like that?
They try to play good cop,
Yeah.
and the parents are like, nope, nope, nope.
Am I able to talk to your son? The other officer said
He's not going to talk to anybody.
Okay.
He's not going to talk to anybody.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna lay it out for you if you want. The New York detectives are a little pissed, and they want me to do a whole bunch of things that I'm trying to avoid.
Then you have to do what you got to do, and we're not going to. That's that.
Okay. I mean, as a parent, you wouldn't want to know where it happened with
I
your.
understand what you're saying, but that, thank you.
I mean,
No, we're not going to.
it makes it very odd, don't you think? From my point of view, Chris.
Now, you can call our attorney and give your phone number.
I don't have your attorney, and an attorney's not going to answer at 10, 11 o'clock at night.
I'm not speaking to anybody.
Yeah, we're not comfortable.
Without an attorney.
You see the wife getting involved. Like I said, I feel like this is a bit strange. I'm telling you, they scared. They worried. They know the son did something.
Okay. So the van is only registered to her.
Yo, look at the date. 9/11/2021.
Well, I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm going to tell you. I'm telling you, the title on the state of Florida is it's only hers.
Okay.
So it's not supposed to be here.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a tow truck and get it. Is a car in the way?
It's my car. I can move it.
I mean, so you don't have any issue with us taking the van?
If that's what you're saying, you got to do. You got to do.
No.
But right now, I'm not speaking to anyone.
Yeah, without our attorney.
Okay. You don't find that odd that you guys really?
They just start closing the doors on the officers. Good night. Don't knock on my door anymore. As the police are towing the van out of the driveway, the tow truck driver, who's not a cop, he just works with the police, he even says on body cam, kind of weirded out. I don't even know what's going on.
Really?
Yeah. September 11th, Gabby's parents report Gabby missing. They find out the night of the 11th that Brian is home in Florida. And he has been there since September 1st. He has been there for nearly 2 weeks. He's been back home. Nobody has reached out to Gabby's family. In fact, they've blocked Gabby's parents.
What could they possibly be doing for like 10 days or 2 weeks?
They go camping. Yeah. Nicole says when authorities told her what happened, the detective said, Brian's there with the van, not Gabby, and he's lawyered up. He has a lawyer already. Nicole says, I never felt anything like that in my life. My body would not stop shaking. Jim is Gabby's stepdad, so she has a really beautiful blended family. So she has Nicole, her biological mother, which they really don't even like the stepdad names because they've all been in Gabby's life since she was like a toddler.
That's
so
weird.
You've got Nicole and Jim, her stepdad.
Uh-huh.
Then you have Joe, her dad,
Uh-huh.
and Tara, her stepmom.
Uh-huh.
Both of the step-parents, they were
Yeah,
also
I guess if
so
he's
distraught.
together
They're
too.
collapsing on the ground. Like, what do you mean he's home? What do you mean he has an attorney? Why would he need an attorney?
Exactly. Like, what the heck?
And instantly
It's like
they
he's
start
hiding
organizing a press conference. The four of them all help standing there, raising, pictures of Gabby, and they're pleading people to just help bring her home. Gabby's dad at the press conference says, what I need everybody here to do is help. The goal is not met. The goal is to bring Gabby home safe. All that I'm asking for right now is that. I'm asking help from everyone.
I'm asking for help from the parents of Brian, and I'm asking for help of the family members and friends of the Laundrie family as well.
Within a day or two, the Gabby Petito case blows up all over social media. I remember the floodgates opening. Pretty much all my comments, emails, everybody was requesting coverage on this case. Meanwhile, Brian and his family are just releasing these weird statements through their attorney that read, it is our understanding that a search has been organized for Miss Petito in or near Grand Teton National Park in Wyoming. On behalf of the Laundrie family, it is our hope that the search for Miss Petito is successful and that Miss Petito is reunited with her family. Reporters think this whole thing is so bizarre. They're commenting, I mean, we don't know what he told his parents, right? But the fact that his parents have been uncooperative, have not answered questions by the Petito family, I mean, imagine if this was their son that was missing. It gets so enraging that there are protesters now stationed outside the Laundrie family home screaming, where is Gabby? Tell us where she is. Also, the investigation is now what? All the way from Wyoming, where Gabby was last seen, all the way to Florida. Because it's proven that Brian drove the van back all the way back to Florida. He drove over 2,500 miles. Gabby could be anywhere in the country at this point. So people start digging. Netizens start going through everything that they can find online. They find Gabby's blog that was just posted days before she goes missing. The vlog shows it's her very first YouTube vlog. It shows her and Brian camping in their van, and it's a really aesthetic vlog. I mean, there's nothing abnormal. It looks like the ideal van life trip.
You're saying this is like she just started this whole journey.
Yes.
The first video.
Yes. And people are trying to figure out, how long have they been together? I mean, what do we even know about this couple? Gabby and Brian met in high school, but it wasn't until after high school that they start dating. Probably because in high school, it seems like Gabby was able to make friends very easily. Brian is, he's the guy that likes to sit alone at the cafeteria, and he likes things like eat the spaghetti to forget your regretty. I mean, it's not bad or nefarious.
Eat your spaghetti to regret
random.
to what?
A lot of people remember Brian in school as having, quote, 0 friends. He liked movie quotes more than friends. He liked quotes that were deep and philosophical in his
That's what
eyes.
happens when you watch too much rom-coms. She saw that, and I bet there's a rom-com about some guy like that. So she just thought, he's perfect. Man.
Such as, through my indifference for people, I've been placed outside of their society. Now I live in a ghost world, enclosed in my dreams and imaginings. Also, he just looked 10 years older than he actually was. One friend of Brian said, when I first saw him, another kid was telling me, like another one of my friends was like, that's a narc. That's an undercover cop.
Dang.
In our school. He's a narc, unlike anyone that's doing anything bad. This guy cannot be 16, he looks 26. He's an undercover cop. One friend from high school said they were both very different. So Gabby was very different from everyone, but in like the old soul way. She had a very peaceful, serene calmness to her. And she was very artistic, so she didn't fit in necessarily with like the very generic trends that we all love, right? She was just kind of doing her own thing. Brian didn't fit in for like his own different reasons, but it's not because he was necessarily this artistic soul. If you look through his Pinterest account, which I spent way too many hours doing, it seems like his focus on is more so wanting to appear like an artistic soul. He doesn't seem like a genuinely artistic person. So they're very different.
You see, she
in
does
their
her
own
research
ways,
deep.
But I think the only
She went to his
commonality that they
Pinterest.
have is that they're both different from the regular crowd. A little boy that Gabby would babysit would say, Gabby was just someone that was living with rainbows. I don't know, that's the best way they can describe it. Whereas Brian is a loner because it seems like he just wanted to be a loner. And the very few friends that he spoke with, some of them said it felt like he hated the human species sometimes. I mean, who knows if this was planned by Brian or not, but the only things that initially bonded them together are they both like the beach, they both like Star Wars, they both like nature, and also Forensic Files, the TV show. Some people think that Brian specifically wanted to reconnect with Gabby after high school and made a chance happening occur, but that's just a theory.
Dang.
Just putting it out there. In one journal entry, Brian writes, Life so far. We met at the start of high school, graduation. We found our lives going in different directions. After a few years and calls, we drifted apart. Years went by, but we still had those moments until one day our paths crossed entirely, unexpected by pure chance. But almost as if it was meant to be that we would find each other, to spend the next day together, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
Where was this from?
A journal that the FBI released in a vault. Document dump. Now, as for Gabby, a close friend of hers states that after she started dating Brian, she was actually getting bullied by all of her other friends. Which, yeah, I don't think they're good friends, but she says it was something about Brian that they didn't like her being with. Gabby was upset with it. I went through it with her, and I was just like, screw them. They don't know you. Gabby's family also didn't really think that the relationship between Gabby and Brian was that serious. It wasn't until they see an Instagram post from Brian that they realized that the two of them are engaged. It was weird, but it wasn't like a raging red flag.
That is a
Brian
red flag.
never asked Gabby's dad for his blessing.
That's a
which
red
they
flag?
were a little bit offended by.
Listen,
they were upset by it.
him not asking the dad is a red flag, and her accepting is a red flag, and her not telling her dad that she's this serious with this guy is a red. All this stuff is red flags.
And also the fact that they found out on Instagram. But when they called Gabby to be supportive, it seemed like she just didn't want people to know about it. And they thought it was weird. And she just kept reassuring them, no, it's because I'm young, you know? We're just
I'm
like
young.
going with the flow. Like, I'm not, we're still young. I do think finding out about the engagement news on Instagram was probably startling for Gabby's parents. But I think the one thing is there was no engagement ring. So
How the heck you
perhaps it
propose with
didn't
no ring?
feel necessarily that set in stone. And I think that it's a very tricky balance of not trying to overparent a 22-year-old child and
No,
being
overparent.
overprotective and, like,
Overparent them.
freaking out. Like, what do you
Overparent
mean
your
you're
kids.
engaged versus just trying to be understanding. And I think that Gabby was very
They gotta stop
chill
trying to be
about it,
friends.
is kind of how everyone
I feel like
describes it.
parents should stop trying to be friends with their kids. These are your kids. These are your kids. Right? And most of the time, you know more than them. Most of the time. Especially when it comes down to serious life choices like this. So, you gotta tell them, yo, pay it. Like, what you talking about you getting married? I don't even know the man like that. You gotta be stern. You gotta tell him, listen, I ain't one of your little friends. I ain't one of your little friends. All right, so you're not gonna play with me. You gotta talk to them like that. It's crazy. It's crazy when they try to be friends with their kids. Oh, I don't want her to. No. That's what they gotta. I don't understand. I don't know. But yeah, guys, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit it with a like. And also, I mean, if you like the drawings, hit the video with a like. And also subscribe if you're new. If you like the drawings. I really like this one. I like this one a lot. This is my favorite one. I mean, besides the Alchemy one, but this one, this is my favorite one.
So afterwards, Gabby and Brian decide that they're going to buy the 2012 Ford Transit Connect white van. They're going to design it, build it. They're going to make this so beautiful. This is going to be their van life. And it does appear that Gabby was willing to invest a lot more money on this entire trip than Brian was. She's working 50 hours a week at Taco Bell
Oh my gosh.
to save up money for this trip. One of Gabby's closest friends said she started working like 50
Why
hours
did your
a week.
parents
She's
let
like,
her
I have
do
to tell
this?
all the customers to have a taco-tastic day, and I love it. And I'm like, you're so weird, but okay. Meanwhile, Brian, who is not working nearly as hard as her, he's kind of upset that she's working at Taco Bell. Gabby's parents didn't even know about this at the time, but Gabby's friend said, I mean, she would work, and then she would hang out with me. So this is a friend from Florida that she made. She, like, met this friend on Bumble Friends. Her name is Rose.
Bumble Friends?
And that is when Brian started feeling
What the heck is Bumble Friends?
Possessiveness over Gabby. That's what Rose says. In fact, he made her feel like shit that she was spending all of her time working at Taco Bell. He wanted her to spend all her time with him. He would text her.
So it wasn't because of Taco Bell. It's just he doesn't
Yep,
want her to be working.
First of all, like, why is she? I don't understand people that hike for fun. I don't understand. But hey, do what makes you happy, I guess. But like, travel YouTuber. Nah, she can't be a travel YouTuber.
Previously, they both worked at Publix together, where it appears the speculation is that at Publix he could control her or keep an eye on her, whereas at Taco Bell he doesn't really know who she's talking to, who she's hanging out with. And then afterwards, she's like, yeah, maybe I do want to go hang out with my girlfriend because I want to let off steam. I'm working 50 hours a week.
Yeah.
He would text her, this is in the Netflix documentary, I'll be happy when I see you, but I'm so pissed right now. I fucking hate that you ever worked at Taco Bell with all those low lives.
Wow.
She responds, okay, ... Well, I know, sorry. I don't know why you had to turn into one of them. Fucking disgusting.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. It seems like he feels like all the people working at Taco Bell are low lifes and he doesn't like Gabby hanging out with him. There's really not even anecdotal evidence that the people that she was hanging out with, the people that she was working with were strange. By any regard, it just seems like he looked down on Taco Bell. He would even reach out to Gabby's mom, Nicole, telling her things like, Gabby's working really late every night and she's hanging around these people and they are bad people. Nicole said, I kind of believed it at the time because it just seemed like he was trying to take care of her. And it just seems that while she's at work, he would have these very frantic text messages that he would bombard her with. Sometimes it's the I freaking hate the low lives. The next time it would be, please, please forgive me for calling your mom, but I'm fucked in every aspect of my life right now. I
Oh
just
my
wanted this week to go
goodness.
smoothly. I'm crying
Bri,
so fucking hard in
MH,
the dumb
MH.
bathroom typing this. Gabby doesn't respond. Brian texts back. And I know you love me, and I'm sorry. I worry that you'll just leave, and it's just that I couldn't have my life without you.
Oh my goodness.
Finally, Gabby responds, no, honey, I didn't want you to be sad today. I love you so much. I'm sorry. I'll never leave. Brian responds, I'm crying right now, but it's okay. I was just saying how it was so crazy. I was alone for so long, and I was so happy for now that I love you so much. Every second alone, I'm just stuck with the person that I hate. No hate. All love here. That's what Gabby responds. So a lot of close friends just started having this sneaking suspicion that he didn't want her to work and that she did, and he was mad about it. He always tried to get her to do what he wanted, and he wanted the van life, and he rushed it so that she wasn't able to work anymore. It seems like the van life is to get her alone. Meanwhile, Brian is not even trying to work towards this van life. He's out here selling his copycat art bookmarks for $4. He hasn't had a real job in months, and I say copycat art because he does a lot of tracing art.
Nah.
The type that wants to be perceived as artistic, but is perhaps not the most creative genius
He
skill
sells
that ever
traced
existed
art.
this earth, or like very far from it. Now, one of Gabby's closest friends, Rose, she said, you know, when we first started hanging out, neither of us had friends. She had texted me saying, you seem cool. I really want to be your friend. Can we be friends? And I was like, yeah, I would be happy to be your friend. And we just went everywhere together. We would tell people that she was my emotional service human. I worked at Domino's as a delivery driver, and Gabby would sit in the car with me and ride around. So when I met Gabby, I was in one of the lowest points of my life. This is what Rose is saying. I just saw the
Yo,
bad
what
in
is
everything,
Bumble
but
Friends,
she
bro?
made me realize that I should be seeing the good. I never had somebody make me feel so important, that like my life mattered. Gabby probably made Brian feel the same way that she made Rose feel, which is very safe, very cared for. But Brian doesn't try to appreciate it and reciprocate those feelings. It seems like he's so panicked that something is going to happen. He keeps bombarding her with messages all the time. Hey, honey, I don't want to keep bothering you with my texting about how much I love you, but I really miss you. I'm sorry I've been so anxious. I'm really trying to focus on getting our life together so that we can hit the road. I'm definitely getting a lot done. Working on the van right now. If she doesn't respond right away, he'll text back, oh man, you took over the Spotify, but you can't text me back. So I guess they were sharing a Spotify where only one person can listen at a time. So he's like, oh man, you took over the Spotify, but you can't text me back. I miss you so much. You hurt my feelings.
What?
Gabby responds, sorry, I just got service back. I tried to text you. Please relax. The first strange thing that Rose realized, though, is that Rose and Gabby had the Find My Friend app with each other because they're like, this makes me feel safer. When Brian finds out about it, he makes Gabby delete it. And Rose thought it was weird, but she says, I didn't push the issue because I didn't want it to cause an argument with him. He was always worried that she was going to leave him. It was like a constant thing to try to get us to stop hanging out. He would demand that she be home for dinner. And then often he would cut our hanging out time short. He would demand to pick her up from my house even when I had a car and I offered to drive her home. And then finally one day, Gabby tells Rose, Brian wants to meet you. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, we were all gonna go to the beach together. And he kind of just like sat back there and read his book while Gabby and I hung out. It felt weird. It felt like a parent was watching us on a play date. It was very weird. Apparently he had set up a hammock just like behind them. Like a supervisor. Not next to them, not near them. Because I understand if you're like, oh, we don't really have much to talk about. We're at the beach. I'm going to read my book. There's a video clip of it. He's just, I want to say, like 100 feet away in his hammock, just watching them.
Wow.
And reading his book. But, I mean, Rose says, yeah, it was like a play date. It was weird. But he was very nice. I do remember coming home and saying to my mom, she was like, how was it? How was her boyfriend? And I was like, he's a really nice guy. I don't know, there's just something off about him. And that just started becoming more and more clear as our friendship progressed. But the most alarming sign, Rose says, is one night, Rose and Gabby, they make this whole plan that they're going to go line dancing. Girls' night, they're going to go to the bar, line dancing.
What's line dancing?
Like country dancing, almost.
Oh, okay.
It's not like, And even if it were, it doesn't matter. But I wouldn't say it's very sexy dancing. It's like fun, you know? So Rose is waiting for Gabby. Gabby's 30 minutes late, and then she's an hour late, and now she's an hour and a half late. What is taking her so long? Rose is texting Gabby, and she gets this long-winded response that just doesn't even make sense. She said that she was driving towards Rose's house, got near Rose's house, and then realized she didn't have her ID. So she needs her ID to get into the bar to go line dancing. So then she went back home to get it. But again, that wouldn't have taken that long. But Gabby is explaining, but oh my gosh, sorry, I was fighting with Brian. I'm hurrying though, I'm on my way. He stole my wallet. I'm literally crying. I don't know why I'm crying. I'm sorry. I really am on my way though now. And Rose said, Brian just took her ID so that she wouldn't be able to come out with me. Brian did not want her to go out, so he took her ID. And she was hysterical. She was upset, and she just kept saying, like, we were fighting. And I'm like, but why? And she just would start sobbing. Again, no explanation. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. So Rose is saying it felt like Gabby was holding back. And she kept saying, you need to tell me what happened, because this is a very big response. Like, it doesn't seem like you guys were just fighting. Like, is there something more? Like, did you guys fight about something else? Like, did something happen? But Gabby would not open up. Now, obviously, okay, side note, here's a crazy thing. A lot of people were dogging on Rose for the longest time. When this case was breaking out and this was progressing and everything was unfolding in the public eye, a lot of people were accusing Rose of not doing enough to help Gabby, or people were even coming up with these insane conspiracy theories that Rose was having an affair with Brian. That's crazy. But also, just think about it. Like, nobody in Gabby's life really knew what was happening. And that's the scary thing about domestic violence. Like, that's not a one-off thing. That's typically how it is.
Yeah.
That's why it's so
But
nefarious.
this is why. Oh, okay. I didn't even realize her face has all this stuff on it. But this is why it's so important to have your family and the people you love. Because she said she has a loving family. She loves her parents, both of them. That's why she needs to have her family vet the people who they're going to be with. She could have simply been like, Dad, I'm interested in this guy, and I want to know what you think. Right? Guaranteed, with what I'm hearing here, this man would have, her dad would have been like, yeah, I don't think this guy's right for you. But we teach people, especially women nowadays, oh no, you can decide all you want. Look, she could have went to her mom at least, if you really want to be like that. But she just decided, oh, you know what? No, I'm going to do this myself. Man, I feel bad. And she was so young. And she made a decision that caused her life. Really sad.
And even with something like this, I'm sure if Gabby had marks on her face after this, Rose would not be like, no, you need to tell me what happened. But I'm just trying to put myself in Rose's situation. If that was my girlfriend, I would think maybe the fight was deeper than that. Like, maybe there was something sensitive that they talked about that she doesn't want to open up to me about yet. Like, I don't want to push her too much, because then she's going to close up.
Yeah.
If I don't see marks, I don't know if I would ask her, like, did he hit you?
If she would have listened?
Did he
I mean, it just looks like she is in a world, in a society that teaches not just women but people that they should make these big life-changing decisions by themselves, which makes no sense. If I were to find like a nice little girl, and I'm thinking about making her my wife, I am letting my brothers, my friends, my family, because I have a pretty big family, I'm letting them vet. Mainly the guys, I'd say, and also I would say my mom, my there's certain aunts that I would let vet too, because I also need a woman to make me just we need these two things, right? But I'd let them, just so they can see the things that I don't see, because especially if I'm in love, I'm just like, I can be blinded by that. And that happens, right? But they don't know her like that. So they won't be blinded by it. They'll be like, oh no, she crazy. I'm like, what do you mean she crazy? Yo, look at how she's acting around like the family. She's acting like she's like the queen of this place. She's cutting people off, and I'm just, I didn't really notice. I just like hearing her talk. I didn't notice she cut people off like that. She's like, yeah, she's being real disrespectful, talking about herself, and I'm just like, man, you know what? You're right. She is doing that, but I just thought it was like a little quirk of hers. But like, nah, there's not no quirk. She cut moms off, and I'm like, yo, she did. I didn't even notice that. Nah, I can't do it. You know, this is why you have to let them vet.
Like, I don't think that I would, you know. Now, later, especially if Brian was not showing any of that to Rose prior, which he wasn't. He wasn't showing that to anyone. Now, later, texts between Gabby and Brian will show her feeling extremely frustrated with him about this. She texts him, "Don't try to control me because it makes me so mad.
Why
I
did
love
she
you
tell
so
her
much,
parents
but it's
about
the way
this?
you speak to me that hurts me the most."
That's the world we live in. They teach
Rose
people
says, I mean,
just leave your home.
obviously hindsight is great.
And
Hindsight is 2020.
your parents shouldn't be
So
involved in your
probably
life anymore.
hindsight, it seemed like he was just very jealous. Honestly, like a jealousy problem, which I understand because you look at Brian and then you look at Gabby and you're like, Gabby could have anyone in the entire world.
No, that's not a jealousy problem. Listen, if you're with somebody who you truly believe is out of your league, just leave them. Because your whole relationship is going to be ruined instantly. If you truly sit in a relationship, you're dating somebody, male or female, you know, like let's say you're female, you know, let's just continue, and you're dating somebody, right? If you truly believe, man, they're out of my league. If you believe that truly in your heart, leave the relationship. You'll never be happy. Wherever they are, whoever they're talking to, you'll always think there's something up. You'll always think in the back of your head, oh, they're pretty late today. They're not usually late. And my friends always talk about like how he is out of my league and he might cheat on me, but I trust him. But all of these things are just going to continue to eat at you. I'm like, yeah, she do look good, but like my boys are like, she's too good for me, and da da da. You'll always have that in the back of your mind. They might be cheating on me. If you truly believe that they're on this pedestal, so just leave. Don't even get in a relationship with that person until you can get over this thing in your mind.
That's what Rose said. Speaking of jealousy, this is the same guy that sends messages to friends that are girls on their birthdays. And the way he's like flirting with these people is crazy. So she was actually in the Netflix documentary, and a lot of people are also coming up with conspiracy theories about her. I don't know. I think that it could be the editing of the Netflix documentary. I think that it could be the fact that she is there to be the perspective of Brian's friend. It seems like she was friends with
She looked like she just popped out of a 2005 movie or something. Let me zoom in on this for y'all to see. Hold up. Let's rewind.
Abby.
Look. Just look at like she looked like a mean girl in the 2000 movie. Or not a mean girl. She looked like one of the smokers, you know? Like in those movies, you know?
I don't know. I think that it could be the editing of the Netflix documentary. I think that it could be the fact that she is there to be the perspective of Brian's
like
friend.
she's just like, hey,
she
you know,
was friends
like
with both Brian
maybe
and Gabby,
Skater,
but
you know,
she's
Avril
probably closer to
Lavigne, you
And
know.
I think the stories that she shares, some people were trying to make it seem like, oh, she's obsessed with Brian, like she wants to date Brian. She was jealous of Gabby. Perhaps she's just trying to show the side of him that seems very loving to make people realize this is what he does. Like for her birthday, he would send text messages like, it's National Bluebird Day. The bluebird is known for its beauty and the joy it brings through its song. Like how Doris Day sings in her classic Bluebird on your windowsill. There's a bluebird, there's a rainbow. The rainy days may come and go, but the clouds will roll away. Don't sweat the small stuff, bluebird. Happy birthday.
What the
This
heck?
is not while they're dating, right? With Gabby is
This
dating.
is a little bit prior to when they're dating.
Who the heck? Oh, he flirting.
Now,
I'm like, who? This man spitting poetry? He's like, hey, roses, violets, and your eyes, they look nice together.
Actually, because this is the same friend that he once built a desk for. So he was
Oh,
staying
yeah, he
over
liked
at
her,
place,
man.
and she had a desk that
Oh, he was
came in, so
staying at her
building this
place?
desk together. She doesn't think much of it. Later, she opens a drawer in the desk, and she sees this little note. It reads, "You are either my best friend or the love of my life, and I'm too dumb to tell."
What? This man built her a desk, left a note, and left, and she randomly one day just was like, what the heck is... What? And that's how he confessed? Oh, man. Come on, brother. I mean, never mind, because, you know, he is out here. He's out here taking people out, so I ain't go, you know.
All the difference. Okay, I thought this was insane in the documentary. I know some people took it and ran with it, and I saw TikToks that were like, you could never get me to admit something like this on national television. I don't think that she's sharing this story in like a, look at us, we had a thing kind of way. This is, the way he writes is very poetic. I think that he's very easily the type to write these very elaborate prose, poems, letters to really romanticize a relationship. And I have done some research of abusers that will try to romanticize the relationship, so it almost seems like, no, the abuse is like so difficult because love is hard. But we have to, our love is like one of a kind. That's why it's harder than everybody else's love, and nobody understands it.
Yeah.
And like just the way that he writes this letter, leaves it in the desk.
Yeah.
It seems that, no?
Yeah. Wow.
But he's very possessive, compulsively jealous of Gabby. And while there's these red flags, it doesn't seem like the red flags are glaring enough for everyone to do anything. Everyone just tries to tell Gabby, just take it slow. You're young. He does seem a little jealous, maybe a little controlling. You're 22. Like, do what makes you happy, and we're going to support you. That is what Rose tells Gabby. Rose says in hindsight, she's trying to describe the way that Brian treats people. She says, it can make you blind to see, you know, oh, he was just making you feel unworthy of his love, just for him to turn around and be like, look what I did for you. Because she's saying, like, there's so many moments where he's cooking breakfast for her, he's doing all these things for her. Even during the new Netflix documentary, there's vlog footage that's been released that never seen before. Gabby is constantly apologizing to Brian for things. She's crying, she's blaming herself, she's putting herself down, saying that she sucks at this, she sucks at vlogging, and Brian does nothing.
Who's vlogging this?
Gabby. So this is, I'm assuming that the parents released this footage for the documentary. So these are like behind the scene clips of her vlog, the one vlog that was posted on YouTube. And there are moments where she stops and you can clearly tell she feels so uncomfortable in front of the camera, and she just says things like, I suck in front of the camera. Like, I feel so awkward in front of the camera. He doesn't even say, no, honey, you're fine. He just stares at her. Just lets her spiral. Obviously, none of this was shown to Gabby's family at the time. Nicole, Gabby's mom, she says, you know, when I met Brian, I thought he was a little socially awkward, but very polite. Gabby's stepdad, Jim, says, he was quiet. Yeah, he was kind of quiet. Shook your hand, though, looked you in the eye. We liked him. July 2nd, 2021. They fix up that Ford van and they decide cross-country road trip. This is where it starts. This is where it all begins. And I mean, they're thinking that in a positive way, but it is a lot harder than they expected, I think. I mean, you see van life online. It seems nice. A lot of them have bathrooms and kitchens inside the van. This van is quite literally a big SUV. It fits a single mattress. That's pretty much the entirety of the car. You can't even stand up or lay down comfortably. But Brian also has a thing for feet. He likes being barefoot everywhere he goes. He would tell Gabby, get rid of your hiking shoes. When we hike through the national parks, we gotta go barefoot. We gotta be grounded, which sounds great. Feel the soil, feel grounded. But then you also realize that the ground is blistering hot and there's a bunch of black widow spiders trying to crawl between your toes. I will say that this is a huge point of contention Not the dirty feet, but the fact that Brian will go barefoot, hike around all day, like sweat caked in between his toenails.
Sweat caked
and then
between his
this
toenails.
tiny little van where they
Oh
sleep,
my
make their
goodness.
food, where they work, he doesn't wash his feet. He just like brings all the dirt, dust, everything into the bed.
How do we know all of this?
Because Gabby was like explaining it, even in the Moab footage where the police pulled him over, it's like a kind of a point of contention that they have.
Oh, okay.
Now, I have heard people who like being barefoot, but Brian does it in a very annoying way. It just kind of makes you want to shove his foot in his mouth. It's great, but you can't act like everyone else is less enlightened because they prefer to wear shoes. During one hike, according to an Instagram post by Gabby, they're all hiking, and near the pinnacle of this hike is this giant rock. Everybody's climbing up to take pictures. Gabby climbs up. These strangers take pictures for her Instagram. And when she hops off, this man approaches her in front of everybody and comments on her shoes. Now, Gabby writes in the Instagram post, she's not for certain, but she's pretty sure that that guy works for REI, which is the shoe brand, like the outdoors brand. Because the way that he's asking about the shoes, it felt very like, getting intel on the customers. She starts giving this small presentation to everyone that's waiting in line to take pictures on this rock, and everybody's staring at her shoes. Some of them are asking about her shoes, like, oh, those look comfortable. Wait, where did you get those? Like, do you need to size up? Do you need to size down? How long have you been wearing them? Meanwhile, Brian is likely off to the side, barefoot, and probably annoyed. We don't know for sure if he's annoyed, but it does seem like he likely would be. He seems very holier than thou. Everyone needs to be barefoot. He already doesn't like the fact that Gabby's trying to do van life YouTube, and the fact that she's getting attention from anybody is probably not making him happy.
So he wanted to do van life, but he didn't like the YouTube aspect.
No.
What?
Just
He just
wants
wanted to live in a van?
Yeah. Rose says, when Brian wants something, he's gonna get it. And I don't mean it in like a physical way. He's going to force it. He's just going to. I mean, I don't want people to say I'm calling him a full manipulator, but he'll manipulate the situation to get what he wants out of it. And he didn't want her to go out one night with me. He stole the ID. And it's just, they're engaged. Their relationship is not supposed to be like that. I think it was all clicking for her. The more it went on, like the more her and I were talking and hanging out and having a good time, she actually felt more independent. And that's when he's like, okay, I gotta do something to change this. Let me isolate her. If I get her away from her job, if I get her away from her friend, she only has me. And the next thing you know, they're gone on their van trip. Every entrepreneur dreams of success, but here's the insider secret. Selling isn't just about what you sell, it's about how you sell it. When my family and I sold Grandpa Mingo's limited edition art pieces, we were at a complete loss, trying to figure out an online point of sale. How do we ensure that the transaction pops up? The songs... Many people would argue the most important part that makes or breaks a road trip is the playlist. A new Spotify playlist called Self-Consumption pops up. The songs seem like they're created for like a long distance road trip spanning about probably 2,500 miles, which is going to take about 30 hours to drive. And a playlist is going to tell you everything about how that person is feeling about this drive. A lot of songs on this playlist have this airy, psychedelic rock vibe. It's not too loud, it's very dreamy, almost nostalgic. It sounds like a song from the 70s. One of them is called Take My Hand by Matt Berry. The lyrics read, I can see the light, it looks like you. So say you'll come. Please don't go, so take my hand. There's another song called Woman by Matt Berry. It's a bit slower, a bit darker. The lyrics read, your woman is your angel, is your left side, is your whole life, and easily the most beautiful thing in the world. She will soothe you, she'll accuse you, she'll confuse you, she'll lose you. She's dangerous, she's courageous, contagious, she's ageless, and could be the last thing you see on this earth. But then the songs get darker. There's one called Superorganism. The lyrics, I think, in any other situation would be fun. They read, when I grow up, I want to be a superorganism. Come on, give it to me, put your mind in my brain, and you'll see everything is better when you're everything. I mean, the song's pretty upbeat. I mean, another lyric goes, oh, just relax, just relax. Our ride must still be wet, I bet. Too much honey will put you in debt. Stop giving yourself a cold sweat, so just relax. But then the song choices get increasingly alarming with the playlist. There's one called, okay, so the song itself is good. It's called Show Me, but the lyrics are quite eerie. It sings, way to go, just keep nodding until your head comes off. Then kiss her head goodnight. Tomorrow's filled with sounds and thrills and flashing lights.
These songs are added in like one by one, or
Yes, added to the playlist, curated for a road trip.
So it's not like an auto suggestion
No.
shuffle. It's like they
Yes.
add plus plus
Mhm.
plus.
It's not like a Spotify generated, here's what we think you'll like.
Yeah.
No. Another one is titled Badger's Wake, and the lyrics do have netizens kind of questioning why someone would want to specifically listen to this specific song in this specific context. The lyrics read, below the pond green woods, that's where the badgers do sleep, deep as a solitary stone, in gray and crimson and greens.
Excuse me.
In a slumber of blood and bone, the badger lies still as he dreams. I hear one last slow breath, the smell of a badger's death. This is the playlist Brian Laundrie allegedly created for his road trip back home from Wyoming to Florida, alone, without Gabby, in Gabby's white van after he strangled and killed her.
Oh my
Which
goodness.
leads a lot of netizens to question, is Gabby the only one Brian could have killed? When this case was unfolding, this was a huge question. Everybody, like, there were so many theories. Nearby in Moab, Utah, which is where they were stopped by the police.
So the stop by police incident, like what part of this journey was it? Were they in the road trip, midst of the road trip, or?
So it's like a month into the road trip. They left early July. This was August 12th. And then she will be missing, like, technically August 27th.
So in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, in nearby Moab, Utah, 2 women were found dead at another campsite.
Oh my
They
goodness.
were partially unclothed and shot in a campground. Kylan Schulte and Crystal Beck. The 2 were married and they both worked at the same place. They were actually both found in a campsite in the mountains that Brian and Gabby were believed to have visited. So according to friends, Kylan had told them that if they were going to die, if something were ever going to happen to them at this campsite, it was murder. That there was like this creepy guy lurking around their campsite. So a lot of netizens, of course, they start theorizing, wait, Brian and Gabby were in Moab, Utah around the same time, which means Brian could be responsible because there is a connection here, right? Also, the connection gets deeper. Kylan worked at Moonflower Co-op. Kylan and Crystal actually observed, they saw Gabby and Brian getting into an argument outside the Moonflower Co-op. It's like a restaurant. And she actually told her father about it, describing Brian as being creepy. And then later she tells her friends that there's a creepy guy hanging around their campsite. Some people on the internet start speculating, their theories start just kind of rabbit holing. I mean, maybe they all ran across each other on the trail. Maybe Gabby starts getting close to the couple, perhaps even forming a bond of friendship. Brian sees it as a threat. Maybe this is her way out. Gabby thinks, I'm just going to leave with this couple so that I can maybe go back home. He's got to eliminate the potential threat. Others write, I personally think Brian was hitting Gabby and the couple saw and wanted to do something, and then Brian killed them out of anger. They were killed in Moab, Utah, August 14th. So that's 2 days after Gabby and Brian were pulled over. In the same city. And they saw Gabby and Brian fight at the Moonflower Co-op. A statement is released by the FBI stating that Brian was not involved in the 2 deaths. Ultimately, a man named Adam, a former coworker of Crystal, confessed to the killing of the couple after...
Wait, couple?
Before he self-exited. He used to work at the same McDonald's as Crystal.
Oh my
So if
goodness,
Adam-
bro. Listen, Zura, add on. She cannot work at McDonald's. I'm playing. But that's crazy. Couple, though.
Found dead at another campsite. They were partially... 2 women were found dead at another campsite. They were partially
They were the couple?
And a campsite was murder. That there was, if they were going to die at a co-op. Kylan around the same time, which means Brian could be responsible because there is a connection here, right? Also, the connection gets deeper. Kylan worked at Moonflower Co-op. Kylan and Crystal actually observed, they saw Gabby and Brian getting into an argument outside the Moonflower Co-op. It's like a restaurant. And she actually told her father about it, describing Brian as being creepy. And then later she tells her friends that there's a creepy guy hanging around their campsite. Some people on the internet start speculating, their theories start just kind of rabbit holing. I mean, maybe they all ran across each other on the trail. Maybe Gabby starts getting close to the couple, perhaps even forming a bond of friendship. Brian sees it as a threat. Maybe this is her way out. Gabby thinks, I'm just going to leave with this couple so that I can maybe go back home. He's got to eliminate the potential threat. Others write, I personally think Brian was hitting Gabby and the couple saw and wanted to do something, and then Brian killed them out of anger. They were killed in Moab, Utah, August 14th. So that's 2 days after Gabby and Brian were pulled over. In the same city. And they saw Gabby and Brian fight at the Moonflower Co-op. A statement is released by the FBI stating that Brian was not involved in the 2 deaths. Ultimately, a man named Adam, a former coworker of Crystal, confessed to the killing of the couple before he self-exited. He used to work at the same McDonald's as Crystal. So if Adam killed Crystal and Kylan, then now people are still wondering, then what still happened to Gabby? Like, nobody knows still. If Brian and his parents are not willing to talk, all people can do is trace the couple's steps. And the first thing that they come across is August 12th, 2021. A family reports seeing Brian acting very alarmingly. They would later tell the FBI that Brian was acting like a quote-unquote lunatic. What does that even mean? They explain, I don't know, sporadically opening and slamming doors, pacing around the van. He seemed to be pleading with the female, and at one point he had tried to hug the female, but he was pushed back by her. Brian eventually pushes Gabby's legs into the van, closes the door, gets in the driver's side, and they say that they saw Brian start crying. This is minutes before they're pulled over.
Is this the reporting group?
There's 2 911 calls made that day. One of them was saying, I don't really know what's going on. It seems like Brian is in the driver's side. Well, they don't know Brian's name. They're like, it seems like the guy is in the driver's side. And it seems like he doesn't want the girl to get into the van. The girl is like trying to climb through the window to get into the van, but he's not letting her in the van. And so that caller is kind of confused. Like, I don't know who started it. It just seems like a mess. And then the second caller is like, hey, so I saw him chase her down the sidewalk and slap her across the face. And then now these people, this family that saw them, they actually don't report this to the FBI until way later. They're like, I actually saw them that day too. It was just kind of weird, and we didn't really know if it was worth reporting because, you know, he gets into the car. They're both kind of crying in the car. It seems like a really unfortunate couples fight. So August 12th, 2021, 15 days from the last contact with Gabby, dispatch receives those calls, and again, main one, gentleman slapping the girl, stating that they stopped the car and the couple are like running up and down the sidewalk. He's proceeding to hit her. Police pull the van over and now let the investigation begin. Do the due diligence, because maybe the witness saw wrong. Maybe there's more to the story because there's 3 different witnesses now. But it's very bizarre where this traffic pullover actually ends up. Officers pull the couple over. Like I said, Gabby is in the passenger seat. She's crying. She's upset. Brian is driving. He's so calm. He's explaining it's just been a long day. Gabby's trying to apologize on behalf of Brian.
I was distracting him from driving. I'm sorry.
Like, she's trying to say, I'm the reason that he hit that curb. The officer takes Gabby to the side to talk, and she says,
Some days I have really bad OCD, and I was just cleaning and straightening up the back of the van before, and I was apologizing to him and saying, I'm sorry that I'm so mean, because sometimes I have OCD, and sometimes I get really frustrated. Not like mean.
Oh my
to him,
goodness.
like,
Oh my goodness.
I guess my vibe is like, I was just saying, I'm sorry if I'm in a bad mood. I've just been really stressed. I had so much work I was doing on my computer this morning.
What do you do for a living?
Just quit my job.
Okay.
I was a nutritionist. That was my
That's
job.
cool.
And I just quit my job to travel across the country. And I'm trying to start a blog and become a blog and stuff. So I've been building my website. So I've just been really stressed.
and then she starts kind of like, a lot of body language experts have overanalyzed the footage, and I tried not to fall too deep into it. I think body language is kind of hard to decipher, but she does start self-soothing a bit, and she says, and he doesn't believe that I can do any of it. And she sounds really upset. She says,
I don't know, he's like been down there. I don't know. We've just been fighting all morning, and he wouldn't let me in the car before.
Now, mind you, this is Gabby's car. Why wouldn't he let you in the car? Because of your OCD? Which, like, what kind of question is that, officer? But she says,
Told me you needed to calm down. Yeah. But I'm perfectly calm. I'm calm all the time, and he really stresses me out, and this is a rough morning.
so you're kind of having a rough day, it sounds like. Yeah, I mean, it happens to be a beautiful day
Absolutely
here in the
look
park.
at this.
We camped in the Devil's Garden. Oh, that's fun. That's a beautiful campground, isn't it? Yeah.
Let's go. Wait,
So
what
the
did you
officer
say?
puts her in the back of his car
What
with a
did
clear
you just say?
mention.
Accidentally worker rats from high school, especially when it comes to asking out. What does that even mean?
She's not in trouble. It's just hot outside. Like, we just want you to get some AC. You're not in trouble. Just relax. Catch your breath. The officers then go to talk to Brian, who explains, that's my girlfriend. That's my fiance. She gets worked up.
But she just gets worked up sometimes, and I try and really distance myself from her, so like I locked the car and I walked away from her.
Which I think that statement alone is so strange. Why are you locking someone else's car? That's not your car. He says that.
Yeah, but they don't know that's not her car.
But Gabby got worked up because they're at this cafe. There were a lot of flies at the cafe, and they need to get the day going. They need to go get some water, but she didn't want to go because she's working on her blog. The officers notice scratches on Brian's face, which they ask about them. And he says,
She had his cell phone in her hand, that's why I was pushing her away.
So I was pushing her away because she wanted, I locked the keys so I could walk away. I said, let's take a breather and let's not go anywhere. Let's just calm down for a minute because she got worked up, and then she had her phone. She was trying to get her keys away. I was trying, I know I push, I was trying to push her away. Like, let's just take a minute, step back and breathe. But
She got me.
the officer says, can I see your hand? Because you got a mark on your hand too. Oh yeah, that's from a wire. From a wire? Yeah. So you want to tell me about you hitting that curb? Oh, hitting that curb was her grabbing the wheel.
What kind of mark does he have on his hand?
Scratches. Yeah. This is also very important. Scratches are very important. And so she grabbed the wheel? That's why you hit the curb? Yeah, she said, I can't believe you're getting pulled over, and grabbed the wheel. And what about the speed? Because you guys were speeding. Oh, no, I was just going fast. I'm sorry. I know it's probably just, the moment. I'm still shaking right now. The adrenaline, seeing the lights flashing, and then her gripping the wheel. So if I sped up, I'm sorry about that. Or if I was speeding beforehand, I'm sorry about that.
Is he emotional or not really?
No.
So Gabby is like fully, she's very,
she seems like very sad and distraught and scared.
But he seems very collected in the moment.
Yeah, overly collected. I just, okay, one thing to note is being collected in the presence of police is probably smart.
It is the smartest thing.
Who you are. However, I just can't imagine if your loved one is so distraught and they've separated you. I feel like I would be a little distraught of like, are they okay? Are they okay? Like, is she okay? Is she doing okay?
Yeah.
I don't think I would just be like, yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about the speeding.
Yeah.
It took quite a bit to catch up with you. I'm sorry about that. I don't want to try and defend myself, but I pushed her away. She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings. She had her phone. I was trying to push her away. Brian's side of the event is that they had been at the coffee shop from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., clearly a very long time. There's lots of flies. Gabby is getting quote-unquote worked up. He states when they get back to the van, he and Gabby are both already in this very agitated state. And when
okay.
that some sort of argument bursts out of small relationship things about like who moved the food or him having dirty feet, he says he locked up the van and walked away because he felt that both he and Gabby needed a breather. But when Gabby tries to get the keys from him, he says that he just pushed her away, just like, stop, take a break, you need a breather. And he says, I know I shouldn't have, but
you said I have many regrets, work rats. Okay, many work rats. I have many regrets from high school, especially when it comes to asking out women.
Minute and stuff, take a breath. But he didn't want Gabby to have the keys because he didn't have his phone. He says he doesn't have a phone and he doesn't want Gabby to go anywhere because then he would be stranded without a phone. this part is very interesting because like an hour later, he gives the officer his phone number and confirms the number by looking at his own phone, which is interesting considering didn't he just say he doesn't really have a phone? So he doesn't definitively say, I don't have a phone. He's just like, I don't really have like a phone. But then he pulls out a phone that's really a phone.
That is a crazy bold-faced lie.
Yeah.
That he just pull out on the spot.
And the officers just don't care.
Wow.
The Moab investigative report says, again, this is coming from Brian, that when Gabby tries to get the keys from him, he says, he was yelling, back up, get away. Brian said he was trying to calm her down and pointed out to Gabby that everyone's watching.
You know, I just try to make her calm down and be like, look, everyone's watching.
Even this thing was so insane to me that the police were like, oh, that makes total sense because I too get more calm when everyone says, hey, calm down, everyone's looking at you. The report further states that Gabby tells the police that she hit Brian first. Now, the way that, and okay, being very careful with my wording here, I think that DV goes both ways. I think that there's lots of situations where someone who is physically weaker can be much more physically abusive, or can
we just saw that with that one girl.
I don't think that there really
who
is
stabbed that one boy.
That discrepancy here. I think the problem with it is the police are just running with everything that she's saying. Even the way that she's describing that she hit him first, it doesn't sound like she's decking him. It's okay, even when she says that when they were getting pulled over, she slapped his arm. And she said, you're such an idiot, like now we're getting pulled over. I imagine it's probably like look at what you did. You're such an
I don't
idiot.
think it's like that.
She's like there slapping.
I think maybe like a lighter tap, but I'm pretty sure she did some force on there. Because she's emotional too. It makes sense.
But she does admit, because she's trying to be very honest, I guess I hit him first. But then she later states, well, he grabbed my face. That's how it started. So the way she shows Brian grabbing her face is an aggressive palm grabbing her cheeks. I don't know any situation where I think that this type of aggressive face holding is any appropriate. And he does it so hard that she has bleeding on her cheek. So it's not like he's just grabbing her face, which is already alarming, but it's bleeding. But I guess grabbing her face roughly does not constitute as a physical action against her to the officers because they just completely bypass it. They completely ignore it and they're like, oh, so you hit him first. And she's kind of agreeing because they're asking all the right questions, and she says, I mean, yeah, like he didn't punch me in the face. Even just the way that the officers ask questions is kind of, for lack of a better words, dumb. They're just asking, did he hit you though? She just explained that he grabbed her face so much that she's bleeding. But did he hit you though? I mean, it's okay if you're saying that you hit him. I understand if he hit you. But we want to know the truth, if he actually hit you. That's when Gabby's like, I guess I hit him first? Because, where did he hit you? I mean, don't worry, be honest. He grabbed my face. But the investigation report continues. Gabby said Brian grabbed her face and said she could feel a cut on her left cheek. Gabby stated that when she touches it, it burns. That's it. That's literally it. I mean, the first giant red flag of this entire situation is that the officers could have easily noted that his story does not match up with at least one of the witnesses. The witness stated, I observed a man and a woman appear to have some sort of dispute. They're talking aggressively, and then he slapped her. The other witness that didn't see him slapping her, they even stated, from my point of view, something definitely didn't seem right. It was as if the guy was trying to leave her and maybe take her phone in the van. That's not what Brian is telling the police he did. He's saying no one's going to be in the van. Let's just cool off. So nothing he's saying is matching up with any of the witnesses. But on top of that, officers ask if Gabby takes any medications, but they ask Brian, to which Brian responds with a stupid chuckle smirk on his face.
What?
No, I don't think so. None that I know of. So he's like, she's just crazy. I'm just kidding. No, none that I know of. Is this like a boys club? Brian's explaining that the fight that day was just over little relationship things, and the officer says, yeah, I mean, I've been married for over 5 years, I get it. Later, when another officer, a park ranger, arrives on the scene, she's getting filled in on the situation. One of the officers there, Officer Pratt, says about Gabby.
It sounds to me like she is the primary aggressor.
So the officers start talking amongst themselves about whether or not Gabby should be charged. Ultimately, she's not. And people actually, a lot of netizens, and even Gabby's family, wish that she had been, perhaps.
Right.
Like, at least follow the letter of the law. Like, if the cops can't point out more deep nuances that they should genuinely be trained to point out, if they can't even do that, at least follow the letter of the law. Because that could have saved Gabby's life, is what a lot of netizens feel. But they're just arguing, you know? I mean, the reason they don't give us discretion is like, we don't know what's going to happen. Usually the women don't want them to go to jail, and then they end up getting worse and worse treatment until they end up getting killed. The officers talk to Gabby, telling her, you're dealing with some emotional struggles and mentally at your age, and hopefully it works itself out. But the stuff you did today that contributed to this, because you both contributed to this, is a result of your inability to cope with the anxiety and stress you're having. So in a way, you're kind of a victim in this. I think you would have done better if you had the skills to do better, but you don't learn skills until you learn skills. If the tables were turned and he was beating on you and you were shoving him, of course we're going to look at it like, oh, of course she's defending herself to get away from this guy. We have to treat you guys both fair. Even if he's a bigger male and you're a smaller female, the law doesn't say, hey, Officer Pratt and Officer Robbins, you can treat people different based on gender. We can't, even if it makes no sense, because you probably could not physically destroy this man the way that he could if he attacked you. But we can't treat you different. At one point in the interaction, the officer tells Brian straight up, you're the victim of domestic assault. And you just see this guy break out into this big old smile on his face. It's very bizarre. He seems, in the moment, I think the officers perceive it as, oh, I'm a man, I can't be a victim of DV.
Yeah, that's how I think
of it.
No,
but you are. But in hindsight, it looks like he's relieved to some extent and kind of excited that the police are going with his version of events. And so with that, the police are going to take Brian to a hotel to decompress for the night, while Gabby stays alone in the van. The two of them are told not to speak to each other the rest of the night, and the report reads, shelter was arranged for Brian utilizing a local community resource for victims of DV.
Oh my gosh.
So a DV nonprofit is paying for this, while Gabby was allowed to stay in the van that they had been traveling and living in. And the reason that they go with this, from my opinion, it just seems like the officers don't want to do paperwork. One of the officers looks at the other one and says, look, another option is not charge them, but we separate them for the night.
Another option is to not charge them but separate them for the night. If they find themselves together again, what is it to you? You separated them. You provided for his safety. If he doesn't have enough sense to stay away and you got him separated, it's on him. Go full or nothing or in between and separate them and kind of give them the nod, the wink, like, hey, just stay separated. It's up to you.
That night they are separated, but they end up calling each other and reuniting that night. Now, side note, Gabby's parents were called. Gabby called her parents, and it probably appears that she didn't tell them the full extent of what was happening, and I think that she didn't even know the full extent of what was happening. I think that a lot of reasons that this has become such a big case for DV is when you watch the footage, the way that she takes on all the guilt is very common in DV situations, but people just don't realize it. So I'm sure she's relaying similar information to her parents. Her parents still told her, we're going to buy you a plane ticket right home right now, leave the van, we'll ship the van back home, but she declined. And later there will be an investigation into the way that the Moab police handle this. One investigation into this states that the officers seem to be working in complete confirmation bias. They're just so focused on Brian being the victim. They take so many pictures of Brian. They're like, lift up your shirt. Let's make sure you don't have injuries under your shirt. What about your hands? What about your face? They do everything. There's not one single picture of Gabby's face injuries. Of where he's just grabbing her face.
Listen. Yeah, they did wrong to do it the way that they did. But with, like, the track record, right, of a lot of these cases where men are actually getting, like, beat on and stuff, and these cops are just just listening to the female, just saying, okay, okay, whatever you say is true. Okay, we're gonna go with that. There's a lot of those cases. So I'm just like, them probably seeing that and her saying that she hit first is making them think, oh, this is finally one where it isn't his fault. But this was the day they shouldn't have listened. They shouldn't have been happy, you know. Shouldn't have been happy. Oh snap, Zero. It's looking good, man. Let's see. This one right here is actually looking pretty good in proportion. Oh, alright. Looking good. Keep it up, man. Keep it up.
But somebody saw he's slapping Gabby.
Yes. The police do not.
Yeah,
go
that
and
was the
find
issue
that
right there.
witness. So they're supposed
Because
to talk to all
there's
the
proof.
witnesses.
There's
they don't go
a
and
witness of
interview
that.
that witness until much later, until the case blows up. And just to show you how nuanced and biased this entire, in my opinion, this entire incident was, another officer writes in his report about it that there were aspects in the statement that were inconsistent with Gabby's story. The report reads, not consistent with Gabrielle's statement, further suggesting her confused and emotional state. The part that they're referring to is that Brian claims they swerved on the road because Gabby pulled the steering wheel. Gabby states she never touched the steering wheel. She's like, I would never touch the steering wheel.
Yeah, that's
when
a crazy
the flashing
thing to
lights
do.
came on, yeah, I did kind of slap his arm and I was like, you're such an idiot. Like, it was more of like, you're an idiot. Like, now we're getting pulled over. She's like, I did not touch the steering wheel.
That is a different level of crazy.
Like swerve or anything like that?
Steering wheel at all.
They write that because she does not
level.
admit to touching the steering wheel, she's like a confused and emotional state. She's not a credible witness. So they're just taking Brian's side of the story truly as the truth. They're basing her story off of his. They're like comparing them two with Brian as the truth, and let's see if Gabby matches up. That's not how an investigation works. Later in the body cam, the two officers are even talking about the inconsistency. So they're like, so did he tell you why he said that he grabbed the wheel and turned it really hard? She said she was hitting him in the arm. They're like, oh, okay. The officer's like, wait, maybe that makes sense. Maybe she didn't grab the wheel. Sounds legit. I mean, I'm sure if I'm driving and my arm is on the wheel and I'm getting hit on the arm, I'm probably pulling on the wheel. He's probably trying not to say that he hit her because he doesn't want her to get charged with assault. I listened to that like 30 times. He does say he's probably trying not to say that he hit her. But I think he means to say he's trying not to say that she hit him because he doesn't want her to get charged with assault.
Okay, so they missaid.
Yes. So they're like, oh, Brian is saying she grabbed the steering wheel because he doesn't want to say that she physically assaulted him so that she doesn't get charged. So he made up this cover story. Again, why are we creating these complex narratives for, like, what is
Yeah, why don't we
happening?
just talk?
And they
where
keep
they're right there?
patronizing Gabby. Gabby's clearly emotional and upset. And one of the officers even makes comments that Brian seems pretty patient with her. Yeah, even though Gabby is telling them that she's just trying to get Brian to stop telling her to shut up and stop being mean to her. And that he gets really frustrated with her with very small things. And the officer is like, he seems very patient with you.
It's crazy because, you know, like they got these reports saying that, hey, a man was assaulting a woman, right? They showed up at the scene. They see a woman that's frantic, a man that appears calm. And they instantly believe a story that this woman is frantic and crazy and hitting him. And he's like, yeah, I get it. Like, you know, she's crazy, but, you know, I'm sorry, bro, you're a victim.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're dumb, they're undertrained, and they have their bias towards DVs. And
So one of them was actually accused of DV, one of the officers.
yeah, makes sense.
Which we're going to cover more
Wait,
in depth
no,
in part
because if
2
we're
with
like,
the 50 million.
if he was accused and knows, go to bed. What time is it? Oh snap! Okay, yeah, that's about my cue. But like, if he was accused and didn't do it, right? Because I don't know, I don't know this guy. Then I can kind of see how he can be like, yo, people be lying. You know what I mean? Like they just lied on me the other day. And obviously, it is. I'm not saying it's what he should be doing. But that's how it really is. Like if somebody lied on you, and then right now you're in a similar situation when it kind of looks a bit fishy, right? Especially when this girl kind of sounds deranged. She just said she quit her job to travel the world and make a YouTube blog. That kind of sounds insane. But yeah, they should have did their due diligence, you know. But yeah, I guess we're gonna finish this up tomorrow, cause oh dang, it's technically my birthday right now. But I guess we'll finish it up today, and hope to see you guys there. So make sure you hit the subscribe if you're not already, and hit the bell notification so you don't miss the next stream. And I'll see you guys tomorrow with the next one. Extremely crazy. I'm not liking this. I know it was a mistake. It was truly a mistake. Yeah, it's bad. But yeah, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Or today. Oh, yes, me. Good night. Good night. It is still my favorite one, I think. I like this one too, kind of. But yeah, guys, have a good one. Good night. Good night. Peace, love, and hair grease. Have a good one. I'm gonna try to like remember just so I can remember to save this one so I don't, because I want to finish the story. I want to see what ends up happening next. But peace. God bless one.